Good morning. I am Councilmember Zachary Parker, Chair of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Today is May 29th, 2025. We are meeting in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 10:48 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing. I want to thank the members of the CFSA team as well as advocates and others who are testifying today, who are present here in the room with me. Today, we are convened to conduct the Council's annual budget oversight hearing for the Child and Family Services Agency and the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. As this budget season begins for the Council, I've been clear that my focus is fighting on a budget for all of us. While we are facing a tough fiscal year caused by local pressures and federal interference, we must refuse to balance this budget on the backs of our most vulnerable residents. That includes district children who come into contact with the Child and Family Services Agency. CFSA functions as the district's key agency to investigate reported child neglect. It administers our foster system and plays a irreplaceable role in interacting with grandparents and other family members who care for children, often while not being financially supported enough to meet their needs. We'll dig deeper into how CFSA is supporting kin caretakers in the proposed budget and how we can invest in this area. We also know children need options beyond the system and a pathway to achieving permanency in various forms. And we've heard loud and clear from advocates and those with lived experience about the need to expand options available as children exit our welfare system. We hope today's conversation will shed light on how CFSA supports these children and their views on how we might move forward with more options being at the center of that conversation. With all of this in mind, I will be focusing in this hearing on one, ensuring resources for the district's children and their caretakers. Two, funding needs within the agency to provide these resources and address staffing concerns. In particular, I want to dig into the proposed $1.3 million cut for the hotline and investigations at CFSA, knowing that this funding allows us to thoroughly monitor the well-being of our children. I also want to increase transparency around how decisions are made for placements for children and what steps the agency is taking to ensure that all families and caregivers have the resources they need to successfully provide for the children in their care. Furthermore, I will ask questions about investigations and report follow-up, exploring how the agency confirms each case that crosses its desk is thoroughly addressed. I'll add here that the conversation necessarily includes discussion of education and educational neglect, issues that are at the heart of the success of our district's young people. As we hear from today's witnesses, I want to learn more about how the agency's resources are leveraged thoroughly to monitor the status of all children who come into contact with CFSA. I know that this budget proposal comes at a time when the agency is facing significant staffing pressures, and there exists a nationwide shortage of social workers. With these things in mind, our hearing will also explore how the agency is investing in talent recruitment and retention, and how the council can support efforts to ensure CFSA is adequately staffed to meet the needs of our children and families. Finally, we'll spend some time today discussing contracts and procurement, outlining the need for timeliness and compliance with the council's review process. With cuts and constraints looming in this year's budget, it's more important than ever for contracts to go through rigorous review and receive full council approval before taxpayer dollars are spent. We will begin today's hearing listening to our public witnesses, followed then by our government witnesses. I will also just say, I fully anticipate that there will be an effort to justify the proposed cuts to CFSA's budget and the zeroing out of the Ombudsman for Children, which is included in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 26 budget. I will be endeavoring to get underneath the rhetoric to see how we can support. And my goal is to work with my colleagues to supplement this year's budget as much as possible, knowing that these two agencies, albeit differently, are playing a very vital role in the well-being of our young people. So with that, I'm going to call our first panel. We will have 3-minute rounds. I know that may not be a ton of time for some, but I do want to make sure we can get to our government witnesses in a timely manner. We have Olivia Chase, who is here in the chamber. And because you're here in person, you get a sticker. It's always great to see you. Shirley Smith, who will be online. Sierra Bailey. Christina Fleming. And I will ask for your testimony in that order. Ms. Chase, when you're ready, you may begin. I will also note that it seems like we're having some technical difficulties. So for those that are online, you may not be able to see the timer. And so I would ask that you try to time yourself, but at 3 minutes, I will interject and have to cut you off. We apologize for any inconvenience.
Good morning, Chairman Parker. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you to advocate for the budget of the Grandparent Caregivers Program of the District of Columbia, a program that is essential in assisting grandparents raising their grandchildren in our city. In many cases, our families are some of the farthest removed from positive opportunities that would enhance young people's lives. I'm a grandparent raising a now 16-year-old lifeguard for DC's Department of Parks and Recreation. Without the assistance of the Grandparent Caregivers Program, the road to victory would have been even more challenging. This victory is partially the result of swimming lessons, participation as a member of multiple swim teams, including the DC Wave, and a stipend that assisted in making participation affordable. As I ponder the safety issues of our city that our city is facing as it relates to our young people, I realize on an even deeper level, if we don't provide avenues for our children to move in positive directions, no matter the cost, the streets will happily provide opportunities for negativity and could even cost them their lives. Affordability always comes into question when it comes to performance and activities of daily living. Housing costs have skyrocketed, food costs, clothing and maintenance of clothing have skyrocketed, and these are just the basic necessities of life. With the mere rising costs of activities of daily living, extracurricular activities definitely creates a heavier lift as it impacts life decisions. Nevertheless, with all of the challenges, the Grandparent Caregivers Program offers relief. While the stipend certainly doesn't cover all monthly expenses, it does provide a relief valve from what could often feel like a whirling dervish. I can recall my own grandmother saying, half a loaf is better than none. As grandparents raising grandchildren, we realize we have saved the system untold amounts of money. We receive less than half of what foster parents receive. Nevertheless, we don't raise our grandchildren for money. We do it because we love our grandchildren and are dedicated to having them have a life far beyond our wildest dreams and imaginations. This stipend assists in forging their dreams and could go as far as saving their lives. This stipend has not increased within the past year. The support also goes far beyond financial. The staff of this tremendous program offers hours upon hours of support. This can be through outreach, education, or just understanding our plights and rendering a listening ear. They have streamlined processes that have made access more accommodating and less stressful. This is a program that impacts as well as benefits thousands of multi generational lives, and of which Washington, D.C. should be very proud because we are a model across the entire United States and abroad. Our budget needs all of its current resources and an increase in what has been allocated. Thank you for all you have done and are doing and will continue to do in ensuring this program continues to thrive and grow in reaching one of the district's most vulnerable populations. We realize children are our future. Therefore, we all should be doing our best in preparing them for leadership in this country's ever changing society. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Shirley Smith. And we are not seeing her online, but there is a phone number that may be Ms. Smith. All right, for the sake of time, we're going to keep it moving. Next, we'll have Sierra Bailey.
I am Sierra Bailey, and I am testifying today in support of establishing SOUL, a youth-driven new permanency option for older youth in foster care. SOUL legally recognizes and supports the circle of loving adults in an older youth's life who are committed to their future. When I first heard about SOUL, what clicked in my mind was that you did not have to terminate parental rights in order to move forward. I'm from a big family of 10, and 8 of us went into care at the same time, and I share a strong bond with them and my parents. It would have been ideal if SOUL could have been an option because I had a lot of people who I loved, but I did not feel like I wanted to disassociate with my family for the sake of permanency. I also had never heard of youth leading the process and advocating for what they wanted, and that made me want to get involved. The current youth seem a lot more insightful about permanency options, planning for the future, and are adamant about what they want versus when I was younger. I wanted to be a part of helping them do that for themselves and also being a part of how we implement that moving forward. I personally feel like current permanency plans don't fully address the current climate for older youth in DC who are aging out. We have young adults who are faced with choosing services or community. For SOUL, we are talking about older youth with a permanency option that includes a family. APLA is not a permanency plan. It's a plan to say that we have no plan. We want to create a real permanency plan for those youth. The more people, the bigger the community. The reality is you can have all the services in the world, but if you don't have a community to teach you basic skills, then you won't be able to reach your full potential. I'm supportive of any youth who is able to stand in their truth and say that SOUL is what they want and that they are willing to work toward it. Youth with APLA age out with resources like FUP housing or insurance, but might not have a community to help find and apply for apartments in their range, to move in an apartment and sign a lease. You need somebody to teach you about life. When I aged out, I had a mentor. He was at the hospital when I was having my son, bringing me books and things that I needed. He taught me how to sign up for benefits and is currently helping me figure out housing. It's important to have reliability and structure to have a family. It's an extra voice in your heart and your mind and a resource to you. A lot of our youth don't have what I have. I think about the current youth who don't, and it's heartbreaking. I've been working on SOUL with CFSA, OAG, and other professionals along with my LIVE experts for about a year and a half, sharing ideas, creating policy, and building practices and implementation. Although I'm disappointed that SOUL is not currently included in the fiscal year 2026 BSA, I still believe this legislation is critical to support older youth in foster care, and I ask the committee to please move the proposed SOUL legislation forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Christina Fleming.
Good morning and hello, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Christina Fleming, and I am a former foster youth, a proud mother, and a parent trainer with the Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, also known as FAPAC. I'm here today to share why funding for community-based child abuse prevention programs is not just important, it is life-changing. I entered foster care at the age of 15 due to my parents' struggles with substance abuse and neglect, and I aged out of the system at 21. When I became a mother at 14, I made a promise to myself that I would be the kind of parent I never had, that I would break the cycle, and that my daughter would grow up safe, supported, and loved. But I couldn't do that alone. Thanks to the DC Child and Family Services Agency, DC 127, and every person who believed in me and my child, I received the resources I needed to build a stable foundation for our future. After aging out of care, I met Ms. Najiba, the executive director of FAPAC. She told me about their child abuse prevention program for young mothers, a program funded by CFSA in the district. I enrolled, and for several months, I learned about child development, effective parenting strategies, and healthy discipline methods. One lesson that stuck with me was this: parents are their child's first and most important role models. That idea changed everything for me. I realized that I couldn't change my past, but I can shape my daughter's future. After completing the program, FAPAC empowered me to become a parent trainer myself. So far, I've delivered 27 hours of child abuse prevention training to mothers across the district, and I plan to continue supporting and educating families for as long as I'm able. I'm also pursuing a bachelor's degree in psychology to take it to another level. My lived experience taught me about what children and families need. The abuse prevention program gave me the tools to become the parent I want to be, and FAPAC gave me the platform to bring it all together and uplift others. So today, I ask you to please continue to support and fund community-based child abuse prevention programs through CFSA. These programs work. They empower parents, strengthen families, and help prevent the need for foster care before it begins. I am living proof of that. Thank you for investing in me and for the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Fleming and Ms. Bailey, can you please make sure you submit your testimony to the committee?
Yes.
Yes, so we can have a formal copy of it. I just wanted to come back. Is Ms. Smith online? We are not seeing her. All right. We can jump into questions. We'll do 7-minute rounds, and I'm going to hold myself accountable to the clock. So Ms. Chase, I wanted to start with you. Do you mind sharing roughly what the subsidy is that you've received? Okay. And while you search for that, I think you make a really compelling case for grandparents who are taking care of their grandchild receiving these funds and how it goes a long way in supporting them. What is the impact if those funds might be reduced? Like, what if you didn't have the subsidy or the subsidy was reduced? And make sure you hit the mic.
Sorry. If I didn't have the subsidy, I would not be able to have my grandson participate in as many out of school activities that he does. And in fact, he probably wouldn't be able to participate in some in-school activities because even when they play on sports teams, there's still 4 schools. He plays for 2 different schools. He plays football for Dunbar. He plays lacrosse at at Jackson Reed. And there are costs associated with children even when they participate in school activities. And that would definitely be, I would have to reduce the amount of extracurricular activities that he does.
And you're crediting those activities in part for helping him be where he is today.
Exactly, because if they don't have anything to do, they create their own recreation. And I think that is one of the things that we have already seen down at Navy Yard and why we have had to have a 3-day holiday hype, because children are going to create avenues to release their energy,
And occupy
whether
this.
it's negative or positive.
Can you give me a ballpark of where the subsidy is? And where I'm going with that is what would be the ideal number or investment?
The subsidy is roughly around $500 a month. It's not exactly the same every day because we're paid on a per day basis. So
Understood.
if it's 31 days, it might be a little more. When it's
Understood.
28 days, it's a little less.
And do you find that that subsidy is sufficient?
I think that when Richard was an infant, it was sufficient. At 16, no.
Interesting. So perhaps the subsidy should scale with the age of the child.
That might be a great idea, that
Okay.
it could scale with the age of the child.
That is helpful. Ms. Bailey, I wanted to come to you in talking about SOUL. And as I understand it, this is something that CFSA is generally supportive of expanding the wraparound supports for young people, providing different alternatives to what a family unit might look like in order for them to be successful. I want to better understand. I too thought it might be included in the budget and it's not, and perhaps that's because of cost, and maybe that's why it's not included. But if we were to try to pull this off in future years, do you have any recommendations for how we should socialize this concept with youth in the system? In other words, like how do we educate youth that this is an option to them once it's implemented, if we are able to get it started?
So I think currently we're working on that with the OAG and CFSA as well. But
Can you talk into the mic?
I think currently we're working on that with OAG and CFSA as well. But I think it's just the same way that you extend any other permanency plan, the same way when they come into care and you're going over adoption and guardianship and APLA, you add soul in there, and basically explaining what it is and what we expect from you and what you want. And I think sometimes people idea of family is mom and dad and sisters and brothers, or my aunt is taking us in. With soul, it encapsulate people who have mentors who want to help them, who have those respite homes that have turned into forever homes because they coming home to college and still going to these houses. I think we have youth who are currently in care who may have it where they love their family, but their foster family, but they have someone else,
Yeah.
or in different situations like that, where they can build that community where everybody comes together and helps them. And so I think the biggest part in passing this on a youth that's currently in care is basically sharing with them that you're choosing your community, like
Yes.
based off of where you are. And so for me, I would say it's Miss Susan or Aaron Riley from Aaron or someone else from CFSA or OAG. They would be the people who I would think about. And I don't know that I can stay with all of them, right? But there could be somebody that I could stay with. And so this is where we come in and we're building this with your social worker, with your GAL. This isn't for the youth to kind of navigate on their own. But we're together working for this permanency plan so that you don't have to age out.
Understood. And you're calling it soul, but I would say one, I believe in the program, but so many of us had these informal dynamics,
Yeah.
and whether it's a mentor or that neighbor who just takes you under their wing, to be able to support, I think it's just really important.
Yeah.
Ms. Fleming, I wanted to come to you. And you talked about child abuse programs and making sure that they are funded through CFSA. Can you elaborate in how the outreach is conducted for these programs? Like, how does one find out about the child abuse programs?
So I know for the time I've been working with the child abuse program, the director of the program has like sent out emails. We've also went to community events and passed out flyers. We've set up tables and given out information to the community. So we're pretty much like the feet work and passing out flyers into the community and also reaching out via phone and email.
Understood. And
to pass out
how do
resources.
we measure the effectiveness of these programs?
I believe that I'm a living testimony to this program. I participated in the program and I now teach the program. And we also receive feedback on how effective the program is as well from the participants that participate in the program as well.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there for the sake of time. Thank you all for your testimony. We are going to move to our next panel. Jamari Kane White, Sonora Akoma, Princess Sims, Kanaya Parks. Jamari, you may get started.
Okay.
And Jamari, I don't have your testimony either, do I?
No, I registered. I submitted it. Right here.
Okay, when afterwards, if you can submit it formally, that would be helpful.
All right. Good afternoon, council member and other members of the committee. I'm testifying today to voice my support for establishing SOUL, a new permanency option for older youth in foster care. As a member of the Soul Family Implementation Team, I helped design the concept of and draft the legislation creating SOUL, along with other current and former foster youth, and in partnership with CFSA and OAG. Although I am disappointed that the proposed legislation is not included in the current FY26 Budget Support Act, I still believe this legislation is critical to support older youth in foster care. Soul Family is important to me because it provides a pathway that has been waiting to be explored. It lets young people take the wheel and be in control of their own life and their permanency, which is something I did not have. But this is not exclusive to me. This is a huge part of the lives of many of my peers and young adults who have experienced foster care. We need to break the cycle now so we aren't running in circles to try to reconnect young people to families we originally discounted them from. Youth in foster care need and deserve more opportunities when they leave. When passed, Soul Family can help create space for more love. It can keep children from falling through the cracks and gray areas of foster care. Young people could truly have the love, support, and resources they need to reach their potential. Soul Family will empower young people so they don't have to suffer some of the ways me and my peers have suffered. I want them to have choice. This looks like creating more opportunities for young people to build relationships with friends, neighbors, and community members. It can also look like maintaining supports with birth families. It allows young people to have more agency in their schedule and ability to prioritize important relationships. I also want young people to have more options beyond adoption and APLA. It shouldn't have to be adoption and lose all your benefits or age out with some supports. This isn't really having options. It's the illusion of having options. I want young people to have the freedom of resources and relationships. Now, I believe Soul Family Initiative is needed in DC. It contains a lot of the outcomes we want for youth. Instead of demonizing youth, we need to support them, meaning supporting them in their community and not taking them out. We want youth to have everything they need to be successful where they are. This could look like an ad, being a potential Soul Family member, or an extended family member or community support. It could also provide more support for youth to have a feeling of belonging. Sitting with people who I know I belong with instead of strangers is one thing that really helped me get to where I am today. When I feel like I belong, I feel like I can accomplish anything. The more support someone has, the more closure they can get to their dreams. I want all youth to have that. This is one of the most transformative pieces of child welfare policy you will likely see in a long time. This is an opportunity to listen to the voices of lived experts who helped shape and design this. This bill opens up an opportunity to provide effective collaboration between community members and lawmakers in a time where we need it more than ever. I ask this committee to please move the proposed SOUL legislation forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Sonora Okoma.
Good morning, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Sonora Okoma, and I'm testifying today in support for establishing SOUL, a permanency option for older foster youth in care. I came into foster care when I was 14 years old, and it was the most isolated experience of my life. I had family friends who wanted to take me in, but didn't want to go to the draining process of becoming a foster parent. I was shuffled between group homes and foster homes, and by the age of 16, I believed I was going to age out of care alone. But luckily, I was wrong. I met a fantastic woman through a program called DC Family Youth Initiative, and very quickly, we became each other's family. She wanted to take me in, so we started the process of obtaining her foster care license. We decided to choose each other. The process took over 9 long months, and while those 9 months were occurring, I was in a placement I didn't enjoy, and my mental health was deteriorating. Often, she had to take off work to participate in redundant procedures to retain her foster care license. And roadblocks like this make it really difficult for youth in care to have loving, dedicated relationships with people who are willing to take them in. SOUL would help limit the barrier within the foster care system that prevents youth from meeting people who genuinely care and want to be there for them in further development. My story is the reason why I helped design the concept and draft the legislation creating SOUL in partnership with CFSA and the OAG. Most people in my situation wouldn't have a second chance of childhood. I got to graduate high school, I get to go to college at an Ivy League university, and I don't have to worry about being homeless or going without food. I am one of the lucky ones. Although I'm disappointed that the proposed bill is not included in the fiscal year 26 Budget Support Act, I still believe this legislation is critical to supporting youth in foster care. I ask this committee to please move forward on SOL's proposed legislation as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Princess Sims.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Princess Sims. I'm a member of the DCFI Leadership Council, and I have lived experience in the DC foster care system. I'm testifying today in my support for establishing SOL, a new permanency option for older youth in foster care. Brick by brick, Lyft experts have helped write the SOL family legislation. We have stood as co-chairs and members of various committees. Working alongside CFSA and their partners, we have created the foundation for SOL family implementation, including creating training seminars, assessments, policies, and regulations to reshape how social workers, judges, lawyers, and attorneys view and support permanency for older youth in foster care. To better guarantee this, Lyft experts have also been designing a website that not only offers information about SOL for anyone who may want a better understanding of it, but also act as a resource tool for youth in or transitioning out of care. This includes information such as local free STD testing sites, potential job opportunities in the community, the Youth Bill of Rights, the Ombudsman's contact information, showcasing success and reflective stories of youth previously in care, advocacy opportunities, and even a warm line for youth, or even a warm line for young people who need extra support throughout their time in care. In addition to all the previous mentioned, SOL Family also fills in the gaps of accountability while still highlighting the importance of family connections. Through the expertise of Lyft experts, CFSA was able to grasp what actually works and what could use some more work. Still holding the agency accountable, youth are able to take charge of their own future and family structures with the added support of trusted adults, working in partnership with CFSA through SOL Family. Many young people already have supportive adults in their life that just haven't been officially recognized by CFSA. For example, an older youth may have a coach or a teacher that they can't necessarily see themselves living with, but may act as a great support for navigating medical support or transportation services. Another youth may have a cousin that who they visit often, but may not meet the qualifications of being an official placement, but still acts as a secondary housing resource for that young person. SOL Family establishes and builds upon relationships that may already exist in young people's lives, and ensuring that they are both legally recognized and supported with comprehensive services all young people need to be successful in adulthood. I am supportive of SOL Family because of its uniqueness. The biggest difference between this and the other options is the amount of versatility. It showcases that youth are in charge of their own destiny. There is very little oversight of other permanency options to ensure youth have a say-so, including the supported resources and support that they need. SOL is tailored to a youth's individual needs, and SOL can grow with a youth, and it has the flexibility of being able to adjust and shift responsibilities and accessibility based on what a youth needs at the time. I had a lot of people determining what direction my life was going in, and down to my education, my health, my housing, and etc. SOL acts as a bridge between youth and trusted adult partners, not as a barrier between them. In closing, although I'm disappointed that in the proposed legislation, it is not included in the current fiscal 26 Budget Support Act, I still believe that this legislation is critical to support older youth in foster care. And I ask this committee to please move the SOL legislation forward as soon as possible. The future of the youth of tomorrow begins with our efforts today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Kanaya Parks.
Oh, there we go. Hey, everyone. Peace and love. My name is Kanaya. I'm here testifying today to voice my support for establishing SOL, a new permanency option for older youth in foster care. SOL stands out as an transformative initiative in the child welfare system because it was led by Lyft experts, people like me who have had direct personal experience with the system. I helped design the concept of and draft the legislation creating SOUL along with other current and former foster youth in partnership with CFSA and OEG. Although I am disappointed that the proposed legislation is not included in the current fiscal year Budget Support Act, I still believe this legislation is critical to support older youth in foster care. This approach has been a game changer because it ensured that the solutions we created are informed by the real needs of youth and young adults, not just sorry, y'all. A little nervous. It's my first time speaking to it. Theoretical ideas. By prioritizing lived expertise, SOUL provides a unique opportunity to make changes that have an authentic, lasting impact on lives of young people. I believe SOUL has the potential to be magnificent in DC as a city with many young people in need of meaningful support as they transition out of care. In co-developing the proposed legislation, we were intentional about creating solutions that work for youth in DC, particularly by fostering interdependent family dynamics, connections, and relationships that youth can rely on as they build their own futures. Our vision is to ensure that every young person who engages the SOUL can establish a network of support that is personalized to their needs and sustainable over time. I'm deeply committed to this work because I believe in the potential of every young person when we give them the tools, guidance, and resources they need. I truly believe youth will thrive if we invest in them and give them a clear path to follow. My goal is to help them not just survive, but flourish. Being a part of SOUL isn't just about helping others. It is also a meaningful experience to grow into the advocate that I aspire to be. I believe SOUL in DC will have an incredible and lasting impact, one that changes the way we support older youth and youth who are transitioning out of foster care. It will ensure that these young people are not just surviving, but thriving, equipped with the skills and support that they need to become self-sufficient, self-reliant, and knowledgeable. At its core, SOUL is about people with lived experts leading the way. When we include people with lived experience, it's just a different energy within the system, as you know. Moving forward, the intention, grounding in love, that's all. Sorry, I
No,
was a little nervous.
no need to apologize. Thank you for your testimony. And you all testified about SOUL, and I would ask if all of you can submit your testimony so we can have it formally with the committee. Jamari, I will start with you. You mentioned this as a transformative policy and the ways in which it could benefit young people in providing another permanency option for these individuals that may not necessarily be thought of now, but to provide them legal protections to provide care and support to youth in the system. I asked this one way in the previous panel, like how might we engage young people and let them know? And I was persuaded by the answer. How might we cultivate these networks of individuals on behalf of youth? Or is the thought that this will happen organically and that the young person should create this SOUL unit for themselves?
So both pathways would be true. It will be expected to grow organically, but can also be cultivated in help with CFSA in certain spaces. And it won't be coaxed though. It won't be like forced like other permanency pathways or like, on a quota or anything. It'll just be organically and searching for trusted adults within the youth community.
Understood. Sonora, you talked about how I believe you were saying you were adopted, but it didn't work out. Not adopted, but you were taken in by someone and it didn't work out. How do we ensure that if we were to go through this process with Soul, we create safeguards so that that doesn't happen?
So I was in a foster home,
Foster.
and all the places I've been, and when they identify a foster home for you, like you have to go. You get to meet them for like 10 minutes beforehand and say hi, but like you're going. And with Soul, you get to choose. You know, I don't have to like with Soul, you identify the person that or people you want to be, you know, around, and they have to choose you too. And it's purely just based on what you want and what
But
they
how do
want.
let's say you choose someone, they choose you,
Mhm.
and then 5 months later that you both say, oh, this isn't working. How do we get in front of that so that we ensure that these Soul units actually stick and provide the support that is intended?
Yeah, so before anything is closed, there are, you know, lots of meetings and a lot of discussion that's planned to happen while the whole process is like going on, so that we can discuss these differences. And also, it's going to be a network of people, so it's not just one person. So, you know, agreements can always be adjusted or things can be talked about. But there's nothing we can do to prevent conflict. It's more of what we can do to, I guess, mitigate the extent like of damage that happens throughout conflict, and, you know, really structuring it so it's more of a family discussion and not, you know, something that is, you know, interfered by the government all the time. So would make it more organic and make people feel more comfortable discussing differences and issues that might come up during the agreements.
And I think it goes without saying, Kanaya, you would advocate for us trying to advance that in the fiscal year 26 budget if possible? Or should we wait to a future year?
No, I don't think. I think we should definitely push it through legislation now. But the fiscal, yes, for sure, 2026, definitely for sure. I feel like it should definitely be in the fiscal year. The budget for that year, it definitely, I feel like it's gonna be pushed. If it's pushed through the legislation now, and we have the funds or we have the resources
Mhm.
for that year, for that coming year, I do feel like CFSA and the live experts, hopefully we'll still be in the room. We will definitely, it will take off. It will definitely be, like I said, a very transformative thing that's happening in DC. I aged out of care. I didn't talk too much about it, but me aging out of care at 21, not having nobody, not having no guidance about apartments, anything in life as an adult was just mind blowing. It was frustrating. So I definitely am highly supportive of this, like, for sure.
More so for young people that are coming up through the system now.
Yes,
Yes.
teenagers for sure. Like, they need guidance.
Can I ask you about that? So when you say you didn't have any support, obviously can you elaborate on
So
that?
me aging out, I had support of major two people, which was my lawyer and one of my foster parents at the time. And that didn't even last that long, her support. But I was grateful for the support that she did give to me at that time. But like I said, they basically just helped me get an apartment, and after that, it was just like I haven't heard from them. The aftercare support systems was not helpful at all. I didn't hear from them after that. The only person that honestly reached out to me was my lawyer. That's the only person I still talk to this day is my lawyer. She's amazing. Love her to death. But other than that, like, I didn't have no support. My first apartment, even the rental people was playing with me. It was playing with my rent. Like, I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. I don't know nothing about budgeting. I don't know nothing about rent. Like, I was lost. Like, I'm 21 years old. I'm pushed out here in this world. And at the time, I was actually turning 22 because of COVID. It gave me a couple extra months. Thank God. But I just couldn't imagine if, me turning 21 at that time, at the end of that year, being pushed out, like, if I didn't have those extra couple months of COVID, like, where would I be now?
Yeah.
So and it's me. I pulled myself up. I didn't taught myself, how to budget, how to save, and I'm just trying to make it different for the youth that's coming, behind me. That's why we even try to push CFSA to put lived experts into this soul, like into this, like, we're working with the youth. Like, we even push for that. Like, we really want this to be different. We want this to be more community driven. We don't want it to be driven by the system.
I hear you loud and clear. Thank you. And I
Thank
think
you.
you did a great job today, by the way.
Thank you.
Princess, I wanted to come to you. You mentioned a website. What is that website?
So currently, Lyft experts are designing a website.
Oh, you're designing it.
Yes,
Got
we're
it, got it,
currently
got it.
designing it in the process. We have not established like a name or an official website as of yet, but we are definitely in the process of creating that.
Well, thank you. Please keep us posted when you have progress. And again, I'm a believer. I've met some of you before in my office. I know I've talked with CFSA, and it seems like there's a lot of buy-in. We want to understand like what are the barriers. My guess would be probably money. But we want to see how we can get this done and how fast we can get it done, because I do think it would be a net positive for young people in the system. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank
today.
you.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
It's not I don't normally get a clap, so thank you. On our next panel, we will have Dante Massey. Robert Vincent Branham, Yasmin Holmes, Rita Gray, and Grace Birth. And we will start with Dante Massey.
Hey, good morning, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Dante Massey. I live in Ward 7. You might remember me from when I testified in favor of allowing the close relative caregiver subsidy, not just for grandparents. I wanted to start by saying thank you so much for the changes. During the past 6 years, I faced a lot of hurdles caring for my 4 younger siblings, but the caregiver subsidy was really helpful. It all started in July 2018 when I got a text from my mom saying, "Don't let them take my kids." There has been a CPS called because the kids missed some schools. My mom was overwhelmed and she was getting evicted and couldn't keep the kids. And it turned out that she had bipolar and major depression. So just like that, I went from 0 kids to 4 kids. I didn't have room in my apartment, so we had to move. The Virginia Williams Center sent us to 2 different emergency shelters, each with only 2 beds. I had to sleep on the floor. We were finally placed in a 3-bedroom apartment where I found in Southeast DC. It was a very rough area, but it was the only place I could afford with a housing voucher. Being new to the responsibility of siblings, I tried to keep them away from harm. But there were gangs right outside the building shooting every other day. 2 of my family members got shot when they came to visit. It was summer when I took the kids in, so there wasn't any school. I didn't have anyone to take care of them, so I ended up losing my job. It was overwhelming to pay for everything they needed. When I started receiving the caregiver subsidy, it was only 3 because the oldest had turned 18. I still had to feed 4. Last year was probably the most terrifying year of my life. My home was broken into several times while I slept. I called for help from the police and all other government officials and got nothing. They looked at me as if I was a middle case. So we were forced out of our home because it wasn't safe to stay there any longer and no one was doing anything about it. Which brings me to the topic of foster parents and kin care parents getting equal resources. The caregiver subsidy is only half the amount the foster parents receive. A foster family receives so much more extra support, such as housing help, exit strategy for teens who age out, a social worker, mental health support, respite care, money for camps, college counseling, driver's eds, phones, so many things that could have helped us. but aren't available to kin care families. Also, foster parents get the subsidy until the child turns 21. While in my case, I got cut off from caregiver subsidy once my brother turned 18. I feel that if I had the extra boost that foster parents get, I possibly could have moved to a less hard area. Who knows? Then my siblings wouldn't have been subjected to squatters and gangs. I wanted them to know that they, they don't have to end up like these people. And I tried everything I could do for them in my care, but I lost the quality of life I had and ended up exposing them to things that they didn't have. I recommend equality for all, but especially between foster parents and relative caregiver subsidy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Robert Benson Brennan.
Good morning. And I'll put you, and you did well in your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I spoke earlier this morning at the Committee on Human Services. So there is not much more that I will say other than I will restate that much of these programs I support, and I think they should be continued in the budget. But unfortunately, we are constrained not so much by what you and your colleagues, the decisions, the hard decisions that you all have to make, but by the draconian, insensitive decisions that come from two other addresses, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and Capitol Hill. Our budget has been castrated because of President Donald Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson. And we should not lose focus that our problems did not come from this room or this building. It emanates from the heartless decisions that were made by Donald Trump and Mike Johnson on the District of Columbia, backstabbing the district even on the 2025 budget agreed upon, which forced $1 billion reduction in funding of programs already approved. So I think it's important for us not to lose focus on where our displeasure should be targeted. Yes, our programs need to be supported and priorities need to be made and adjusted. And this council will do its best to see to it that the least of us will continue to be served by all of us in these programs. But I, for one, and I'm going to say this straight out, you know me well. I, for one, am not afraid to call a dog, a cat, and a snake, a snake. Donald Trump did this. Mike Johnson did this. The Republican MAGAs did this. And we should not aim our fire solely at the council and the mayor. Yes, there's some decisions that will have to be made, but the people, those two addresses don't care about the people of the District of Columbia. They made it plain. And we should not be afraid of them. We should not cower to them. And we should uplift and protect our poor, our children, our seniors, our homeless, our transgender, LGBT community, our veterans, the low-wage worker, and our tip workers. And we need to support the people of the District of Columbia. I thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and just say I agree that congressional interference is impacting our budget, but that doesn't let us off the hook.
It doesn't.
And we have to still take care of people.
Right.
I will also say what I've seen in the mayor's proposed 26 budget is a choice.
Yes.
And reducing funding for CFSA is a choice. And reducing services and supports for young people in our schools is a choice. Cutting back TANF benefits is a choice. Kicking people off of Medicaid is a choice. Not pointing fingers, but my goal here today is to see where is there consensus for supports and investments with CFSA, because I agree with you. We should take care of the low income and our vulnerable and our seniors and our workers and everything else. And so we have a choice to make. And for me, I reject the false choice that it's either the status quo or draconian cuts. There's ways that we can raise revenue. There's ways that we can ask those that have more to give back more. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. But
I join you.
yes, I know you do. I know, because I know people in Ward 5 and across the district care about people. And they want us to invest in people in our budget. Yes, we could talk about a stadium. Yes, we could talk about economic growth strategies. Those things have their place, but people, that's the role of government. I truly believe that. I'm gonna keep it moving, but thank you again for your testimony. Yasmin Holmes.
Good morning, council members.
Get your microphone.
Good morning, Councilmember Parker and community members. My name is Yasmin A., and I'm a single mother with 5 boys aged 5 and under. I was born in DC. I live in Ward 8, and I grew up in the foster care system. I am a Mother Outreach Network Mom Empire Group and Advocacy Fellow. And I am also in the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Program. This pilot is a private program that provides me with extra income with no strings attached that my family needs for 3 years. Unfortunately, the program will come to an end for me in another year and a half. I'm speaking with you today because I wanted to speak on behalf of many moms like myself who are involved with CFSA or have been involved with CFSA. When our children are taken from us, we lose the benefits that help us survive, like food assistance. We also lose our homes, making it even harder to rebuild our lives. The courts require us to get a job, become financially stable, and prove we are fit to have our children back. After following the court orders and getting our children back, many of us must quit our jobs because they do not fit with our kids' school schedules. I used to work at night and at all kinds of hours, but with children, I cannot work that way. So now I have to quit my job or struggle to find a babysitter. This put us back in the same unstable situation, making it feel like an endless cycle. My questions are, what are Black mothers supposed to do when we don't have enough childcare, especially those of us who grew up in a broken home and are trying to do better for our children? Being involved with CFSA makes the situation worse. What happens when a mom is going through postpartum depression and is dealing with CFSA? That's a lot. How does a mom get help when she is struggling with severe anxiety, even when CFSA is not in the picture and has no support system? Why does the system take away our benefits while our children are in foster care? Why isn't the city spending all of the FLEC funds for childcare? We need real solutions that help mothers reunite with their children without setting them up for failure. CFSA needs to keep providing funds to parents while the children are in foster care. If they don't, once the children are returned, then you don't have enough to pay for their food and you have to wait for your benefits to start up again. We need programs that help us with the cost of raising our children. Thank you for your time, and I will be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Next, we'll have Rita Gray.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Parker and members of the committee on youth affairs. My name is Rita Gray. I apologize for this call. My name is Rita Gray, and I'm a parent who lives in Ward 1, also a Washingtonian. I'm here today to testify about the benefits my family and I received from the high quality home visiting program offered by Community Family Life Services, also known as CFLS. Since 2001, I have benefited from CFLS funded home visiting services provided through the Parent Support and Home Visitation Program at CFLS. My current contact at the organization is Ms. Tamara Brooks, and she has been outstanding in her support for me and my family, and I say my family as in my daughter. I was connected with Ms. Brooks via a case manager at CFLS. She helped me with gift cards when needed, transportation, and even a laptop. This laptop made it possible for me to obtain my bachelor's degree at Catholic University. Additionally, Ms. Brooks helped me helped me to be able to afford my degree, as well as help me access needed therapy when I returned home. Community Family Life Services also provided me with a laptop for my daughter, which supported her in her graduation, which supported her in graduating with honors from South Carolina University. I'm now proud to say that we both are graduates thanks to Ms. Brooks and CFLS. I'm humbly grateful to you all. My journey is far from over, and I am currently enrolled at Catholic University pursuing my master's degree in business administration. I want for other parents what this home visiting program was able to provide me. This is why I urge the committee to continue and to look over and ensure that CFLS, the home visiting, maintains a $770,000 grant allocation for community-based home visiting services. CFLS is a very family-oriented organization. They were very helpful and available to support me through their home visiting program. They still have cared for me, supported me even when I technically aged out of the program, which I deeply appreciate. Home visiting programs use evidence-based models to build trust with families and provide tangible support like diapers and formula, as well as education and tangible support to help parents like me meet their goals in parenting confidence, mental health, and economic security. I value how home visitors can help families like mine get a higher paying job, reach an educational milestone, reconnect with and gain visitation and or custody of their children, or apply for social services like SNAP, ERAP, and Medicaid. Federal funding threats to programs that serve vulnerable populations make local funding for prevention-oriented home visiting services even more critical. I hope this committee will work with the agencies, CFLS, to champion stable funding for home visiting as for fiscal year 26 budgets are prepared. I thank the committee for their time, and I am happy to answer any questions. I would like to thank you all for your time and considerations to this attention.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will have some questions for you. Grace Berth.
Hello, Chair Parker and members of the Youth Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Grace Berth. I'm a newly licensed graduate social worker and a proud resident of Ward 5. I'm here to urge the committee, like my fellow panelists, to maintain the $770,000 grant allocation for community-based home visiting services provided through CFSA. These services are vital in supporting safe and healthy families across the district. I currently work in school-based mental health, and my past experiences include community support at a core service agency and interning at Community Family Life Services. Through these roles, I've witnessed the impact that consistent, compassionate, in-home support can have on families. This evidence-based model is proven to strengthen parent-child relationships, reduce the risk of child abuse and neglect, and help families create safe, stable home environments. Unfortunately, funding for home visiting in DC remains vulnerable, with the $118,000 cut to DC's health home visiting programs, coupled with the removal of recurring grant funds from CFSA's budget. It threatens the stability of services that families with the greatest needs rely on. And these unpredictable cuts make it difficult for us to retain skilled staff as organizations. It can weaken program quality and ultimately harm the very families we're working to serve and protect. Home visiting is not only cost-effective, but in my experience, it's deeply relational and transformative. These services equip caregivers with the tools, knowledge, and emotional support they need to raise thriving children. And during my time at Community Family Life Services, I observed caregivers actively and enthusiastically participate in the home visitation process. As case managers and social workers, we're no strangers to client ambivalence, but I saw how a respectful, passionate home visitor could overcome that barrier by building authentic and trusting relationships. Meeting families in their own home is a powerful approach. It's accessible to our clients, but it also reduces inherent power imbalances that often present themselves in traditional service settings. It fosters mutual respect and collaboration. In this space, caregivers feel empowered to identify their own needs, shape their goals, showcase their strengths, and ask for support when they need it, and ultimately be themselves. Home visitors become a trusted part of a family's village and help parents navigate developmental milestones, connect with health and social services, and work towards economic stability. It transcends office visits, which can at times feel distant. Home visitation infuses a support person directly into a family's day-to-day life, and it allows us to meet people where they're at. For all these reasons, I ask you to preserve and continuously maintain CFSA's grant allocation for home visiting services, as they're a lifeline for many families and a wise investment in our city's future. Thank you for the time and commitment to our communities.
Thank you. And I am aware that Shirley Smith is online now. We will take you on the next panel after this round of questions. I'll go in reverse order. Rita Gray and Grace Birth, you both talked about home visiting services. Rita Gray, can you walk me through how you first learned about the home visiting program through CFSLS and how it worked for you in particular?
I first learned about them years back, early on, and then I was incarcerated and I came home and I relearned about the services that was being provided, parenting being one of the services in 2021. And at that point, that's when I got connected with Tamara Brooks. I took a parenting class with her and she continued to follow up with me, making sure that I was able to reintegrate one back into society and reunification with my daughter. At the time, my daughter was 14 when I left, and she was 19 when I returned. So that was kind of a challenge. And so I seek therapy. And so I spoke with Ms. Brooks also about, getting into a therapy program, making sure that I was okay, making sure that my child was okay, making sure that we can continue on to build on our relationships. Being helpful in that space and coming home and not having the resources and or the funding to be able to provide such services was absolutely amazing coming from them.
Understood. And then Grace Birth, you talked about protecting the $770,000 investment. How far does that investment go? How many families are supported through this program?
Through this program, I wish that for the investment as a whole, I knew the number, but I know that for our parenting education program, through my time at Community Family Life Services, in the cohorts, like Rita was discussing, we're following families of upwards of 30 to 40 individuals at a time for many months, and then that service extends after the original program for at least for over a year for beyond that. So seeing as there'd be many cohorts at a time, just as that organization, I would say there could be over 100 people that we touch in a year in just that one program.
And how is success defined?
Well, case management is very different for each person. So success really it's collaborative. So what does the client want to do coming in? What do they accomplish? New goals arise all the time, and sometimes clients come out of their own fruition, and other times they come because they are asked to by the courts. So sometimes success is getting your child living with you. Other times it's securing housing. Other times it's education. It's such a broad term, but we touch it all.
Understood. Just following up there, how do you all define success? I get that it looks different per family, but something that we will obviously have to grapple with is selecting finite resources and where they go. And something I feel the pressure to do is how do we put money behind programs that actually work? And I believe in home visiting, but again, how is success defined for you all?
Okay, certainly. I do want to be clear. I don't work there currently, so I don't want to say I'm like the voice of the organization, but having parenting self-efficacy was the main success, and there's qualitative and quantitative tools that we would use in my time there to measure that success.
Okay. Dante Massey, I think you make a very compelling case for ensuring there is parity between the caregiver subsidy and the support that foster parents receive. Just curious, where are your siblings now?
I had them for 6 years. So the oldest is on his own. He has a son. The other two, Micaiah and Micah, they're 21 and 20, so they're kind of like, they chose to live with my sister. So, and Joel is still here, so he's my youngest one, and I'll have one child
Understood.
now.
And similar to what I asked earlier, roughly what is the caregiver subsidy that you receive
It's $696
per
child, yes.
per child? And is that monthly?
Yes, and it ranges from different as daily. It goes as daily.
So that's $696 per child you receive for three children, because you said one of your siblings had aged out.
Yes, he aged out.
Even though you point out that with the foster program, they are supported through 21.
So 21. Yes,
Understood.
but he still lived with me even though he aged out. So I just made it work.
Understood. Understood.
And
That is
I'm grateful for it. So I just wanted to throw that in there too, because I had
Absolutely.
nothing at first. So.
I mean, this is something we will certainly look at. We can't work miracles, but it is, I get the pressure that one faces trying to take care of a number of young people. Mr. Branham, again, thank you for your testimony and your support. So if I had to ask,
You don't have to.
if I asked in terms of CFSA, how do we put our young people that may grow up in foster care on a path towards success? You heard compelling testimony earlier. They are advocating for these self-created family units as an option. In your experience working with young people, what are some ideas you might give the committee to help support our young people that might be in the system?
There's an old adage I think we all have heard.
Make sure your mic is on.
There's an old adage we've all heard, I'm sure, is that it takes a village to raise a child. I have one child by birth. I have many children who come to me. And I've taught in DC public schools. Over the years, my wife and I have we've fed children and their families. We've clothed them. We've provided gifts for them, birthdays and Christmas holidays. And many of them call us godparents,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And I say that it takes a village piece because this is an experience that happened to me about a couple years ago. I was bringing in my trash cans in the back. And one of the sanitation workers stopped and said, he knew my name. He said, "Do you remember me?" And I said, "Son, I'm sorry, I don't." He said, "You taught me at Evans." And on his way back on the truck, he said, "You were one of the good ones." And I think I have been in several situations when young people have walked up to me and said, "You were one of the good ones." And I try to live a life so that when they see me, they see someone who's actually responsible and who's compassionate and who cares. And one of the things that I try to do is I show up. You know,
And your testimony is reinforcing what we heard from our young people.
Yes.
That here's a young man that you're not related to, but you've certainly had an impact to the point he's remembered you all these years later.
Yes.
Yes. So it kind of, for me, reinforces that we should be looking into this SOUL Act and how do we create these informal units of support for our young people. In my remaining time, I did want to come to you, Ms. Holmes. Can you elaborate when you say when young people are taken by CFSA, we lose our benefits as parents? So what are some of those benefits that you and or other parents may have lost in the past?
So, when your child is in foster care, you don't get TANF, you don't get food assistance. They take that away because I guess, since they in foster care, they isn't in your care anymore. So when you get
Do
your
you
kid,
lose it altogether? TANF, yes, but for SNAP,
Mhm.
do you lose it for the child or you don't even qualify for
Yeah,
yourself?
I believe it's the child.
So you lose the portion that would have gone to the child, but
Mhm.
you could still receive support.
I guess it depends on the situation, but I want to say yeah.
Okay. Um, I know there is just a range. So one of the things I know those and the Moms Network advocates for is stopping CFSA from taking moms as children. Then you have some that we'll hear from today that says CFSA is not doing enough. We need to intervene with more children and families. Um, what are some of the things that, in your experience, might be conflated as neglect, but in your experience comes from you just struggling to get by?
Um, I want to point out the school situation. Being that I have multiple kids and I'm a single mom, some days like I might not wake up in my best mind and I'm like, okay, y'all not going to school today, but my son might have missed a lot of days and now it's called neglect. But in
Preacher
reality,
to the wrong choir here.
but in reality, everybody say, "Oh, you chose to have your kids." Yes, but I didn't choose to struggle.
Understood.
So, um,
Understood. And
yeah.
what I'm hearing you say is if you are having an off day or you are having to work and your children don't make to school, they are still being marked as absent and that could be listed as ed neglect. Now, I'm getting on CFSA because I don't think they pursue ed neglect enough.
Yeah, because I feel like CFSA really drilled the good ones and not the ones that need to be drilled.
What do you mean
Um,
by that?
I
Good
feel
parents?
yeah, good parents. Like I feel like in my experience with CFSA, I didn't know who to turn to,
Mm.
and I tell the truth, not knowing that some of them are mandated reporters, and so like it's been times where things happen and I'm calling like maybe crime victims and now CFSA is involved and I'm like all I did was tell the truth, so like it's just really hard.
That moms in particular, single moms,
Yeah.
may need more support.
Yeah, and that's where Mother Outreach come in. They gave me the resources, they gave me a lawyer to help me navigate through that process because like growing up in foster care, that's my trauma,
Mm.
And I don't want to put that trauma on my kids. And I work hard each and every day that I don't have an encounter with CFSA because I do have anxiety and, I don't know how to talk to like the judge and they might think I'm lying, but I'm really telling the truth, but I can't, I don't know how to talk to them because I'm nervous and I'm stuttering and, now they like, oh, she's lying. She's not telling the truth. But in God, honestly, I'm
Last
telling the
question
truth.
here. Do you have recommendations for how we might be able to institutionalize some of the ways that Moms Outreach Network is supporting you within CFSA or around CFSA?
I just think it's resources. When people sign up for TANF and food stamps, they need to have like a list of, agencies that we can go to when it's, dealing with stuff like that. Um, when I was going through foster care and I aged out, I just was left to the wolves. I didn't have all these programs that they have now. I had to figure life out, especially when I started having kids. And then one of my main goals was if I do come in contact with CFSA, I need to make sure my I's are dotted and my T's is crossed because you just never know. And that's not a good way to think.
Have your children been taken from you?
They was threatened a lot of times. Like I was on the verge. I even lost custody and I had to get them back. So,
Okay.
CFSA is like a trauma. It's like
I
I
understand.
get nervous. I don't know
understand.
what to do. So yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I believe kids belong in school. So
Mhm.
I'm glad somebody is following up about a kid not being in school.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do get that CFSA knocking at your door calling represents something very different than the school calling saying we want to support and get the kid to school.
Yes.
So, but thank you for being vulnerable and sharing honestly here today.
Thank you.
It means a lot. Thank you all for your testimony. We're going to go to our next panel. See, I told my team I was going to honor the clock. I didn't do it that panel, but I wanted to make sure I got Ms. Holmes in there. We will have Shirley Smith start on this panel. Then we'll have Ebony Crawford, who's online, Danielle Howard, who's online, Morgan Hicks, who's online, and then Kenji Collins, who is online. While they are preparing online, I'm going to call the next panel who should all be in the room. Ralph Beck, Fernanda Ruiz, Thomas Selishev, Shandell Richards. If you all could take your place at the table.
Yes, good morning.
And 1 second, Ms. Smith.
Okay.
Yes. All right, Ms. Smith, you can take it away.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for having me, Mr. Parker. My name is Shirley R. Smith, and I was born and raised here in Washington, D.C., and I've been with the Grandparents Caregiver Program for several years now. I never thought that I would be raising my grandkids at the age of 66 and a half, along with stage 3 kidney disease. I have a 16-year-old grandson who is looking forward to college and driving. I have a 10-year-old grandson, and I have a 12-year-old granddaughter who is diagnosed with ADHD. I don't have the energy like I used to have when I was younger, but I do have the wisdom and the experience that makes a difference in our lives. This journey has been nothing but smooth, but it's been challenging. Path marked by setbacks and obstacles. Each challenge, each obstacle serves as a test of our strength and resilience and our unwavering determination. The Grandparents Caregiver Program has been incredible, beneficiary for me and my grandkids. Critical lifeline allowing me to be able to afford the daily living expenses like housing, utilities, food, a car insurance, clothes. A 16-year-old is in a men's size shoe, so you know how expensive that can be. Along with school uniforms and school supplies. You know, they sent a list yay long home for school supplies. Everything from whites to tissue, markers, pencils. The only thing they supply now in school is books. So the responsibility is held on the parents who have their kids in school, along with a computer and a printer at home to achieve the necessary activities. I am so blessed to have a part of the Grandparents Caregiver Program because it allowed me to have a computer and a printer in my home, because at first we used to have to ride the bus to the library to use the computer and the printer. Now, since I have one in my home, my kids, my grandkids, they are receiving certificates, honor roll, students of the month, and my oldest grandson just took a math test in a contest at Ron Brown, waiting for that result. So with having just that computer and printer in your home, it shows the different activities and awards that they have received. Like we always say, it takes a village to raise a child. The grandparents is that village that help us raise these grandchildren. Mr. Jackson and his team, they dedicate more than their time and support for all of us grandparents. They have set a platform for us grandparents to come together each month to socialize and bring our ideas to the table. And along with that, they even sometimes have special guests bringing us ideas and speaking with valuable information for us that we can benefit from. Now, it takes a lot. They are so positive, they have the greatest attitude, and they motivate us in so many different ways, especially with me. They reach us out. They give you that extra phone call. They check in. If you need anything, they're on point. You call them, and the phone ringing. I'm calling Mr. Jackson. He typing me. He say, Miss Smith, I'm going to call you right back. I say, good God Almighty. He can do this walking like chewing bubblegum and talking at the same time. I'm still learning electronics at the age of 66 and a half. Without the grandparents program, it would affect me and my grandkids tremendously in so many different ways. Our basic needs will be changing, including the housing. I'm currently in a 3-bedroom because I have 3 grandkids. I have 2 grandsons and a granddaughter and myself. And if we lose the support from the program, that would affect us tremendously because I would have to downsize, to be honest, to maybe a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom because the simple fact is 2 females in the home and 2 boys in the home.
Understood. And Ms. Smith, you are 2 minutes over time.
Oh, wow.
But
I'm just getting started.
I really appreciated your testimony. You had me going.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Yes, if you could stick on, I will have some questions. But I thought your testimony was so important that we would give you some extra time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ebony Coward. Ebony Coward.
Hello.
There you go.
Good.
You may begin.
Hello and greetings to all. My name is Ebony Coward. I am a sister, a aunt, a niece, and a single mother of 3, ages 14, 9, and 6. Born and raised in the DMV, this is my home. Although currently divorced in 2019, I experienced one of the most life-changing events I think I've ever faced, trying to celebrate my divorce from an abusive husband of 5 years. I took a trip to the Bahamas to celebrate my divorce, and I got stuck in Hurricane Dorian for 2 months and 2 days, one of the Bahamas' biggest hurricanes during that time. I was forced to sit in my own urine. I had knives to my back, and even swam in high waters with dead bodies to survive. Thanks to the good-hearted nurses, doctors here in Washington, D.C., who volunteered their doctoral and nurse services with FEMA, I was sent here to D.C. to have a chance at life once it was known I was an American citizen. As I traveled back to the DMV, it wasn't easy to get reestablished. Having a child with disabilities make it hard to stay employed. Having no support challenges was already hard. Thanks to the good people here at the Georgia Avenue East Collaborative, they used their funding to help supply the needs of my family's rental emergency, clothing, and Christmas needs. They've connected me to resources within their personal obtained community network to help me regain entry as a Washingtonian. Please don't take away funding from this program and others just like it, as it is detrimental to my stability.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hey, if you can hang on, I'll have some questions for you. Next will be Danielle Howard. Danielle Howard.
How are you?
You may begin.
My name is Danielle Howard, and I am here on the behalf of Georgia Avenue Collaborative, and
Ms. Howard,
I am
your
to say that program
I'm sorry,
doesn't get the kind of
your internet connection seems to be breaking up. Can you try turning off your camera and maybe that will improve the sound quality?
Okay, I'm trying. Right.
Okay, and you want to try again? Oh.
Okay. Like this on my still.
It's still pretty choppy. You may need to cut off your camera and keep it off while you give your testimony. Or it just may be your signal.
Okay. Let me try that. Okay.
You want to try it again?
Is that better?
It is better.
Okay. So my name is Danielle Howard, and I'm here on the support of Georgia Avenue Collaborative Support. And I feel like this program is really a big help to me and my family. At one point in time, I had my electric bill cut off, and it was off for a whole month. And when I went to this program through CFSA, they did not hesitate to help me. I was ecstatic. I was crying. Like, I was worked all the way up, like, to the point where not only didn't stop there, they just kept going. They also hooked my children up with mentoring. They also, like, through mentoring my children, was able to go places that I can't actually afford because I am a single mother, you know, who does stuff with, you know, by myself at points in life. So I just, you know, ask that this program just stay available for people, because it's like they help. They really do help. Like, they give support group programs. When I say support groups, that actually help me mentally, you know, I meet people that actually go through stuff that I actually go through, because, you know, it takes a lot for somebody to have someone to talk to when they mentally are going through things, because everybody doesn't have someone to talk to. So this group provides help. When I moved into my place, I wasn't able to provide $3,000 to pay my security deposit for me and my children to live somewhere better, you know, not roach infested, rat infested. They was able to help me. And I just hope that they be able to stay in motion for the community. I've been in DC all my life, and like, the programs that we have, I think that they need to stay, because we all need them in some type of way. And everybody doesn't have a supporting system.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Howard.
That's,
And we heard you loud and clear. All right, we're gonna
Thank you so much.
No worries. We're gonna move on to Morgan Hicks. I'm told Morgan is not on. Kenji Collins.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of Southeast Family Collaborative. I'm a single father of 5, with my oldest child being 27 and my youngest child being 8 years old. I reside here in Washington, D.C. in Ward 8. I learned about the Far Southeast Family Collaborative through my youngest child's mom, who participated in workshops and activities on the property of Berry Farms Dwellings community. My interest to learn about the Far Southeast Collaborative, different programs, became introduced to me through a group called I Am Prone, which stands for I am a product of my environment, who partnered with the agency as well. They told me about the QFT, which is Quenching the Father's Thirst, and the Nurturing Parents program. My interest was sparked, so I agreed to check them out. With my journey through Quenching the Father's Thirst and Nurturing Parents program, I can say they've helped me become a more patient and more understanding parent to my children. I really enjoy the program, and I believe that I've acquired skills that have helped me to be more observant and helped me to pay attention to my children a lot more, and especially when we're all together as a family. QFT and MPP, they help me to reflect more on the things that I do and how I can improve myself as a father, especially being a father of five. There's 5 different personalities you have to deal with and learn how to change and and react to the things that go on and not make it an upsetting or difficult thing, what I'm saying, we're dealing with. I remember dealing with challenges like depression where I didn't want to even leave out the house to interact with people because of it. You know what I'm saying? I believe in bonding with the facilitators and the participants of these parenting classes empowered me, supported me, and they gave me the strength and a sense of community to help me to move on, you know what I'm saying? They encouraged me and the willingness to stay connected helped me through my dark times. I regained my courage and confidence to come out more and be part of my community as well. The depression and things came from the fact that I am temporarily disabled and I'm confined to a wheelchair at the moment. So, like I said, the program helped me to deal with a lot of that, and also even being able to deal with my children, being that I'm going through these things. The facilitators and staff, they're great people. I love them. They're relatable, and what I'm saying, it's good to know that there's other people going through the things that I'm going through as well, and that who understand. What I'm saying, like throughout the sessions, what I'm saying, I was encouraged to, like I said, just reflect and grow a lot. What I'm saying, and learned about my life and helping my children to become better people and being a better parent in their life. Like I said, the group is a very beneficial group, and they've helped me to learn about myself in ways that I don't think I would have learned about myself, and not only myself, but my parents as well, and understanding that it's a growing situation for all of us, that we grow together, especially parents who are younger when they have their children. We don't, as children, we don't look at the fact that our parents are growing as well as we are. They're still growing up and still learning, and learning how to be parents. So the group has been a very big help in my life, and I just want to thank them for being here, and thank you all for taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have, well, actually, I'm going to stop there because the next panel is here in the room. I will ask a few questions. So we have support and testimony from Ebony Coward and Daniel Howard for the Georgia Avenue Collaborative. Mr. Collins, you just testified about a program through the Southeast Family Collaborative. I'll start with Ms. Coward and Howard. Ms. Howard, I visited the Georgia Avenue Collaborative now about a month ago, where we popped up and was able to learn about some of the offerings there. And frankly, I was impressed to hear about some of the outreach efforts. Can you just expound, Ms. Coward, on the difference that the collaborative's support made for you and your family?
Absolutely. So for me personally, when I first reached out to the Georgia Avenue Collaborative, it was Mr. Dominion who was my caseworker. And originally I thought, because of the nonprofit work I do, I thought I had known him previously, but I found that I didn't. So in him taking on my case, he realized that my needs were serious. I had no support. and the things I told him was true. They have a very vigorous verification process where they verify the things you tell them. And once they found out that, yes, I was in a domestic violence shelter, yes, I was coming from an actual shelter aside from the domestic violence shelter, which is why it's hard for me financially to get my bearings. I have no support here in the city. It's just me and my children. And they understood that. They have their rules, and their mission is to help you, not hurt you. So I know a lot of people have different experiences with other programs because they function differently. This one was available to me. It was literally down the street from where I just moved to last year around this time. And they also provided me with certain needs in my home, like as a single mother of three, fresh off of an island, and you're just coming back to the city, you're trying to get yourself together. I don't have the money for a dining room table. I just left a shelter. So they were able to provide those needs, food, and more resources. There's a lot of resources for food pantries in the area. But because I wasn't born in DC, I was born and raised in the DMV. I don't know the area like the back of my hand. Their resource list and the people's that's actually connected to them, they were able to give me more resources beyond what I was asking for. So not only did I get help with a dining room table, food for my home, they came and make sure that my children had a safe environment and did an inspection, which I passed, right? They stayed connected, okay? And here we are today, where we advocate for programs like them, where they don't just look at the client as a number, but they treat us like people, okay? Can you imagine fleeing from domestic violence and you're not able to grab your toiletries, you're not able to grab your toothbrush, you already didn't have money, and you have 3 school-age children, what do you do? What do you call? Right? Programs like this make it to where you don't have to stress. You don't have to do odd things and go against your character to get a piece of change. But you can still keep your self-respect and dignity as a person in this community and still get help from the community. So if you guys were to take a program like this and any others just like it, you would be creating a major deficit, whereas it goes against a lot of the mission statements that a lot of these programs offer, which is to help the people. Making cuts does not help the people. Making cuts hurt the people. And it removes the mission statement of a lot of these nonprofit organizations.
No, I really appreciate that. Ms. Howard and Mr. Collins, you both spoke about mental health support you received through the respective collaboratives. Ms. Howard, can you elaborate what that looked like through the Georgia Avenue Collaborative?
For me, it was a big happiness for me because I'm just going to say happiness. I choose happiness because sometimes people can't find that. So like I said, when I got to Georgia Avenue Collaborative, I was very encouraged. I know what I'm doing. So when they the mentor for my children, I was able to make dinner, prep, bedtime stuff, and then they gave me the Parent Cafe. Now, I love the Parent Cafe. The Parent Cafe is my big highlight every month of my life. And I'm not going to lie, ever since I've been under this collaborative, the Parent Cafe is something that I look forward to. Like I said, I meet other people that go through some of the stuff that I go through, half of the way the stuff that I've been through, or already been through the stuff that I've been through. So my mental stability within that is like, I find peace in it. Like I find peace every month. I know that I can go to this Parent Cafe on the first Friday or the second Friday, or maybe the third, and get this peace that I need as a parent. Because as a mother, every day it's a struggle to take care of my children. Like even with a job, without a job, it's still hard to take care of my children. And the collaborative has supported that. They do not stop. When I say they do not stop, the ongoing support that they give you, they call you, they make sure you're okay, they make sure you're happy, they make sure you're smiling.
Understood.
Like I really...
No, thank you for that. And I definitely sensed that level of support when I was there. Mr. Collins, I'll ask the same question. If you can answer in about 30 seconds and just describe the mental health support you received through the Southeast Family Collaborative.
Basically, I was just shown that they really care and that, like I said, that they're human beings just like everyone else, you know what I'm saying? Even though they're facilitators of the program, they still go through and deal with life situations just like I do, and that they show that they really care. They're always there for each other, and especially through our Question of Fathers Thirst program. It's a very group of intelligent men who really don't mind standing up and sharing and showing each other that they care and showing that they have feelings and showing that, you know what I'm saying, and not being too much of a man to let your emotions show through when they're needed. You know, the collaborative has been, like I said, such a great help. Everyone in the collaborative, from Miss Vera to, I mean, it's just so many people I can name in the collaborative. Miss Shantae, man, Brian Bacard, just so many people who have been there when, you know what I'm saying, I just needed maybe a word or just something just to hear, just to make it through my day, or, you know what I'm saying, or just for them to be there to, you know what I'm saying, to have an ear for me to speak upon.
No, I really appreciate that. You know, I will note, I believe I only see you two here, and maybe there are others that are advocating on behalf of collaboratives. And so when there are finite resources, your testimonies help where those resources go. So thank you for your testimony. We're going to now move to our next panel. Ms. Smith, I'm sorry, are you still there? Shirley Smith? Well, I will say, if you can hear me, I really appreciate
Yes, can you hear me now?
I could totally hear you.
All righty.
I wanted to thank you for your testimony and advocacy on behalf of the grandparent subsidy. I think what really struck me was you talking about the difference it makes in you being able to have a 3-bedroom versus a 2 or 1 bedroom, even though it's 4 of you in the house. I also just want to thank you for stepping up in the way that you did for your family.
Yes,
And
thank you
taking
so
care of your
very much for
grandchildren.
having me. And you
Absolutely.
know, I didn't get a chance to get through everything, but Mr. Dion Jackson and his team, I tell
Now,
you,
that was one of the questions I was gonna. Who is Deion Jackson?
Mr. Dion Jackson, yes,
But who is he with?
he's with
Oh,
C.
he's with CFSA,
Yes,
and
yes.
he's been a tremendous help.
Oh,
Is
yes.
Deion
He
Jackson in
took
the
the
room?
place of Mr. Late Howard and Miss Valerie. They passed on, and it's been such a change. And I tell you, Mr. Dion Jackson and his team, I mean, they reaches out and they care about all of us grandparents that's in the grandparents
You
caregiver
seem to be
program.
getting emotional about it.
Yes, it's very emotional, because it's a platform that they had created for us to come together. And when you in a room with people your same age and they walk in the same walk that you're walking, it makes a big difference. And not only that, they even created a platform for the kids to come together. And without this program, what's going to happen to us? That's the real question. What is going to happen to all of us grandparents along with these kids?
When you get together with other grandparents, about how many are there at these events?
Oh my goodness. It's at least 10 grandparents that come each month. And it's just that, you know, we bring our ideas to the table and we talk about any and everything about the kids and what's out here. And not only Mr. Jackson, he also sometimes he have guest speakers to come in and speak with us and give us valuable information that we can take
Well,
home.
I want you to know the director is here and she's soaking up all of this testimony about Mr. Jackson. And I
Yes.
believe she's gonna share the praise that you're providing for the work
I'm
that
so
he's doing.
sorry. It's just that when
And
I
he's
start
watching
talking
apparently.
about them, it is just so emotional. And with me having stage 3 kidney disease, it's just like they are my family.
Mm.
And I tell you, they reaches out, they call me, they check on me to make sure that I'm doing good. If I need anything, it goes a long way when you know that people care beyond their job title. Oh my
Absolutely.
goodness, I am so sorry.
No need to
Oh,
apologize. You have certainly been the highlight of my day. And I
you so
want to
much.
thank you for your testimony.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And I'll be 67 next month on the 22nd of June. I tell you.
Well, happy early birthday.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. It doesn't get any better than that. All right, Mr. Belk.
Good afternoon. I'm Ralph Belk. I'm the Executive Director at the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. And we thank you, Chairperson Parker, for this opportunity to speak today. NCCF is a nationally accredited child and family serving organization incorporated in 1915. And we currently operate 22 programs in the region, serving as a provider of family-based foster care for DC since 1988. I come before you today to advocate for continuity within NCCF and CFSA's partnership and to urge you to maintain this proven and cost-effective approach to serving the district's children. We recognize that the district is facing hard fiscal decisions, but this is not the time to defund mandated services. Over the last 8 years, NCCF has redesigned and redeveloped the temporary safe haven model to focus on the full wellness of the child, preparing foster families to care for them, and prioritizing the inclusion and healing of birth families. At every step, NCCF has met the challenge or challenges in partnership with CFSA, including leading the district out of court oversight. We strive to exemplify best practices in terms of public-private partnership with outstanding results. NCCF has been continually responsive and always maximize the need for efficiency and efficacy at the lowest cost possible. Our budget has been downsized year after year, and at this point, we are as lean as we can get for this cross-jurisdictional partnership. NCCF brings the necessary child placement license for Maryland that the district relies on and has perfected a model with our current bare bones budget that continues to produce outcomes for the mayor and her vision to grow DC. I'd like to share with you a few highlights demonstrating NCCF's impressive model. 95% of NCCF's exits are positive permanency exits. For the last 3 years, 2023, 2024, and 2025, 100% of our youth who have graduated, gone on to college, trade school, or working permanently employed. As NCCF concludes the final year of its contract and anticipates the release of a new solicitation, we ask that the city maintain these critical program components that have led to the outcomes that the district has come to expect from this agency. These components include educational supports and ed specialists, birth parent engagement, in-house kinship navigation, in-house mental health therapist, foster parent coaching, behavioral specialist, youth outreach workers, and professional foster parenting. We look forward to maintaining these crucial program elements and continuing our role in keeping the district's children safe. Two other requests. One is an increase in the foster parent reimbursement rates. Despite the dramatic increase in inflation, this reimbursement rate has remained the same since 2017. Despite the dramatic increases in the cost of feeding and clothing children, housing, educating children, our reality, this has not matched the reality of our foster parents. And then lastly, want the council and CFSA to address the child care reimbursement crisis. NCCF has seen a marked decrease in foster parents' willingness to accept daycare-aged youth in their home due to the child care affordability challenge, as well as identifying child care facilities that will accept our youth. The child care reimbursement rate has not changed since 2014. Thank you again, Chairperson Parker, for this opportunity to speak. I welcome your questions, and I'm happy and eager to engage in deeper conversations regarding our request and our CFSA partnership.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Fernanda Ruiz.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fernanda Ruiz, and I'm the Home Visiting Director at Mayor Center, a member of Under 3 DC, and a resident from Ward 5. In my role, I support the Father-Child Attachment Program funded by the CFSA, as well as other district-funded home visiting models. I'm here to strongly urge the council to maintain and appropriately earmark funding for the father-child as part of CFSA's home visiting services in the fiscal year 2026 budget. As we shared during the performance oversight, FCA is a vital, successful, evidence-informed home visiting program that supports fathers in building strong, healthy bonds and their children, despite the program's and their children. Despite the program's success, father-child continues to face serious funding instability. After performance oversight, CFSA met with us to discuss the funding trajectory for home visiting. We appreciate their transparency and willingness to collaborate. We learned that the agency redistributed the $400,000 that the Committee on Facilities and Family Services secured in fiscal year 25 across all CB programs grantees, instead of preserving it for home visiting services as the council intended. As a result, FCS funding was reduced, forcing us to eliminate one home visitor position and cut 25 service slots for fathers, 8 of which would have resided in Ward 5 based on our program composition. This is deeply concerning. It not only reduces access for district fathers and their children, but it also undermines the council's clear directive to invest in home visiting as a priority service area. For further context, in fiscal year 24, the Committee on Facilities and Family Services identified $300,000 in recurring funding to support CFSA's home visiting work. CFSA, however, treated those dollars as one-time funds contrary to the council intention. In fiscal year 2025, amid a tough fiscal climate, the committee stepped in again and found $400,000 in one-time funding to help fill the gap. Now, heading into fiscal year 2026, we are at a crossroads. Without renewed and specifically earmarked investment, the gains we've made and the families we serve are at risk. We respectfully urge the Committee on Youth and Family Services to first, please ensure that CFSA home visiting maintains its $770,000 grant allocation for community-based home visiting services. Second, include an additional $400,000 in fiscal year 2026 to restore lost capacity and stabilize services at prior levels. And third, clearly designate these funds for CFSA's home visiting programs to prevent them from being diluted across border initiatives. We ask for this not only to ensure the sustainability of FCA, but also to reinforce the district's broader commitment to child and family well-being. Funding must match the ambition of the program and the needs of the families it serves. Thank you for the time and for your leadership on behalf of children and families across the district.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name.
Oh boy.
Next, we'll have Thomas Fellowship.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the DC Council and to you, Chair Parker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Selshev, and I serve as the Director of Children's Services at the Family Place, where one of my many programs that I oversee is the home instruction for parents of preschool youngsters, better known as HIPPY. We are the only HIPPY site in DC. HIPPY is more than just a program. It's a movement to empower parents as their child's first teacher. In DC, our program serves 73 families annually through a 30-week research-based curriculum delivered in Spanish. We reach families in their homes, building trust and laying a foundation for school readiness and lifelong learning. This is a two-generation approach. As children gain skills for kindergarten, parents grow in confidence and literacy, creating a ripple effect of resilience across our community. The outcomes speak volumes. 75 children are entering school ready to learn, and 73 parents are becoming better, stronger advocates for their families. But this work goes far beyond the numbers. I want to explicitly state that these programs do implicit good for our communities. Programs like HIPPY complete 4 vital additional services. They keep families safe by conducting wellness and environmental assessments. These programs flag risks early and link families to real, tangible resources, often preventing abuse and neglect before it even starts. They catch learning challenges early. Developmental and educational delays don't have to be barriers to success. These programs help spot issues quickly and refer children to early stages or their LEA, giving them fair and a fighting start. They simplify the chaos. When families face complex needs, home visitors connect them to vetted providers through tools like Find Help, acting as a trusted guide before things escalate to an overwhelmed system. And lastly, they build lifelong advocates. Perhaps most powerfully, home visiting programs help parents stay involved. We've seen time and time again when parents are engaged from the start, children not only stay in school, they thrive through school and beyond. That's how we build a pipeline, one that links home, school, and community. Home visiting programs like ours don't just prepare children for kindergarten, they prepare whole families for the future. Maintaining funding at least through FY25 levels is not just a budgetary decision, like you said, it's a commitment to equity, education, and belief that every child deserves a strong start and every parent deserves the tools to succeed. Please continue investing in our home visiting programs. The return on this investment is not only seen in school readiness scores or parental engagement metrics, but also in stronger families, safer communities, and a more vibrant, resilient city. Thank you for your time and your continued support to the young.
Thank you. And we can jump into questions. I'm sorry. Shondell Richards, who I believe is virtual.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I think something's wrong with my camera, so I apologize. Good morning, Chairperson and committee members. My name is Shandell Richards, and I represent Horton's Kids, a CB-CAP grantee serving families in underserved and under-resourced communities throughout the district, more specifically in Ward 8. While Horton's Kids has longstanding been recognized for our work with children, the grant has enabled us to be recognized for our holistic approach, working simultaneously with both children and their parents. This strategic funding has allowed us to allocate critical resources directly to parents, recognizing that strong families create strong children. In our first cohort alone, we served 11 parents who were eager to strengthen their families. Through the funded program, these parents gained access to training in restorative justice practices, to justice approaches, to family conflict, education about cyberbullying and digital safety for their children, CPR and AED certification to protect their families, and new parenting approaches and strategies. They also gain links to vital community resources, a network of other parents facing similar challenges, and ongoing support beyond the formal program period. The feedback from participants has been overwhelmingly positive. Parents consistently report that the program is informative and helpful. Most importantly, they've told us that the program has taught them different approaches to parenting and helped them to understand their children better. Perhaps most significantly, these parents are becoming advocates and educators themselves, sharing what they've learned with other families in their communities. This ripple effect multiplies the impact of every dollar invested. The families we serve come from communities that are already navigating significant challenges with limited resources. The grant doesn't just provide services, it provides tools. Tools that help parents navigate the complex challenges they face daily while strengthening their ability to support their children's growth and development. Without this funding, our parents could remain disconnected from the resources and knowledge they need to thrive. The strategic investment in parent education and support to create stronger families, which in turn create stronger communities. We respectfully urge the committee to maintain robust funding for this program. Every dollar invested returns exponentially through stronger families, better outcomes for children, and more resilient communities. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions about our program and the families we serve.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Belk, I'm going to come to you first. So you talked about, in part, childcare challenges for families that you're working with. And you mentioned that it's hard for some of our families to find care because these centers don't want to take our kids. Can you elaborate? What do you mean?
I think more so it's really the cost.
The cost. I
And
got it.
and the centers that our families are identifying, both in the district and in Prince George's County, mostly in Prince George's County, are way above the reimbursement rates that CFSA currently offers. And our families are looking for centers that will come close to the rate, but the ones they find that are high quality are, again, above the rate. So that's been the challenge. So,
And those rates, as you highlighted, haven't been updated in over 10 years.
Right, correct.
Yes. You also advocated for increasing the foster parent rate. We heard testimony earlier that from Dante Massey that the caregiver subsidy is not even where the foster parent rate is, but we're also hearing from you that foster parent rate also needs to be increased.
Right. And I do realize 'cause the argument in the past has been that the district's rate is one of the top rates in the country. Well, that's true. DC, though, is one of the most expensive areas to live in the country. And again, as inflation has occurred and the cost of raising children has increased, the rate that we reimburse our foster parents with has not since the beginning of TSH, which is 2017.
Understood. Has your organization done any analysis about other jurisdictions and their rates compared to DC and
Yes.
what the cost should be in today's dollars? Given inflation and
No, we've done kind of analysis of what other jurisdictions are reimbursing foster parents with. We are also operating in Maryland, and so we do have probably a $10, $12 higher rate for our foster parents that are serving Maryland kids at the same level. And so we can compare, since it's the same region, that rate is about $10 more on the daily rate.
Understood. Okay. And then lastly, you talked about the 90% successful permanency rate.
Oh, 95.
95. Okay. Can you just elaborate on the other 5%? What are some of the trends you're noticing that's getting in the way of successful permanency?
And that's a good question, Chairperson Parker, that I probably need to do some analysis
Okay.
around. And
Not to say 95 is not great.
Right.
It is great,
So
but
let us do a little deep dive into that 5%. And if you don't mind us getting back with you with a solid
understood.
answer. that'd be
And the
great.
reason why I'm asking, we're hearing about the soul model and other things. We are thinking about like, what are pathways to success for these young people?
Right.
And if you've identified trends that could inform some of the work that we're planning to do on our
We'll do.
Ms. Reese, thank you for your work and your advocacy in terms of home visiting. I wanted to come back to some of these numbers. So you were saying in fiscal year 24, the committee funded reoccurring fund, but it was treated as one-time funds. We've seen that across the budget. And the mayor kind of sweeps those funds in future years. And then despite the enhancement that there was already a drop in funding, and your concern is further cuts will completely undermine the work that your and other organizations are doing around home visiting.
Correct. And also having the context that before 2024, there had been no investment or home visiting program since 2008. So our program had been operated with the same like funding amount until 2024. And then at that time we received.
So help me. I'm with you, but I have to convince my colleagues that we have a limited amount of money and this is where the money needs to go. What's the most persuasive argument for someone that may not know about home visiting and its benefits for why we should do this? And I'm going to ask you a similar question.
Yes. And I would like to also like refer back to our oversight testimony in which we provided some of the data in terms of like the protective factors that we were able to increase. CFSA collects the data. We use the protective factor survey, and like year after year, we've been able to prove that the protective factors in the parents that we serve go up, they increase. The outcomes are positive for the fathers that are in part of the program. The same thing is true for HIPPY or for Community 5 Life Services. You've heard it directly from the parents. And also like, it's not that we think like home visiting is like the solution for everything, right? But we believe in a strong early childhood system in which we recognize that parents may have like different needs and may need different type of supports.
Understood. And then Mr. Selisha, similar question.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I get the last name gets butchered all the time, so I appreciate that was said perfectly. A couple of things. So early childhood home visiting is an investment for the long-term benefit of a city, its parents, and ultimately the child. Why? Because children are expensive. Children only get more expensive. And if things are not flagged early, quickly, and then associated with data-driven responses, they expand, they get lost, and they will show up somewhere else as a line item. Not only that, they will show up in the community as someone underserved, which then has a ramification of so many other pipelines of services that are used.
I'm with you. Do you have data
Yeah.
or have you done any analysis that for young people receiving home visiting, they are less likely to end up in the criminal justice system or more likely to attend school? These are issues that we are grappling with as a city. It would be helpful if I was armed with data to say this investment will help us downstream with ensuring fewer of our young people are ending up at DRS or running around in Navy Yard, for instance.
That's a great question. So two things. One is I'd love to, I'll share the national data with you that HIPPY is a very large model. We're in 33 countries. We are a MICV certified curriculum and programming, but we're only one in the district. So I can share the national data with you, which shows incredible success. I'll tell you about ours. We used to have 140 families served under DHS dollars. Those went away. We then shrunk to 50. Now we're at 75. We've been operating for 14 years. We have a 95% retention rate, which is the beginning. We have over a 85% success rate to get children that started with us to higher ed. Now, higher ed is either vocational programming that leads to certificates to workforce development and or college. Now, does that mean that they're going to turn to things that, just because they have that degree doesn't mean that they're not going to turn to crime. However, they are given a second option. One is to actually attend school and be prepared in school. Two is that they are also given a network of services that don't just end when they leave HIPPY, but along the way as a home at the family place. So I'd love to share that data with you from our center, but also from HIPPY National and International. That might help.
Thank you. Thank you. And then Ms. Richards, I wanted to come to you with a similar question. You talked about Horton's Kids and the work that you all are doing. How are you mentioned 11 families. How are you getting connected to these families?
Yes. So Horton's Kids operates within communities, 3 specific communities in Ward 8. And our families that we interact with are the families of kids that attend our after school program or live within those communities and get served through our community resource centers. So they may be stopping by to pick up diapers, a grocery bag, or cleaning supply, or their kid attends our after school program in the OST space or in our summer camp during the summertime.
Understood. I would just say that I'm a believer in these outreach programs and home visiting. As I mentioned, it's going to be about how do we build support across the council with a finite amount of money when there are other programs that people are advocating for. It's not to say we can't do it, but if you could follow up, and we captured some of that data, but any data you can arm us with that would be helpful is appreciated. And then Mr. Belk, if you could follow up with that 5%, just generally, what are some of the trends that you're noticing of why some young people haven't been successful would be helpful. All right, thank you all for your testimony. We're going to move to our next panel. We have Susan Punnett, Najiba Halima, Leah Costellas, Tammy Wershinga Cote, and I probably butchered your name, and I apologize. And Ms. Punnett, you can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the Youth Affairs Committee. It is on, yeah. My name is Susan Punnett. I'm a Ward 6 resident and Executive Director of Family and Youth Initiative, a small DC nonprofit that brings together teens who are in foster care and adult volunteers to forge lasting relationships and thus help teens achieve permanency. We are proud of the work we do and believe that all young people deserve to have adults they can trust and count on no matter what. Our core work ties in so fully with our work supporting the insightful group of individuals who share the experience of having been in DC foster care. You have heard from some of these lived experts or Lex leaders today, and you have met with others previously. And I would just like to say in all settings that I very much appreciate how supportive and welcoming you have been. As you know, we had hoped that the new permanency option called SOUL that the Lex leaders have helped create would be included in the 2026 BSA. SOUL will give older youth who are in foster care the ability to exit care to a family they have chosen and which meets their own unique circumstances. SOUL will allow youth to achieve permanency without having to choose between services and lasting relationships, and without having to choose between maintaining birth family connections and building connections with a new family. We believe that the collaborative work being done by the Lex leaders, Child and Family Services Agency, the Children's Law Center, the Office of the Attorney General, and others will also create practice changes that will result in better outcomes for all youth in foster care. Best of all, implementing SOUL will not cost the district additional money. In fact, over time, CFSA will spend less for each youth who leaves foster care to a SOUL family rather than remaining in care until they age out. I would like to use my time today, the rest of my time, to read testimony from another Lex leader, Zanaya, who was not able to attend today. These are her words. SOUL is important to me because as a lived expert, it's crucial for a youth to have a plethora of permanency options to feel autonomy. Current permanency options don't quite work for every young person because they're so limited, and placements get labeled as permanent and long-term in a short amount of time, without giving the youth the proper amount of resources and time to build strong and healthy relationships with their foster parent. CFSA has a burdening habit of trying to force relationships, which puts both parties in the home under stress and strays the youth away from the idea of permanency. Youth typically age out and sacrifice their support from a foster parent because the financial support seems more appealing than being pushed into a home and guardianship or adoption being pushed onto them. When the youth goes down a guardianship path, they lose their entire team. At times, the youth's team tends to be the backbone in their life. An extended network of adults in a youth's life provides diverse perspectives, guidance, and emotional safety beyond their immediate family, and that is something SOUL favors. SOUL allows a youth to make a family under their own circumstances. Again, the goal is to make a youth feel like their opinions matter and not like they have to make a huge decision that will impact the rest of their life as an adolescent. It also seems as if not every youth wants a nuclear family or wants to replace their own family, and that's what usually leads them to be repelled from the process. This means that the youth is uninterested in building relationships with their foster parent, mentally disengages from the permanency process, and paints a negative picture of the permanency system in their head. However, SOUL is opening youth to a new style of community with the hope of creating a suitable environment and family for them. A supportive community creates a well-rounded person, and every youth deserves that. The youth are the future, and it is essential that we should invest in their development. In closing, we look forward to working with you to move the SOUL legislation so more youth can have this opportunity for permanency. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. 2 for 1. Najiba Halima, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yeah, that was
Oh,
pretty good.
awesome.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I heard you had a lot of money and you need some ideas on what to do with it. I serve as the Executive Director of the Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, FAPAC. And I'm also a former foster youth who aged out of foster care. At FAPAC, we are committed to supporting children and families involved in the foster care system. Since our founding, we have expanded our efforts to include a wide range of programs for foster families, as well as prevention programs for birth families. Our close relationship and collaboration with the DC Family, Child and Family Services Agency and other partners ensures that our direct work with families informs our broader systemic advocacy. This current year has brought unprecedented challenges. Many of our foster families have faced job losses and economic instability. While we understand that difficult budget decisions must sometimes be made, we strongly urge you to preserve essential services that support the foster care community. Programs such as the community-based child abuse prevention programs, which Christina spoke about earlier. Every year, thousands of children suffer from abuse and neglect, often in silence, leading to long-term trauma and developmental delays and fatal outcomes sometimes. Your support in this program is necessary. One of our previous participants in that program recently wrote, "The most helpful part about the program was learning different parenting techniques and hearing about other people's experiences. Additionally, being held accountable for the changes within my own home." Another participant wrote, "Everything has helped me so much. I feel like I understand my children a lot better." Now, earlier you mentioned, you asked a question about measuring success. So that program and all other CBCAP programs, they measure success on protective factors that parents demonstrate that protect against child abuse and neglect. Those are parent resilience, social connectivity, knowledge of child development, concrete supports when they need it, and social emotional competence of their children. So not only do we measure those for all participants, it's also possible to see through CFSA, if we wanted to compare that data, who is able to remain out of social services foster care intervention. Another program that's incredibly important is the 211 warm line. I have to tell you, it has been extremely helpful to have this one phone number, 211, to share to every family that's in need. That program provides access to direct services such as food and housing to people in need. The third program is the Office of the Ombudsman, which is extremely essential for ensuring transparency and accountability and fairness in government services. The office has been incredibly collaborative and helpful with us, and a continued investment in that program in particular, as well as the others, would be very beneficial for the city in the long run. And then finally, nearly 50% of DC's children are placed in Maryland foster care. And currently, according to DC Code and CFSA policy, these children are entitled to the same standard of care as children who are placed in DC. We have documented numerous concerns over the past 3 years. Teenagers in Maryland placements are reaching out to us for help. They're reporting inadequate transportation to medical appointments and school, a lack of involvement in their educational planning, and even a repeated loss of their personal belongings when they're moving from one home to another. These are systemic issues that demand greater oversight and accountability. We ask for your help in addressing them. I'm sorry for taking too much time. Last year, we came to the City Council to talk about youth aging out of foster care and housing issues and the homelessness. Thanks to our collaboration and your support, we figured out the problems and the kinks in the FUP voucher system. Today, I am so excited to report that the majority of kids that come to us already have their vouchers already set up. They're ready to go. And that took a lot of collaboration, thanks to CFSA and DCHA. And today we come to you again to ask you to continue funding these critical programs and to also help bring more oversight to children who are being placed in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we? Leah Castellas.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Leah Castellas. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Children's Law Center regarding the FY26 budget for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. We are deeply concerned by the mayor's decision once again to defund the office and repeal the legislation establishing this office. While it is true that the district is facing difficult budget reality, the mayor's hostility to this office is longstanding and predates the current budget crisis. In fact, the mayor has opposed the creation of this office from the beginning and has repeatedly sought to override the council's legislative powers in establishing this office. The mayor's desire to cut the office is not about cost savings and will in fact harm children and families. During these uncertain and difficult times, as district agencies are pulling back services and supports, the vulnerable children and families that the office serves need help and support more than ever. The office plays a critical role in listening to families when their needs are not met and helps them navigate the district systems that are supposed to be serving them. We therefore ask this committee and the council to fully restore the funding to the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and strike the repeal language from the Budget Support Act. Children's Law Center attorneys serve as guardians ad litem for half the children in the care and custody of CFSA. And each year, we see our clients fail to have their needs met by the child welfare system in the district, a system that encompasses many agencies beyond just CFSA. Children's Law Center has leaned directly on the office to help our attorneys and clients navigate the complexities of the system. For example, the office has agreed to come to our offices on a more regular basis to create an easier touch point for our attorneys and clients. Most recently, the office is helping us navigate persistent issues with Social Security benefits and raise them with CFSA, thus building connections and improving implementation. We also know that the office has immense value with respect to systemic issues impacting crossover youth. For years, the district has struggled to even identify this population, let alone understand the systemic challenges this population faces. This is rooted in the fact that responsibility for this population is spread across multiple agencies, including courts and federal agencies that do not answer to district government. Since its inception, the Ombuds has been engaged in a huge struggle to overcome these barriers to obtaining basic information about crossover youth. The office has been successful in overcoming many of these barriers and collecting systemic data. While the office still has more work to do, we cannot afford to lose the progress that has already been made, including facilitating conversations between CFSA and DYRS, as well as working directly with the courts. The reality is that budget cuts may result in cuts to staff and services at CFSA or DYRS, for example, and we must do everything to ensure that those agencies and others do not backtrack. Harsh budget realities will require difficult decisions, and the office can help navigate those decisions and bring folks to the table. The defunding of the office is a clear dismissal of the council's authority, undermines the council's role, and demonstrates serious disregard for legislative entities in the district. We therefore ask this committee to fully restore funding to the office and strike the repeal language. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. And then lastly, we have Tammy Roshinga-Kote.
Yes.
Awesome.
Good morning, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Tammy Roshinga-Kote, and I am the Policy Director for the Children's Law Center. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and the parent of 3 children here in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Children's Law Center regarding the mayor's proposed budget for CFSA. As you know, Children's Law Center attorneys serve as guardian ad litems for approximately half the children involved with CFSA. That's several hundred children in foster care and protective supervision each year. In this extremely challenging budget year, we are relieved to see the mayor's proposed operating budget for CFSA includes only a modest cut of about 3.5% and no FTE cuts. In fact, the mayor's proposed budget includes increased investments in several critical areas. First, slight increases for out-of-home placements and clinical health services. Second, a more significant increase for the in-home clinical case management and support. And third, a significant increase for older youth empowerment. We have previously testified regarding the need for CFSA to continue to expand its placement array, to increase the availability of clinical services, and to improve the supports provided to older youth in care. So we are very pleased to see increased investments in these areas. It is also our understanding that there has been an increased need for in-home services and supports, so we are glad to see additional investments there as well. Unfortunately, although the proposed cuts to CFSA's budget are modest, there are several cuts that will hamper CFSA's ability to keep district families together, causing great concern. Specifically, the proposed budget includes cuts to kinship support, the grandparent and close relative caregiver subsidy and support programs, as well as CFSA's primary prevention and housing and community support services. All of these programs and service areas provide direct support for struggling and vulnerable families, which is at the heart of CFSA's stated goal of keeping families together safely whenever possible. We fear that decreased investment in these vital prevention efforts will result in increased numbers of children entering foster care. There are a few additional line items in CFSA's proposed budget that raise questions for us, and we will be seeking the assistance of the agency and this committee in the coming weeks to fully understand the implications of the proposed budget and address any concerns. Finally, as you know, Children's Law Center has been working in close partnership with a group of current and former DC foster youth, our LEX leaders, CFSA, and the Office of Attorney General and others to develop proposed legislation for SOL, a new permanency option for older youth. Although we are disappointed that SOL was not included in the BSA as we hoped, we remain very invested in moving this legislation forward, and we hope that this committee under your leadership, Chairman Parker, will take the steps necessary to move this legislation forward as quickly as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Panett, I wanted to come to you in terms of the engagement you've had with CFSA around the SOUL legislation. Can you just describe the work that young people and your organization have done or contributed to as it relates to that legislation?
I mean, it's been a collaborative process for all of those parties for the last year and a half now. So Lex leaders have been involved in all the committees with CFSA and all the planning around the legislation itself, the work that's happening now around policy and practice decisions. Everyone is working closely on it
And so
together.
what communication, if any, have you received why SOUL is not in the budget?
I have not received any direct communication.
Okay.
We know that CFSA has been supportive, so I mean,
And that's my understanding as well.
I think that's safe to say.
That is my understanding as well. But I plan to ask that. Ms. Halima, I wanted to come to you. You talked about in part the office or the Ombudsman for Children. Can you speak to the work or the benefits you've seen from this office?
Sure. So primarily, I want to talk about their commitment to actually appearing and hearing the issues. We first invited them to a youth summit that we started 3 years ago, where youth come and share their ideas on improving the system. And they actually came. They gave a presentation, I think a couple years ago, and they spoke to the youth about services and how to file for complaints and get their needs met. After that, several youth filed complaints on their website. What we teach the youth is self-advocacy a lot of times and how to appropriately appear to get what they need. And they did that. They filed the complaints. The office immediately responded, did the investigations, and looked into it. The difficult part is that for the youth who filed the complaints, they were in Maryland. So it's harder to navigate with systems of care that are in Maryland and trying to do it in DC also.
Understood. And Ms. Castellas, you also talked about the Ombudsman, and the mayor again has zeroed out that office. Part of the discussion is the value add when you have finite resources. We will go to bat and work to refund this office, but what would you say is the consequence of the Ombudsman's office not existing?
Absolutely. I mean, I think as I highlighted in my testimony, they are such a critical resource for people seeking out support when their needs are not being met, right? So as we face some very difficult budget decisions and families have to navigate new realities, having somebody that you can lean on, you can see in the Ombudsperson report that sometimes they're just even being called for information and referral. People are seeking them out to just be a resource. I've heard directly from the Ombudsperson, sometimes folks just call and they can just be a listening ear, and I know that there's resources like that, but then the Ombudsperson can take that to the next level, right? They have the ability to look into who's calling us, why are they calling us, what are the persistent issues we're seeing. They can really do some of that deep systemic analysis that we are missing in the district right now. I think the important, I've heard you talk about this, Chairperson Parker, the importance of data and driving that as our decisions. And the Ombudsperson really can be at the center of that and can really help inform us how we're making these critical decisions as we face difficulties, and also while acting as a listening ear and also acting in that complaint capacity to, work with the different agencies that are all part of the child welfare agency.
Yes. Ms. Weersinga Cote, you hit on several things, including the grandparent and close relative caregiver subsidy that Councilmember Lewis George and I worked to increase the subsidy in years past, and it's being rolled back. What might be some of the consequences there?
Well, we're very concerned that we'll see wait lists again. I think since the council has worked to put more and more money into that program, and the mayor has too in the past, we have not seen wait lists the last 2 years. And so we're concerned that if resources are taken away from those programs, we'll see wait lists, and then we'll see families that are not able to take care of children that they want to take in, and that those children will end up coming into foster care, which will ultimately be more expensive for the district.
Understood. And I'll ask you all at the Children's Law Center the same question. Have you received any explanation why the SOUL Act is not in the budget?
We have not received direct communication from the mayor's office, but we have heard continued support from the agency for the legislation. And, you know, the mayor said in her budget presentation that she was generally sort of not not able to focus on new programs. So we are interpreting that to mean that maybe that's why Soul didn't get moved forward and there wasn't any kind of concern about the merits itself.
Understood. Understood. All right. Well, thank you all for your testimony. We're going to move to our next panel. Clarence Miles, Star Short, Christy Matthews Jones, Dr. Dawn Sherman, and Marie Cohen will be virtual. All right, so Clarence Miles, Star Short, Christy Matthews Jones, Dr. Dawn Sherman, Marie Cohen is online, so I see two. We're gonna keep going and we're gonna fill seats. Melody Webb, Maria Jackson, Magdalena Siongas. And Stephanie McClellan. Stephanie is virtual. Look at us, moving. We have one more seat, Tisha Cole. All right, so now we've got a lopsided panel. So we have Tisha Cole, we have Magdalena Siongas, we have Melody Webb, and we have Dr. Dawn Sherman. Online, we should have Marie Cohen and Stephanie McClellan. And we'll stop there. Dr. Sherman, you may begin.
Of course. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members and staff of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I am Dr. Dawn Sherman, Vice President of Community Impact and Evaluation at Community of Hope and a Ward 7 resident. Community of Hope is a federally qualified health center offering services to families and individuals experiencing homelessness and operates the Bellevue Family Success Center at our Conway Health and Resource Center in Ward 8. We are a proud member of the Families First DC 2.0 network, and we look forward to seeing the work of our Family Success Centers expand, providing increased access to services for families in Wards 7 and 8. As one of 10 Family Success Centers funded by the Office of Thriving Families under Families First DC, we are pleased that the mayor's proposed FY26 budget does not decrease funding for FSCs. Through the Family Success Center, Community of Hope connects families with existing community and government resources to address their needs. Our on-site family success specialists support DC residents with referrals for rental assistance, TANF SNAP SSI application assistance, job application assistance, and grocery gift cards for emergency food assistance. We also provide referrals for residents to Community of Hope's medical, dental, emotional wellness, WIC, and homeless prevention programs. In addition to these direct client supports, we have recently expanded our community safety and violence prevention programming with the guidance of our Community Advisory Council. On March 15th, the Bellevue FSC hosted its first Community Love Day, a combined resource fair and town hall, where community members were able to come together and discuss safety concerns and provide resident-focused solutions for community violence. Tomorrow, we will host our second community resource fair, Let's Talk About It, focused on mental health and community safety at our Conway Health and Resource Center. Through our service navigation assistance, on-site supports, specialized programs, and community safety events, the Bellevue FSC has served over 550 households in 2024, and we expect to surpass this number in 2025. We do see a lot of client requests for emergency supports, and we are concerned that these will increase in a more difficult economic situation. We would love to see additional funding of $10,000 per center to support direct client needs. One of our Community Advisory Council members and Ward 8 resident, Mixa Nancy Storyweaver, will also provide written testimony to the committee about the important services that FSCs provide and how these services bridge significant gaps for residents in need. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of the mayor, the DC Child and Family Services Administration, and its Office of Thriving Families to create and fund programs that promote family success and well-being. And we thank the agency for its continued collaboration in investing in DC's families. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can you make sure we receive your statement?
Absolutely.
And that goes for everyone. We don't have a copy for. Next, we will hear from, I'm going to do the people in the room, and then I'll come back for the people virtually. So Melody Webb is next. And if you can make sure the mic is on.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and committee members. I'm the Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, a mom and also a Ward 6 resident. Our organization is an advocacy and legal services organization and works for policies that keep marginalized parents with their children. We do so through mobilizing moms who are lived experts on the issues. We also support ensuring adequate funding for grandparent and relative caregivers, arrangements that are needed when placement is absolutely necessary and parents consent. But let's not throw in the towel on policies that give parents the support they need to remain with their own children. In nearly 9 out of 10 cases at CFSA that involve neglect, they're largely driven by poverty, and at least 12% involve housing insecurity. As you noted earlier, poverty is often conflated with neglect. In fact, let's answer the question of what rates children with their parents are provided, compare it with foster parents. TANF provides under $500 for the first child and less for each child thereafter, so that's less than a third of what foster parents receive. What supports does this budget provide to ensure parents have the economic security and adequate supports for getting their 5 babies to school, as was discussed earlier, with no help? The only option is a mandated reporter whom parents will fear will report them at the drop of a hat. What support are parents being provided in this budget for children with intense mental health issues who won't take their medication? Parents get slapped with educational neglect for challenging youth behaviors that impact school attendance. So respectfully, sir, educational neglect is not the answer. Adequate financial supports and other supports are the answer, free of mandated reporting. The council is proposing, we ask that the council support passing a budget with the child tax credit that you thankfully were a great leader in getting passed, and also with the Child Wealth Building Act baby bonds program restored. The agency's budget does not prioritize keeping children with their parents. Dollars should be deployed as prevention and mitigation measures, but instead, CFSA is actually failing to spend all of its allocated flex funds for families. Again, for example, in fiscal year 2024, the city underspent its flex fund for child care, other services at about $300,000 was spent when over $600,000 was allocated. CFSA, it is our recommendation, should be studied as the provider of these flex funds. We believe that CFSA should be divested of this responsibility, and this responsibility should be transferred to other agencies. The council should also create and fund a program to provide legal counsel to parents, as you heard earlier, who are often terrorized and don't understand investigation procedures. Finally, in addition, CFSA provides families through 2 primary pathways: in-home clinical case management, which helps families remain intact, or that is the purpose, through supportive interventions, and out-of-home placements, which involve foster care and adoption when children are removed from their homes. While in-home case management supports more families, the agency continues to dedicate significantly larger financial resources to out-of-home placements, and the numbers are there. I won't go over them. I also want to point out with the Family Unification Program, CFSA reported 38 FUP vouchers were expended for FY24 and stated there were 0 unused vouchers. However, based on the breakdown, only 6 parenting youth received vouchers, 11 youth were served FUP vouchers, and 5 families received vouchers. So this accounts for just 22 vouchers, leaving 16 unaccounted for. So Washington, D.C. has really been on the cusp of creating guaranteed income through this child tax credit that I referenced. I would urge the council to support the restoration of that and the baby bonds program as a part of the mission that is under the purview of this agency, as well as to take measures to ensure that allocated funding for the FUP program and for the Flex Fund are expended. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Really want your testimony because you have a lot of numbers and data in there that will be helpful. Magdalena Siongas. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker, for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Magdalena Chungus. I am the policy manager at the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today concerns the proposed operating budget for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, OFC, which zeroes out the budget and would abolish the agency in fiscal year 2026. So I'll be focusing on the office's critically important duties related to crossover youth and the continued justification for funding. The OFC is statutorily charged with producing an annual report on crossover youth that includes data such as the number and demographics and characteristics of crossover youth, data metrics and trends related to outcomes for crossover youth, assessment of interagency communication and coordination related to crossover youth, and any other information deemed relevant. The CFC annual report is required to include conclusions and policy recommendations based on that information provided, including that regarding crossover youth, and a status update on policy recommendations from prior annual reports. In its most recent report, covering 2024 fiscal year, OFC highlights critical gaps in data sharing that hinder efforts to effectively identify and support crossover youth in the district. While the report reflects expanded efforts by the office, it also emphasizes that a lack of accessible data from key agencies continues to restrict the district's ability to fully assess and improve outcomes for this population. The OFC director has tried to overcome roadblocks to data access by reaching out to DC Superior Court, as she's been told the authorizing legislation currently, though, does not include the court as an entity that can share data with her office. Additionally, our own report in 2024 entitled "A Broken Web, Improved Interagency Collaboration is Needed for DC's Crossover Youth" provides an in-depth analysis of the challenges that these youth face and outlines specific actionable recommendations for policy reform. Drawing on data from DC Superior Court and interviews with crossover youth and service providers, our report confirms that many crossover youth are not included in official counts and that their experiences remain under-recognized by policymakers and therefore insufficiently considered in policy decisions. Both our report and OFC's reports underscore the urgent need for continued support of the Ombudsperson's office, not only to improve interagency coordination, but also to incorporate the perspectives of crossover youth and families into oversight efforts and evaluations of service delivery. In establishing the office of the Ombudsperson for Children, the DC Council created an entity tasked with working across agencies to improve outcomes for abused and neglected youth who are at greater risk of entering the delinquency system as a result of their victimization. However, stronger cross-agency collaboration is still needed to ensure that OFC can report on all crossover youth, not just those formally identified as concurrently involved with CFSA and DYRS. In order to satisfy this need, the OFC's fiscal year 2024 report calls for greater transparency, interagency agreements for data sharing, and additional staff to manage caseloads and outreach, which all of these recommendations align with our own 2024 report. Zeroing out OFC's budget would not only jeopardize its important work, but would also undermine the district's ability to identify and protect some of the most high-risk youth. It is in the best interest of these young people in the district as a whole to maintain the office at its current funding level so it can fulfill its critical duties. It also will maintain the existence of an office that in future years may be able to take a wider lens on how well the district is more generally meeting the needs of vulnerable young people. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll continue to support this vital office, and I'll take any questions if you have.
Thank you. Next, we have Tisha Cole.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. I am here from Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I'm the Director of Program Monitoring and Evaluation, but I'm actually today going to represent all the collaboratives in DC. So I'm here on behalf of the Healthy Families, Thriving Communities, collaborative partners, including Collaborative Solutions for Communities, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, and Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. For about 29 years, our network has worked in partnership with CFSA to prevent child abuse, neglect, and family separation in Washington, D.C. We thank CFSA for being a committed and collaborative partner throughout these nearly 3 decades. We are especially encouraged by the leadership of Interim Director Tanya Torres-Thrice. Although new to her role, she has already shown a strong commitment to collaboration and support for our work. We look forward to continuing to build a productive and impactful partnership with her in the months ahead. The collaborative serve as one of the city's most vital and effective investments in family well-being and prevention. We work at the neighborhood level to build trust, deliver early intervention, and ensure families remain safely intact. We are often the first call a family makes before a crisis occurs. This is what prevention looks like in action. To put this into perspective, mind you, the collaborative serve over 1,000 children a year, but I'm gonna start with 500. If all collaboratives collectively serve at minimum 500 children per year, the potential cost savings are substantial. The average cost to place one child in foster care in DC is approximately $40,000 per year. Imagine if these prevention services were not in place and each of those 500 children entered into foster care. If just 500 children entered foster care, that would cost about $20 million annually. Over 10 years, that's $200 million, and over 29 years, that's $580 million. These are just conservative estimates that don't include the compounded costs related to education disruption, justice system involvement, and long-term mental health care. Children who experience abuse or neglect face increased risk of school dropout, incarceration, chronic mental health conditions, and homelessness. National data shows that over 50% of youth in foster care experience at least one arrest by age 24. Only about half graduate from high school on time, and fewer than 3% earn a college degree. These outcomes come with enormous long-term costs to our education, justice, and healthcare systems. Prevention programs like ours provide an alternative. Our CFSA-funded programs provide case management, monthly home visits, school support, access to food and housing resources, employment services, parenting education, and trauma-informed care that stabilizes households and keeps children safe at home and positioned to thrive. Investing in prevention isn't just effective, it's fiscally responsible. The cost we avoid by helping a family stay safely intact far exceeds the cost of reacting after harm is done. CFSA's investment in the collaboratives has worked, and we are proud of our collective impact. However, we must also raise a critical concern. The current funding model for this work has not been adjusted in nearly 5 years. It does not reflect rising operating costs, inflation, or the growing complexity of family needs. If we are to maintain quality and scale our impact, updated funding is essential. The Healthy Family Thriving Communities Collaborative Network is the city's most powerful tool for prevention and family support. We ask that you protect and expand this investment to ensure that we can continue meeting families where they are and delivering the services they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear Marie Cohen. Marie, if you can hear us, you may begin. All right, I'm moving forward. Stephanie McClellan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Stephanie McClellan, and I am Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children in their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them. In the 8 years since our founding, we have helped over 1,000 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 DC children in more than 1,000 legal matters. DC Kin Care Alliance is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we support a budget priorities and policies that alleviate poverty in the District of Columbia. I'm testifying today concerning the grandparent caregiver and close relative caregiver programs administered by the DC Child and Family Services Agency. These programs make an enormous positive difference in the lives of our kin caregiver clients, and we are grateful to the Council for its past support of them. With looming cuts to federal benefits, these programs are more important than ever. As CFSA relies more and more heavily on relatives to raise children who have experienced abuse and neglect outside of the foster care system, it must work to ensure the safety and stability of these kinship families. DC's relative caregivers are primarily women of color who live in wards 5, 7, and 8. Most live at the economic margins of our society even before they are called upon to raise a relative child. As we have helped relative caregivers apply for the subsidies, it has not been easy to advise them on how much they are likely to receive, as we have noticed a wide variance in subsidy rates received by caregivers, even when their household circumstances are very similar. In a meeting with CFSA's Office of Thriving Families in August of 2024, we asked CFSA to provide the formula so that we can prepare clients for what they are likely to receive and confirm that the amount is correct when they start receiving their subsidy. We still have not received the formula despite having asked for it several more times since. Here are some of our specific concerns about the daily subsidy rates and how they're calculated. The governing statutes for the GCP and CRCP state that the subsidy shall be at least 66%, but no more than 105% of the foster care daily rate. A comparison of the daily caregiver subsidy rates before offsets cited in the fiscal year 2024 annual report for the GCP and CRCP to the $38 daily foster care rate shows that for children under 12, the daily rate of $24.79 is 65.2% of the foster care daily rate, and the daily rate of $27.92 for children 12 and over is 73.5% of the foster care rate. We are concerned that for the younger age group, the daily rate appears to be below the statutorily required amount of at least 66% of the daily foster care rate. In summary, with federal dollars shrinking, the challenge for caregivers to provide for children who suddenly arrive in their households is more daunting than ever. We ask the Council to continue funding the GCP and CRCP at 2025 levels at minimum, and we strongly oppose the Mayor's proposal to cut $100,000 from these critical programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Marie Cohen.
Oh, thank you. And I am so sorry. I couldn't get my sound or my camera to come on when you called me. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Marie Cohen. I live in Ward 6. I've served as a social worker in the district's child welfare system, as a member of the Citizen Review Panel and the Child Fatality Review Committee and as a mentor for 8 years to a foster youth, I write a blog called Child Welfare Monitor, which addresses national and district child welfare issues. And I'm also a volunteer, a CASA volunteer. That's a new one for me. I am disappointed, but not surprised that the mayor is using the current budget crisis to once again try to defund the Ombudsperson for Children. There are many reasons why I believe it would be a huge mistake to defund OFC. I think I was one of the earliest advocates for the establishment of OFC, and that's because I was serving on the district's Child Fatality Review Committee, and I was learning some really upsetting things about children who died after multiple reports to CFSA and even investigations and cases. And there was no way to share that data. And I don't think that Child Fatality Review, they don't do a whole lot regarding CFSA. It's like the only people on that committee who know about child welfare actually work for the agency. So they don't really take a critical thinking kind of perspective. So I had urged the council actually to mandate that OFC investigate the deaths of children known to CFSA, like some bodies do in other states. And that was not included in the legislation. But I am grateful that OFC has decided on its own to investigate child fatalities that occur while there's an open CFSA case. And Ms. Jones-Jez has informed me that OFC is currently reviewing 2 such cases. OFC also uses its investigations of the complaints it received, which is really its primary raison d'etre, to uncover systemic deficiencies. So in its 2024 annual report, OFC included 7 case summaries that documented deficiencies in case practice and made recommendations to address them. This includes several incidents in which children were left in dangerous situations due to inappropriate screening out of reports, inadequate investigations, or flawed in-home case practice. Several of these cases resulted in a child being hospitalized and could have easily resulted in a death. Other cases that they highlighted involved unlicensed placements with relatives who were given no support in caring for the children who were suddenly placed with them. I'm grateful that OFC is not merely investigating these cases and intervening on behalf of the complainants, but also making findings and recommendations and sharing them so that we can be aware of the issues and push for compliance with their recommendations. I'm also encouraged that OFC is working to assess the effects of CFSA's staffing crisis. They're conducting a systemic investigation of workforce issues, examining caseloads, monitoring investigation backlogs, and examining screened out calls. I want to throw in another topic. I know you, Chairperson Parker, are very interested in DYRS. And if I remember correctly, I think that originally it was projected that OFC would be put over DYRS as well. And I think that would make a lot of sense. And, I know there's been a lot of concern about DYRS and about the need to have somebody monitor it. And I think this would be the most logical one. And then a couple more reasons to keep OFC, the sunk startup costs, right? It's not even done capacity building. They're still looking, I think, for their final staff person, which is a legal analyst. To throw away everything they've done is really wasting much of the money that's already been spent. And then perhaps most importantly, OFC was created after the closure of the LaShawn case and the end of court monitoring. In this difficult time, with an administration eager to cut back on social services to the most vulnerable of our citizens, it's critical to have an external monitor to ensure that the needs of abused and neglected children are not forgotten. So to conclude, I'm very concerned about the use of the current budget crisis to justify eliminating an agency that the mayor has opposed from the start. I know this committee's passion for our city's youth, and I'm confident that you will see the necessity and potential of OFC to bring about the child-friendly District of Columbia that we all hope for. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask a round of questions, and I may not get to everyone. Ms. McClellan, I wanted to come back to you because you had a lot. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second. Ms. McClellan, I'm gonna come to you. You're virtual. For some reason, I thought you were in the room, and then I was like, wait a minute, something's going on here. You had a lot packed in your testimony, and I wanted to come back to some of it. So can you go back to this range in subsidy and the families you're working with? It seemed like you're suggesting that not only is there not a formula that CFSA has shared, but the families you're working with are getting any number of subsidies from month to month.
Thank you for your question, council member. Some of the problems that our clients experience with the grandparent caregiver and close relative caregiver subsidies comes from just not getting clear information from CFSA about how they are paid, when they are paid, and the rate. And then some of the problems are that we don't know whether or not the rate is being calculated correctly and how it is being calculated.
And you don't know the rate because CFSA has not shared that.
Right. We know as a general matter from the annual report what the average is, and we know what the statute says the rate is supposed to be. But we don't know on an individual basis how each person's rate is calculated even before offsets, much less afterwards. So it is something that CFSA has to do in preparing each contract for the relative caregiver to sign. So it's really a matter of just providing that information to the relative caregiver. And so, they can check and make sure it's being calculated correctly and nothing's been overlooked.
We will certainly follow up on that. It was striking, you're saying even families with similar makeups of their family unit are still receiving different subsidies. And so again, you don't know if that's because there is an error of some sort or the formula being used is different. So we can follow up on that. Ms. Webb, I wanted to come to you here in the room. You said 9 out of the 10 cases that result in removing a child from a family is driven by poverty. And if you could hit the microphone. And I'm asking, where are you pulling that data from?
So nearly 9 out of 10 cases, open cases, are related to neglect or due to neglect. And we rely on the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Child Maltreatment Report.
Got it. That is helpful. And then the flex funds. Can you elaborate? You're essentially saying that the agency is not doing all it can because it's ending with leftover funds year to year.
Yes, we have been following the expenditure of flex funds for several fiscal years. And in each of the past 4 fiscal years, there's been a failure to expend all of the flex fund in one or more. And this year, what we noted, or the most recent year, the fiscal year 2024, what we noted was one of the child care, or actually maybe two of the child care flex funds were underspent.
Meanwhile, we hear testimony about how families are struggling to get by. They don't have the support. They can't get into the child care centers that they need, and yet there's money just sitting on the table, so to speak.
That's exactly right. And I mean, what we believe is that that this is a program that would be best administered through another one of the assistance programs of the city, perhaps Department of Human Services. But we think it's a very difficult role for the agency to play, while its primary mission is to make sure that children are identified who it believes are not safe, and then to essentially monitor parents through cases, bring cases for removal. We think that to have those responsibilities, as well as providing needed cash and concrete supports, are conflictual. While we think there are other agencies whose primary mission is to provide such supports, would most likely do a more efficient job, given that they have mechanisms already in place and are already accountable for distributing cash supports and other supports.
Interesting concept. And then the FUP vouchers, that's on our list, and we will follow up on it. Just in inconsistencies in numbers. I've heard a lot of testimony about the Ombudsman for Children. I share your concern about the repeated zeroing out of this office. And I do plan to ask about the roadblock to assessing data, but Ms. Chungus, can you elaborate on, from your perspective, what are the barriers to accessing data from OFC?
So as I shared, they, in meeting with the director, she shared with us recently that having asked for data from DC Superior Court, which is where we got our data from in our report, they were amenable, but then later came back and said that the authorizing legislation for OFC does not include the court as an entity that they can get data from. And so they would have to go right directly to these other agencies, which they can ask them for that data, and they can also compel them. They haven't yet compelled them for that data. But if, you know, the court has all that data that they would need, so that.
And instead of just giving it, it's oh, well, the legislation doesn't say it. I got it. And in my last few seconds, I would just say thank you to our to Community of Hope for the work that you're doing, our family success centers. I'm a big fan and believe we should continue investing. Marie Cohen, thank you for your advocacy. I took note based on the things that you flagged for OFC and others as well. And so with that, we are going to move to our next panel, but thank you again for your testimony. We have Cynthia Carvajal, Roxana Hernandez, Tamara Brooks, Nicole Mims, we have Eric Goulet, he's online, and Joshua Miller. Yeah, he's running up now. Perfect timing, Joshua Miller. Is there anyone online that we may have missed before that is now here? No one's, okay, so we're moving. So here at the table, we have Joshua Miller, Roxana Hernandez, Cynthia Carvajal.
My name is Estefania Contreras, and I will be testifying on behalf of Cynthia Carvajal.
Give me that name again.
Estefania Contreras.
Estefania
Contreras.
Contreras. All right. And may I ask why you're testifying on behalf of?
She was unable to make it today.
Okay. And then online we have Eric Goulet. And then we have Nicole Mims. And then we have Tamara Brooks. Awesome. All right. We're going to take the people in the room, then we'll go virtual. And so we'll go with Estefania Contreras. Probably butchered that. My apologies, but you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Council member, my name is Estefania Contreras, and I serve as a parent coordinator at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. One second. Screen came off. Okay. And I'm here to provide a testimony submitted by one of our clients who was not able to make it today. I want to share my family story and to thank CFSA and Collaborative Solutions for Communities for the support that they helped us during a very difficult time. Earlier this year, my family and I, my husband and our 3 children were really struggling. My husband had lost his job and we fell behind on our rent. Our PEPCO bill, we didn't know where we were going to make it or if we were going to make it. And that's when we became connected with Collaborative Solutions for Communities. From the beginning, they treated us with respect and care. At our first meeting, we worked together on a plan focused on our main goals, getting financial help, housing support, reconnecting with our benefits, and helping my husband find a job. With CSC's help, we were able to get assistance to make a payments towards our utility bill. They also gave us a crib for our baby after we completed our safety sleep class and a bed and mattress for our children who didn't have one. These may seem like small things, but to our family, they were a world of difference. We also knew we needed us to be stronger parents for our kids, especially with two of them entering their teenage years. CSC connected us to parenting education and support program. My husband and I both completed the program and got our certificates. We learned so much about communication, setting boundaries, and supporting our children in a healthy way. Finding work was one of the biggest challenges. With encouragement from our caseworker, my husband started reaching out to his network, what CSC calls VIPs, very important people. After 3 months of unemployment, he finally landed a new job. I plan to apply for a childcare voucher soon, and once my baby turns 1, I'll start looking for a job too. CSC also helped us renew our TANF and SNAP benefits so we could keep food on our table while we got back on our feet. Because of this program and the amazing support we received, we were able to meet all of our goals we set for ourselves. We are stable and we're a stronger family, and we're hopeful for what's next. I want to thank CFSA and DC councils for supporting programs like this. Families like mine just need a little help at the right time. And because of this program, we're no longer in crisis and we're moving forward. Thank you for listening and continuing to invest in prevention and family support.
Thank you. Next, we have Roxana Hernandez.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Roxana Hernandez, and I am a family preservation specialist at Collaborative Solutions for Communities, CSC for short. I have proudly served families in wards 1, 2, and 3 for the past year. For nearly 30 years, CSC has partnered with the Children and Family Services Agency to prevent child abuse and neglect. Through our CFSA funding programs and wide range of expanded services, including homelessness prevention, workforce development, trauma-informed care, and violence prevention, CSC has helped thousands of families across the District of Columbia remain together and thrive. Our work focuses on strengthening families and keeping children safely out of the foster care system. One of the families I worked with involved a single mother raising 3 children. Her teenage son had ran away from home, was struggling with some substance misuse, and frequently came in and out with law enforcement. The mother was overwhelmed and heartbroken, unsure of how to bring her son home safely. I supported her through the process of helping her create a compulsive safety plan, connecting the family to treatment services, and rebuilding the foundation of trust within their home. Today, her son is in rehabilitation and re-enrolled in school, and the family is on a path to healing. This is just one example of why prevention services are critical. Many of the families I serve come from multicultural and diverse backgrounds and face significant barriers, including housing stability, underemployment, trauma, and substance misuse. Despite being deeply aware of their circumstance, many parents and caregivers lack access to barrier resources needed to provide for their children, such as food, rent, educational supplies, and medical care. Without adequate support, these stressors can lead to dysfunctional neglect and ultimately foster care placement. Our role is to connect families with the resources they needed, advocate on their behalf, and empower them to overcome the challenges they face. Thank you for your continued commitment to prevention services, and I am honored to support families and help keep them together through my work at Collaborative Solutions for Community.
Thank you. And then we have Joshua Miller.
Good afternoon. Open City Advocates provides legal representation, holistic advocacy, and mentoring to youth who have been committed to the DC Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. For many years and in many settings, Open City Advocates has been fighting to include a mechanism for the investigation and adjudication of complaints by children under the care of CFSA and those committed to DYRS and their families. Once again, the proposed budget offers to eliminate the Ombudsman for Children and to remove the Deputy Auditor position that succeeded the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight, which was then charged with ensuring compliance with the Jerry M. consent decree after DYRS facilities were found to be grossly unsafe. Notably, DYRS no longer complies with many of the consent decree's provisions. While the revenue forecast is difficult, we must not respond to difficult times by withdrawing oversight and protection for young people. We advocate the restoration of funding for the Office of the Ombudsman for Children at $1.2 million. As with the Deputy Auditor, the restoration of funding for this office would provide an essential independent voice for system-involved youth struggling with abuse and neglect. Failing to restore this office would mean that this nascent body for investigating complaints about children in the district will cease to exist, and the district's agencies, both CFSA and DYRS, will once again be able to take children out of abusive and neglectful situations and drop them into similar and worse ones. Combined with other budget cuts, it would soon lead to escalating horrors that could hit the pages of the Washington Post and could easily lead to litigation and loss of autonomy in these matters. A dedicated watchdog bolsters council's oversight abilities and can help prevent tragic and costly errors in the care of the district's most vulnerable youth. Preserving this office is a key investment in our city's future and the protection of our young people. Open City Advocates continues to work with OFC on the issue of crossover youth who often fall between the cracks of the delinquency and abuse neglect systems. The full power of OFC's systemic recommendations have only just begun to be of use. Now is not the time to cut it. That said, the Office of the Ombudsman of Children has yet to make the kind of systemic recommendations that we now regularly see from the Deputy Auditor on juvenile facilities oversight. But they're a much younger agency. We believe they are now ready to begin that crucial work and that the timing could not be worse to abolish them. We regularly notice a lack of coordination between CFSA and DYRS around dual-jacketed crossover youth. And in a time of tight budgets, cost shifting is going to become inevitable. That means we'll be asking children to navigate bureaucratic comedies of responsibility, and that will quickly shift to tragedy. It remains essential. I know I'm about to run out of time. I'll leave the rest for my written testimony.
Thank you. All right. Tamara Brooks, who should be virtual.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may begin.
Can I start? Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Tamara Brooks. I serve as a parent educator and parent program manager at Community Family Life Services. It's an honor to speak with you today on behalf of my community. For more than 5 decades, Community Family Life Services has worked in the district under CFSA to empower individuals and families and children, to empower individuals, families, and children by providing access to critical tools and resources to overcome poverty and homelessness. CFLS has been a proud recipient of funding from Child and Family Services Agency through Community-Based Abuse Prevention Network, which is also called CPS Network. We have remained committed to supporting women re-entering the community following incarceration, survivors of domestic violence, and individuals experiencing homelessness. Through our comprehensive services, including safe housing, wraparound support services such as employment, financial counseling, we aim to guide families towards long-term self-sufficiency. Among our key initiatives is the Parent Support and Home Visitation Program, designed to promote the stability and well-being of some of the district's most vulnerable families. This program is grounded in the Nurturing Skills for Families curriculum as an evidence-based intervention. It has been shown to effectively prevent and treat the reoccurrence of child abuse and neglect. For the past 10 years, we have successfully delivered group and one-on-one nurturing parenting sessions, as well as home visitation services to district families. However, we are here today to bring awareness to the negative impact that fluctuation of local funding will create service delivery. This instability risks undermining the progress made in preventing child abuse and neglect in the district. Because strong long-term relationships between home visitors and families are at the heart of effective service, funding models must reflect the stability and consistency these programs require, especially when serving the district's most marginalized families. As you finalize the budget for 2026 fiscal year, we respectfully request that reduction of the funding be avoided. Home visitation programs are vital, and any decrease in financial support compromises the effectiveness of services that directly affect district families. Home visitation focuses on building strong, trusting relationships with families, relationships that are essential to helping families work through their tough challenges, many of which stem from larger systems that create and fuel poverty, racism, and inequality. When home visitation is done well, it doesn't just support families, it also helps reduce government spending on things like foster care, food, and income assistance, child abuse and neglect services, and special education. Lastly, at the heart of Washington, D.C. are its families, spanning all 8 wards. Generations of hardworking Washingtonians who are the true gems of the city. The Nurturing Parenting Program, introduced through home visitation, provides families with essential knowledge about the importance of nurturing and parenting. Through a focus on communication, healing, and restoring family networks, the program empowers parents to build strong, healthier relationships with their children. I heard you earlier ask about, the prevention of kids in the city as an example of down with the Navy Yard. I think that problem is essential to the city, but also in that problem categorically over time, I think the absence of nurturing and parenting and parents present in the household is what has produced this problem in the city. But I also see that through home visitation, how we are able to install what nurturing skills are, give parents the tool sets to be able to provide nurturing to themselves, to heal themselves as parents, but also to provide a more nurturing structure in the household, which then strengthens the family bond, which strengthens the parent-child relationship. And that also helps to dictate how we discipline our children outside of other, I would say, methodical means, but also allow parents to be more effective within the household, which I hope that by maintaining our relationship through home visitation, we're able to reach those parents who need that vital help in the structure of parenting and how nurturing helps in that family unity. And I just want to say that I asked that
you are 2 minutes over time, so if you could give us your last.
Okay, I'm sorry. Nope. And I ask that the district just preserve the integrity and impact of these vital programs. Thank you, everyone who spoke today about home visitation. And thank you, Councilmember, for your time and your effort. I love your passion. I love your questions, and I love your effort to be here today. Thank you.
If I knew I was going to get all those compliments, I would have let you keep going. The next we have Nicole Mims.
Hello, everyone. Hello, committee and chair and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Mims. I'm a parent educator at Community Family Life Services. We believe strong families build strong communities. I have the honor of walking alongside parents as they break cycles of trauma and build new legacies for their children. Please ensure that CFSA Home Visiting maintains its $700,000 grant allocation for the community-based home visiting services. Without stable funding, the consistency, relationship-based support, families that rely on this are at risk. CFLS has partnered with Child and Family Services agencies through a community-based child abuse prevention CBCAP grant since 2013. Our longstanding commitment to DC families is reflected in everyday impact of this work, something that I'd like to illustrate by sharing a few stories with you from a few parents. A mother I visited raising 5 children, including a 1-year-old who was not verbal yet. During our one-on-one sessions, we talked through developmental milestones, communication cues, and ways to support her child's growth. One day, she shared how parents in classes gave her the confidence and knowledge to speak to her pediatrician and advocate for her baby's developmental needs. She said, "The class has helped me find my voice, not just for me, but for my child." This is the kind of impact home visitation support we can have, giving families information and empowerment that they need to respond early and effectively. Another parent, a father of two, who has a demanding work schedule that made group sessions impossible. The flexibility of the one-on-one home visits allowed for us to connect. He described our time together as informational, emotional, and awakening. Over time, he became more present and nurturing, with a deeper understanding of how his childhood shaped his parenting. By the end of our sessions, he had tools and confidence to parent with purpose, and said he would recommend this class to everyone, that every parent take it. This is what home visitation can do. It brings evidence-based parenting education directly to the lives of the caregivers on their terms. We use nurturing parenting program to inform parents, and is recognized naturally. It's trauma-informed curricula designed to reduce child abuse and neglect. It helps caregivers build protective factors like resilience, knowledge of child development, emotional nurturing, and strong social connections. Parents learn to respond, not react. They learn to discipline without shame, to build trust and consistency, and they recognize their own stressors before they spill over. These lessons don't change behavior, they change how parents see themselves. Home visitation is prevention, is an action. It's all about meeting families where they are, physically, emotionally, and developmentally. They feel supported, not judged. It turns everyday moments like feeding, diapering, and playtime into opportunities of learning, bonding, and growth. Unlike one-size-fits-all program, home visitation is individualized, it's responsive, it's rooted in relationships, and it doesn't just support parents, it strengthens a whole entire family. We recently expanded into school settings, beginning with preschool-age children, again, meeting families where they are, at home, at school, to ensure support arrives before a moment of stress turns into a crisis. But with this model, it's only stable by funding. Cutting funding to this is like removing emergency responders before a fire even starts. We don't wait for homes to burn down before training firefighters. In the same way, we shouldn't wait for families to reach crisis before offering support. Parent classes and home visitation programs are early responders. We stabilize families, prevent trauma, and build generational strength.
Thank you, Ms. Mims.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. You're a minute 15 over.
Okay.
Next, and I believe it's our last public witness, Representative Eric Goulet.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker,
Good afternoon.
and council staff. Thank you for having this hearing today. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative for the DC State Board of Education. I am delighted to join you at today's Committee on Youth Affairs FY26 Budget Oversight hearing on the DC Child and Family Services Agency, known as CFSA. I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a Ward 3 representative today, and not on behalf of the collective board. In its FY26 budget, CFSA states that its mission is to ensure the safety, permanence, and well-being of abused and neglected children in the District of Columbia and to strengthen their families. The budget chapter further states that CFSA investigates reports of child abuse and neglect and provides child protection. With any agency, the capacity of CFSA to carry out its mission is constrained, as we've heard today, by finite fiscal and staffing resources. Thus, it is particularly concerning that DC Public School Chancellor Louis Farabee and DCPS leadership are currently at this time still making frivolous reports to CFSA for truancy and educational child neglect to retaliate against families who are advocating for the best interest of their young children. This distracts CFSA from using its limited resources to help children who are actually experiencing child neglect in the district. DCPS recently abruptly changed deferral policies related to kindergarten age of enrollment without any advance notice to parents or to private and parochial pre-K programs. DCPS has informed families whose children have birthdays prior to September 30th that their children must skip kindergarten and go directly to first grade. And it has voided previously approved developmental waivers issued by DCPS itself. DCPS has offered to assess children and says it will consider demoting them back to kindergarten, but only in the fall after the children struggle through first grade. In at least 2 instances, DCPS ordered families to leave pre-K4 programs, with approximately 2 months left remaining in the school year. And they said that these parents must enroll their children in DCPS kindergarten. And when the families rightfully refused to do so, DCPS retaliated by reporting the families to CFSA for educational neglect. A 5-year-old attending a 5-day per week pre-K4 class is neither truant nor a victim of educational neglect. Chancellor Farabee justifies his actions by saying that DCPS doesn't consider a pre-kindergarten program in a private or parochial school to be a school, even though it has been for decades. And since DCPS is a mandatory reporter, he claims he has no choice but to report these families for truancy. I do not find this explanation to be credible at all. Intimidation of parents advocating for their children cannot be tolerated. This retaliation is designed to scare parents into accepting an ill-conceived policy change that DCPS has tried to implement without proper notice. I would respectfully request the committee inquire how many families attending pre-K4 have been reported to DCPS or by DCPS to CFSA, because we may not even know other impacted families who have been scared into silence. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your advocacy, Mr. Mello, on behalf of OFC, as well as the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. I say that fast a few times, as well as the power of home visitation. I think this goes with a lot of the testimony that we heard today. I'm not going to repeat questions for the sake of repeating them, but I want you all to know I heard and have your testimony. Mr. Goulet or Representative Goulet, I just want to make sure I'm tracking this. So you're saying families that were in pre-K4 were told they had to enroll their children in DCPS kindergarten, even though it was almost the end of the year. And then instead of progressing to the first grade, they were going to be demoted to repeat kindergarten again.
Well,
And
correct. Yes.
not to do so, they were being reported or threatened to be reported to CFSA for education neglect.
Yes, this comes down to, since, as you know, Ward 3 doesn't have the benefit of pre-K3 and DCPS.
Yes.
Many of the community-based providers then are private. We have a little with Communikids that's public, but most of it is private. And so in many cases, the school year doesn't align with the DCPS year, which is a September 30th deadline. For many private providers, it's just when school begins, and that's always been the case. So rather than working with providers to try to align the enrollment date, many of the youth who particularly are September birthdays and weren't able to attend pre-K before they turned 3 now have been caught up in this instance where DCPS is saying, even though you're graduating from pre-K4, and even though the DCMR has always provided the discretion to allow those kids to go then to kindergarten next, they're making all those students skip kindergarten and go to first grade, even though some of the students are clearly not close to being proficient for that level. And they're saying that since they're now reading the statute, I guess just this year, they've made this reassessment, that if you're in pre-K4, but your student turned 5 prior to September 30th, that they will charge you with educational neglect if you don't do everything they say. And in one case, they even threatened an individual who had moved here recently, that if they did not put their child into kindergarten and if they didn't stop advocating for their child to attend kindergarten, they would end up reporting them to CFSA. And this is done just to chill parents from trying to advocate for their children. And it's really upset a lot of people. It's traumatized many families in the ward, and it's all needless. It's all just due to poor planning and poor communication.
Understood. I certainly will look into it, as well as my committee. And
Thank you.
you're saying that this policy change just took effect this year? Or that is when families were starting to be referred to CFSA?
Both. So you're correct on both instances. In this case, prior to this year, every time a student was either coming in from out of state if they hadn't taken kindergarten, or they were coming from pre-K 4 and they hadn't taken kindergarten, they would be tracked into the next grade by the principal using the DCMR, which looks at proficiency and the development of those youth. For some reason now, they've decided to take away that discretion from principals and just go with the hard September 30th cutoff, even though no state in the country has a policy like this. And they did so without even letting parents know and without letting the pre-K facilities know. So what's happened is parents who would have gone to kindergarten but kept their kid in pre-K 4 because they weren't developmentally ready yet and were concerned about that, now are being forced to skip kindergarten altogether and go to first grade. And these disenrollments just came out as late as last week. So what the chancellor did is when this issue first arose at Lafayette Elementary School, and parents said, well, this is what's always happened for decades. You know, there's discretion given to principals in the municipal regs. The chancellor then ordered an age audit of all the schools and then went back and retroactively took away kindergarten enrollment for students there. And in some cases, really bad cases where DCPS had already granted an age waiver and parents had relied on that, they voided the age waiver that DCPS had already approved for kids that clearly aren't developmentally ready for kindergarten. And now we're advancing them to first grade where they'll certainly struggle and not succeed. It doesn't make sense. It's very confusing. It sounds almost hard to believe. But, you know, given your background and your experience, we could really use your help on this. And I would be glad to, you know, connect you with some of the parents to explain the issue in greater detail and tell some of their stories, if you or your staff would be amenable to that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm happy to look into this, and we'll also consult with CFSA as well as DCPS. But want to thank you for your advocacy and coming and you speaking up for these families. I want to thank those in the room that
Thank
are
you.
testifying. And everybody who has testified today. We had a lineup, and I think there has been a resounding call for more support for CFSA, more investment for families connected to our welfare system, more wraparound supports for families and especially our youth versus fewer supports. And so that is the challenge before us. Next, we will have our government witnesses. I am going to take a 12-minute break, and we will resume at approximately 2:40 p.m. First hearing from Patrina Jones-Jez, our Ombudsman for Children, as well as Tanya Torres-Trice, our Interim Director of Child and Family Services Agency. We will recess until 2:40 p.m. All right, I'm calling this meeting back to order. It is now 2:42 p.m. We will first hear from the Ombudsman for Children, Patrina Jones-Jez and team, and then we'll hear from the Interim Director of CFSA. So with that, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council Member. Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and members of the committee. My name is Patrina Jones-Jez, and I serve as the Ombudsperson for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, also referred to as the Office or the OFC. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to present and discuss a spending plan for the office for fiscal year 2026. Joining me for this discussion is the agency fiscal officer, Antonio Baxter, and the OFC Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, Daphne Billingsley. We also have other team members in the room. Our Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson, William Thomas, is with us today, and one of our Ombuds analysts, Mason Smith, is in the room also. To begin, the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children was created through enabling legislation, DC Law 23-270, to be an impartial and independent agency serving the community by helping to improve the outcomes of CFSA children and youth. This legislation became effective in April 2021. After CFSA exited a 30-year federal class action lawsuit, LaShawn A. versus Bowser, there was an outcry from constituents who advocated for the creation of an office that had the authority to initiate investigations based on the nature of received complaints, assess on its own initiative, assess on its own systemic issues in the child welfare system, make recommendations for improving the child welfare system, and serve as a resource to families who need assistance with connecting with needed services. The roles and responsibilities of the OFC include receiving complaints from community constituents and organizations, facilitating interagency communication and coordination related to services and resources made available to CFSA children and families. On our own initiative, the office can initiate an investigation of systemic concerns related to and affecting services to CFSA children. We make recommendations for resolution of complaints from CFSA constituents involving an administrative act of CFSA or CFSA affiliates. We review policies, procedures, regulations, and directives as established, implemented, or practiced by CFSA or CFSA affiliates. We offer volunteer conflict resolution services, including mediation services, or an opportunity for the complainant to meet with the subject of the complaint. We also submit an annual report on December 31st each year that includes data on OFC's performance and operations and data analysis on child welfare focused metrics. Further, an ombuds office in any government structure is utilized as a strategy to help prevent future lawsuits against child welfare agencies or other local organizations. The Ombuds Office can be a part of the system that helps identify what happened to a child or family, offer strategies to correct, and continually assess for future risk. While lawsuits are expensive and cumbersome, OFC produces an alternative oversight mechanism that allows the district to maintain independence from court oversight, continues to provide transparency, and track progress made. Established in the office's enabling legislation is the definition for crossover youth and the expectation that OFC will monitor and track the outcomes and experiences of these youth. The goal for this initiative is to make recommendations to improve the services available to these youth and to make policy and legislative recommendations to prevent youth from crossing between the child welfare and juvenile justice systems. The OFC has made progress in this area by identifying and building the partnerships needed and initiating collaborative work with agencies to develop reporting and the process for reviewing the data. The OFC launched in fiscal year 2025 a series of focus groups, each designated or designed to provide a forum for individuals to share their experiences with the child welfare system. In October 2024, the office held a town hall with relative caregivers, and in November 2024, we heard from youth. The youth in attendance had previous involvement with the child welfare system. It is our goal to follow up with a second youth town hall and to initiate a town hall with biological parents as well. Finally, in May 2025, the OFC held a focus group with government and nonprofit agencies that serve CFSA children. The purpose of this focus group was to begin the discussion about the network of agencies that serve CFSA children outside of the agency, CFSA. OFC's performance is trending favorably in the following operational areas. The OFC is required to receive complaints online, in person, by email, or phone call. Since the implementation in February 2023 of our complaint form and other mechanisms for communicating with the office, 180 contacts have been made. The OFC has initiated a secondary child fatality review process to examine the casework of child fatality cases that occurred within the last 5 years. Child Protective Services data is being monitored specifically regarding the timeliness of case closures and screenouts. It is also important to note that independent ombudsman's offices are being recognized and established in states and local governments across the country. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, as of December 2024, 33 states have established a children's ombudsman or child advocate office with duties and purposes specifically related to child welfare. The responsibilities of the ombudsman's office help states to advocate for the rights of children and families, ensure child-serving agencies are held accountable based on the rule of law and policy, and provide information to individuals as well to help them understand the resources available. The confidentiality expectations and the neutrality of the office make it an ideal mechanism for receiving complaints and helping families feel their voices are being heard. So in regards to our budget needs, overview of budget needs and priorities, for fiscal year 2025, the office was approved for $1,247,254. The office is requesting a total budget of the same for fiscal year 2026. This budget will cover the ongoing development of the office to continue to provide the community with an impartial and independent entity that investigates complaints and assesses the appropriateness of placements for CFSA children and youth by law. Priorities for the OFC in fiscal year 2025 and 2026 for emphasis have been on staffing, community outreach, and infrastructure development. OFC employee staffing, we are requesting $988,095 for salaries and benefits. In terms of staffing, we have 6 classified positions and 1 is vacant. The filled positions include the Ombudsperson, the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, and the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson. And those 3 positions are all outlined in our enabling legislation. We also have 2 Ombuds analysts on board on our team as well. In regards to community outreach, we've made an ongoing commitment to engage and communicate with agencies and individuals on the work of our office and observations of improvement needs in the child welfare system. In fiscal year 2025, the OFC started holding focus groups with various community and government stakeholders. And as mentioned earlier, we had started focus groups with relative caregivers, youth, and we are looking to include other focus groups, including biological parents and foster parents. In regards to office infrastructure, in fiscal year 2024, we focused our remaining budget on expenses related to enhancing our case management system. For office space leasing, we have continued to include an item for funding if needed. It has come to my attention that our current lease will not be renewed, making fiscal year 2026 the last year we will be leasing the space at our current location. And I've been in contact with the Department of General Services, and we will continue to discuss options for office space with a goal of moving locations next year. So in conclusion, I want to express appreciation for the council's support of the office as we continue to engage families, provide oversight to the child welfare system, and operationalize the office's goals outlined in enabling legislation. I would also like to express appreciation to the OFC team who have shown unwavering dedication to the improvement of child and family outcomes in the district. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Welcome.
We can jump in. Let's start where you left off in the office space. So assuming the office exists for fiscal year 26, you would not have a lease available to you at your current location. Is that right?
That's correct. So our lease, which we signed in fiscal year 2023, was for 3 years. And so recently I reached out to DGS because we are approaching our 3rd year, just to ensure that we would be able to stay in the space, or will we have to explore other possibilities? And that's when I learned that they had already decided not to continue with that lease, but they were open to, discussing further, options for office space.
And confirm for the record where your current office is located.
We're at 955 LaFont Plaza in Washington, D.C.
I notice in your budget request, you're not requesting funds for office space. So I'm assuming that is based on the assumption that something will be worked out with DGS.
So there is a line item for leasing, I believe it is, just to make sure. If you want to, weigh in.
That is correct, Councilman Parker. There is a line item for, I think the plan was gonna be like 95,000 based upon what she anticipates. The director anticipates the lease may be,
I
based
see.
on some discussion that's been had.
Building rentals for 95,000.
But to add to that, so although our lease agreement specifies a specific leasing cost for each year, we have not been charged anything.
Understood. And what is your current lease terms
Um,
that you're not being charged for?
It's around 90,000 a year for the 3 fiscal years. Yeah. I can give you more exact numbers, but it's in the 90,000 range.
Okay. And then it sounds like you have 7 FTEs, or you have the capacity for 7 FTEs, but you're looking for 1. Or you're trying to hire 1 additional, I forget the category, a legal assistant or something like that.
So we have 6 full-time employees, myself, the chief deputy ombudsperson, the deputy CFSA ombudsperson, 2 ombuds analysts, and then the legal analyst position. And that's the position that's currently vacant.
So 5 on staff and the 6 you're searching
That's
for.
correct.
And you're saying in fiscal year 25, you plan to hire for that role.
That's correct. We have completed our first round of interviews. We're queued up for second rounds of interviews and expect to make an offer to someone in June.
And I'm assuming because of independence, you wouldn't be impacted by the mayor's order of hiring freezes.
I make that same assumption, but we're also kind of working with fiscal. Antonio and I have had that conversation. He's made some recommendations to just ensure that.
I would
it's
also
understood.
imagine it's probably difficult hiring someone and they don't know if the office is going to exist in a couple of months.
It's been interesting because, so we've held, the first round of interviews with approximately 10 individuals who were actually fantastic candidates, I will say. And in terms of their questioning has not been so much around, will the office exist? And so I don't know why that is. I suppose they are thinking that, well, if it's posted, that means we're hiring for it. Of course, when we posted it, it was before the mayor's memo was released, freezing funds and that work. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second. I'm just looking at this. So
Sure.
your approved 25 budget was 1.2 million, 1,247,254.
Correct.
you're essentially requesting in 26 roughly the same, but a little less at 1.1 or $1,191,254. There's this increase under other charges and services from 5,000 to 14,000. What is that? From what was approved in fiscal year 25 to your 26 requests?
Yes, I think that's for like furniture, and I think if the agency is required to move, since they don't have any furniture where they're currently at their location, they would have to buy, and so that was for the needs of furniture.
We were fortunate with this space that we're in because we did not have to purchase really any furniture at all. It was just move in. So, but we are anticipating, of course, we don't know for certain, that if we find another space that we feel like will suit our needs, it may not have desks and chairs. So that's the kind of furniture that we're thinking
Okay, I
about.
want to get to some other questions. So and you talked about this a little bit, but can you elaborate on your community engagement efforts, including the focus group you held in mid-May, and what's to come of that?
So really throughout our existence, and this is our third full fiscal year, we have worked extremely hard to engage the community, government agencies, nonprofits, primarily to promote the office to them because we wanted to let the community know that we exist and that we want to partner and we're here to help families. In the last, or I would say starting at the beginning of this fiscal year is when we decided to launch our focus group efforts. The purpose of those efforts, the first one was held in October, the second was held in November of 2024. And the purpose was to hear from constituents who had lived experiences, hear them talk about those experiences, and from their experiences, what do they see as strengths in the system? Like where were the areas where they felt like they got the help they needed?
What do you plan to do with that information?
So we want to use it in order to further analyze and pinpoint the areas that we should be focusing on in terms of making recommendations for improvements. So we want to use that information for that purpose.
I see. How many investigations is the office conducting month to month, and have you completed so far this year?
So we launched just a little bit of background. We launched our online form in February of 2023. We're required by law to receive complaints in person, online, by phone, and by email. So we launched the email, phone, and online pieces in 2023. And then, of course, with office space, we were able to have, somewhere to go. So since then, we have received 180 contacts. And so I say contacts because.
But that's since February 2023.
23, that's right.
But on average, month to month, how many investigations is the office conducting?
I would say about 14 to 15 a month.
And then so far this year, how many would you say you've done?
60? About 60.
Okay. And what are some trends, or do you have data on the outcomes of those investigations?
So with our investigations, we once we've completed an investigation, we are able to assess the child welfare system and how things are going from that perspective. So from what we've been learning from our investigations so far this year has been that there is, a lot of interest and concerns about relative, caregivers who are in need of additional supports, I would say. Is that accurate? That's a trend that we've been seeing over time. Those grandparents and those other relatives who are in need of those supports have come to us quite frequently since the beginning of the year. But then, quite frankly, that's been a long-term trend.
Understood. So walk me through, from the process that your office gets a complaint or a request via on your online form, and then walk me through the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So a constituent in the community has a complaint and they go to our website. There's a link on our website that says file a complaint. They click on the complaint. There's a form. They complete the form, press submit. That information goes directly into our case management system, and we get notified by email that there's a new complaint.
Mhm.
So we have a team that's specifically focused on.
Those are the analysts.
Those are the analysts.
And you have 2 of those.
We have 2 of them,
Uh-huh.
yes. But we all get notified. It's not just the 2 of them. All of us get notified. So once there's a notification, they are typically the ones that will reach out. We have an internal policy of within 48 hours to that individual, because typically when they file a complaint, it doesn't necessarily have all the information. So we want to talk to them is what I'm trying to say, and just learn more about what their concerns are and get a better sense of what the needs are. So once that has occurred, we will determine whether or not this complaint rises to the level of an investigation, whether it is a complaint that is more of an information and referral category, or if we screen it out. So, in terms of screen outs, we've had some complaints that have come to us that sound like they should be investigated, but then we find out all of this information or all of this situation occurred in another state. So in those instances, we would.
So you gave me the number of roughly 60 investigations this year. Do you have a number of how many contacts you've had this year that maybe you didn't investigate?
That would be screened out.
Yes.
I can give you that
Okay,
information.
that would be important to know.
Yeah.
All right, so 48 hours, you all are reaching out, you're making a determination whether you're investigating or screening out, and
Yep.
then what happens?
Yep.
Then you're doing the investigation, I'm assuming.
If it raises to the level of an investigation, then yes, we will initiate an investigation. Our first step is to go into CFSA's case management system and read the case for ourselves. We have access to their system. Everyone on my team has access to their system. So we read the case to get more information about what occurred. If we have continuing questions based on maybe there's information that we still have questions about after we've read the case, we will reach out to CFSA and have just reach out to the caseworker and their supervisor to talk more.
And how long does an investigation roughly take? I know they're not all the same, but on average.
That's essentially what I was going to say. So we have a timeline, an internal, it's a guideline for the most part, but our guideline is 45 days.
That's a long time for an investigation.
And we meet it pretty much the entire, I don't have the exact
So
percentage in
someone's
front of me.
calling in for an abuse, neglect, an emergency, and it roughly takes 45 days to investigate.
So in terms of if their concern is, let's say it's a grandparent that is concerned about receiving, let's say, for instance, that their case is closed, the grandparent is an informal arrangement, the grandparent has the children, and now they're experiencing some issues with housing, or they're experiencing some issues with just feeding the kids, or childcare if their grandparent is still working. So we're working with them all along. It's not.
But you wouldn't investigate that, would you? You would, I would imagine, kick that to a different agency that could support. When I hear you're investigating or the Office of the Ombudsman, I'm thinking there's a youth placed somewhere who's in harm's way.
Yes. So we have a certain time frame for investigations, but it doesn't mean that we can't take action immediately. And so our team will say to CFSA and has said, this is an emergency situation, so I'm notifying you now, but we still investigate. We still go through our
Understood.
steps. Yeah.
Okay, so, and then what's the outcome once the investigation is done, and then what happens?
So it depends on how it's concluded. So for instance, if it's concluded with no findings, which sometimes that happens, some of the work that we do is educate the community about powers that
Do you
CFSA
have
does
a
have.
ballpark of how many of these 60 investigations end with no findings?
We can get you that number.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the oversight hearing, so I would
Yeah.
hope that you would have come today for it, with
Gotcha.
it, but,
Gotcha.
all right, so then some don't have findings, and then what else happens?
So if they don't have findings, we notify the constituent and let them know kind of how we ended the investigation.
What I'm getting at, and I'm
Yeah.
gonna be really transparent, is I believe in this office. I'm not convinced the office is maximizing what's possible, if I'm being frank and honest with you. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna go to bat for the office. And so if I'm hearing you say we have 6 staff people, 2 people doing investigations, roughly 14 or 15 investigations a month, I don't know how many of those are resulting in anything substantive. Some of them are being screened out. That doesn't seem like a whole lot of work. When we have other committees that are saying, I need money so people can eat and children can go to school. I need more data to be able to go to bat effectively.
Yeah.
I believe in this work. I believe in this office, but I just need more.
Yeah.
That's where I'm getting with these questions around the numbers,
Yeah.
to say that the reason why we need the ombudsman's office is because it's saving lives, or it's disrupting abuse, or it's ensuring young people are not in harm's way.
Gotcha.
I don't think we're going to win by saying grandma didn't have food, because we have other agencies we can send them to. We don't need to invest $1 million here for that.
Yeah, and I hear that, but I think at the same time, we're uniquely placed to receive complaints, to assess for improvements in the system.
Yes, but we don't need 7 people to do that. And that's what I'm grappling with. Do I think we can find money? Yes. Will we find money? Yes. I don't want people to leave thinking we're gonna support the elimination of the office. But the headwind is this office even worth it? Are they doing anything? That's the same complaint we hear about the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice. Now, I have different opinions there, but that I need more data. Focus groups are nice. I don't know if that's the mission of the office. When I hear about the ombudsman's office, or when I think of what the purpose is to be a sounding board and an advocate, a mediation arm, a listening ear for folk that perhaps can't get that through CFSA. And that's not to indict CFSA. That's what ombudsman offices usually are about.
And we do all of that.
I know.
Quite frankly.
I know, but when you don't have the data here in an oversight hearing, it's hard to justify it. I know I'm probably being more pointed and direct than I want to be, but it's putting the committee in a very tough position to go to bat for an office when you don't have much you're working with. I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
How are you engaging with offices outside of CFSA, and what does that look like?
So since the office was founded, we started out just really doing cold phone calls, cold emails to agencies that we know serve CFSA children, just to introduce ourselves, learn more about what they provide, the services they provide, and identify how we can partner and work together. Since then, most recently, we actually had a focus group with agencies who serve CFSA children. It was an in-person focus group at 955 LaFont Plaza, to learn more from them in terms of strengths and weaknesses from their point of view about the child welfare system from a systemic perspective. We designed it where we wanted those agencies that were present to be more focused on their offices and how they support or where they can improve in terms of helping children and families within the system. So for that reason, we intentionally did not include CFSA in that focus group because oftentimes when CFSA is present, then everybody looks to CFSA for
Makes
the
sense.
answer. We wanted those agencies that were present to really help
And
us.
what came out of that focus group?
So a lot of good information, actually, quite frankly, in terms of system recommendations. For example, there was a big focus from the group on how to hire and retain employees. That seemed to be a theme across. One person actually mentioned, people have to feel like they can make a living at doing what they're doing, which I thought stood out because we get a little nervous when we talk about money, but that it's a real thing.
You're talking
for
about
people's
within
lives.
CFSA.
Within CFSA.
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then
Why shouldn't we take the $1 million from this agency and give it to staff at CFSA?
oh, that's a very excellent question, but I will say this.
I mean,
that-
it's more rhetorical, but we have to be able to answer that.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you, there are staff that are working countless hours that are underpaid, that we should be doing a lot more. And then I'm looking, we have 6 staff here, and I don't have a lot to talk about what the Ombudsman's office is doing. Let me see, where else do I want to go? There was testimony earlier about accessing data and your office running into issues, namely with the courts. Can you elaborate on that? And I know we talked about this before,
Yeah.
but has there been any movement or progress there?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of accessing data specifically around crossover youth, now there's other data that we do look at that is, easily accessible to us. There's dashboards online, there are individual agencies that will provide us with their reporting. So specifically around crossover youth, we have a small group at this time that's meeting with Superior Court, our office, and CFSA, who've been very helpful in terms of identifying the metrics and requirements for reporting on crossover youth. We have made a request of the Superior Court for their data for the OAG data. They approved our request, but then they came back and they basically said that in our enabling legislation, the court is not identified or defined as an agency, and it's spelled out specifically in that way. So the recommendation was coordinate with OAG first and see how that goes. They did say they would be willing to help us, but coordinate with OAG because that falls in line with your enabling legislation. OAG is an actual agency in your legislation. From there,
So essentially get the data from OAG that they are already
That's right.
sharing.
That's exactly
And OAG has communicated they're willing to work with you.
they are willing to work with us. We
Got it.
got to follow up next week.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please keep us abreast of that?
I can.
And if there is anything legislatively we need to do, we're happy to do it. I will let you know we're having similar challenges as a committee, getting access to information. So we have to change some things on our end as well.
Got it.
I think I'm clear outside of that. If I could just end on this, I would just say, yes, we are going to fight for this office. I believe in it. But I need to see more. And the investment we are going to advocate in making is based on providing a lifeline. And so I don't mean to discredit focus groups, and that's valuable work and it's important, but hopefully that's leading to the practice you're leading with families. And so I don't know if it's hiring more of those analysts so you can get more calls in. I don't know if it's screening more calls in, but I would want to see much more impact for the families within CFSA. So that is my charge and hope over this year ahead. And I want to do it with you. I want to be in the trenches with you. And I'm a pretty transparent person. And so I will tell you, I've had conversations with colleagues, Councilmember Nadeau, Councilmember Louis George, and I've said, frankly, well, yeah, we should keep the office, but I'm not sure what they're doing. And today, I don't know if I can say anything different. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I hear it, but I can't advocate for it. So if before we get to a markup, you can share some of that data and
Yeah.
really help us tell the story, I think we would be much more successful.
Yeah.
I'll give you the final word.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will just say this, we are a young office. The first ombudsperson was hired in the summer of 2022. There have been leadership changes since her leaving of the office. We have spent a significant amount of time as a startup agency, quite frankly, just standing up the office and flying the plane, as they say, at the same time. Establishing those mechanisms in order for people to reach out to our office when they are in need and helping to guide them to the resources that they need and identifying concerns. I will say, and in our annual report, we talk about some of the cases or all the cases that we have findings on. And we have cases where, for instance, we learned of a case where a child was in a foster home, living in a foster home, and still receiving visits from a relative that our office learned actually is on the registry, the child abuse registry. After we did our investigation, found that this individual is on the child abuse registry, and then we noted this was an NCCF case, if I remember correctly. It wasn't CFSA, but NCCF. So then that gave them their charge to help the foster parent, no longer allow those visits with that young person because this gentleman, this individual has, is on the child abuse.
And that is the work. That's
Yeah.
the value of an ombudsman's office,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that is what holds weight outside of focus groups and
Yeah.
the rest.
Yeah.
I also heard today pretty clearly from young people that there is a lack of support out there, or they don't know where to go or who to go to. It would be great if the ombudsman's office helped fill some of that void. I don't know how you do that, but that's where I'm hoping you all would begin to row to demonstrate a value add to folks so that we don't have this argument and debate year to year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do believe my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, is trying to make it here. Do we have a sense of how long it's going to be? Oh, she's coming over right now. Let me see, what else? I'm gonna stall until
Speak a little bit more
please.
about the work. How about that?
I'm a data person, so I the qualitative works, but I want to see the numbers too. So yes.
Yeah, okay.
Here she comes.
I-
She's gonna give me a hard time because she's gonna think I'm giving you a hard time, but it's okay.
It's fine. I definitely understand the situation. But just speaking directly to how we work with the community, I mean, you're right. The focus groups are just a piece for us to begin to understand from groups, kind of their points of view in terms of what works
Yes,
in
a means to an end
That's exactly right.
versus the end.
But the long-term effects of our work actually impacts policy. It can impact legislation, quite
Yes.
frankly. I mean, one thing that I know that we certainly want to do is make sure that people know their rights. There's, the Youth Bill of Rights. In fact, one of the youth kind of alluded to the Youth Bill of Rights from one of the earlier panels. They have rights. I don't know that every youth knows that they have those rights. And actually there's foster parent rights and there's, biological parent rights. There's a lot of work that we are preparing to do in that area. But our investigations and talking to the community, being that sounding board, as you put it, or that voice, as I mentioned in my testimony, or giving people a place to have a voice when they have
Yes.
concerns, looking into those concerns to understand what the issues are and making the recommendations to the agency when we find that there are credible concerns after our investigation is the core of our work.
Yes, I believe in you. I mean that genuinely. I do want to acknowledge we've been joined by my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, and we'll turn to her for a 10-minute round.
Thank you so much. They got me running around here like I'm a freshman council member. Okay. Thank you, Chairman Parker. And good afternoon, Madam Ombudsperson. It's so great to see you again. I have missed working with you and your team, but I know your office is in good hands with Chairman Parker. I want to start as I did last year with apologizing for the position the mayor has yet again continued to put you and your staff in. The executive's insistence that you're independent, legislative, and critical office should not exist is astounding, and I think, frankly, an annual waste of everyone's time and resource. When the office was zeroed out last year, one public witness commented the executive was, in quote, using the pretext of the budget shortfall to drive a stake through the heart of CFSA oversight in general and the OFC in particular. I can't fathom a reason sort of why the executive has chosen to do so again, and I hope this year is actually the last year you are forced to go through this again, defending the life-changing and systems-changing work your office and only your office does for the district, children, and family. As a result, I want to take a step back out of OFC and the district for a moment. Ombudspersons are actually quite common in state and local governments, generally, as well as for child welfare agencies specifically. I think your expertise and experience in other jurisdictions is really helpful here. And so I want you to explain the importance of what conditions lead to the creation to ombudspersons offices and the consequences of when child welfare agencies are not overseen by independent expert bodies.
So, yeah, so, you know, the importance of the ombudsperson, I think can't be, you know, ignored. So as I mentioned in my testimony, one, I think, benefit of an ombuds office, and I'm going to use another state as an example, but I'm going to tie it to DC, is the alternative monitoring mechanism aspect of this work. And so specifically, what we do as ombuds people is we have that oversight of the system itself without the threat necessarily of a lawsuit, of a federal lawsuit or a class action lawsuit. So by having an internal mechanism that's monitoring for the data, for the practice of child welfare within an organization, really protects that organization. It saves that organization money, and certainly a significant amount of time as well, because those lawsuits take a lot of time for the agencies that are involved. So that's, you know, one aspect that's really important about having an ombudsperson. You know, the other part I say is that having that individual or that place where you can go to for as an ear, you know, someone who's in the community that has a concern about the agency and they want to talk about the issues that they are experiencing with an agency. An ombuds office is a good place to come to share their concerns and expect a response that will help them, you know, improve their situation, quite frankly. And then also I would say that an ombudsperson's office, you know, the ability to assess across all agencies, and DC has a lot of agencies that touch child welfare system, and these agencies are not just government agencies. You have a lot of nonprofits that also serve CFSA children. And so understanding that system and making recommendations and providing oversight to the services provided, understanding how those different agencies talk to each other. That was something else that came out of the focus group that we had just a couple of weeks ago, is that these agencies, you know, how do we get agencies to talk to each other better? And maybe it's, you know, maybe it has to do with their computer systems. You know, that was one recommendation, is if the systems can talk to each other, then that's one way to improve communication across agencies. And so I would also say that that state governments in particular see an ombuds office as an arm to their ongoing work, to help them provide more specialized services to the community as well.
Got it. I want to ask you to the point of sort of needing to defend this right now, which is very important given this budget climate. Can you, you mentioned many of the important things you and your amazing team have done this past year, and since being accomplished, being established, all of which should provide a level of oversight for CFSA that the council was never able to sort of provide previously. Can you explain some of the changes you have seen that resulted from OFC's oversight?
Yeah, most definitely. So, you know, so, you know, the obvious one is that we're bringing communities together, and we're bringing individual offices and agencies together, and they're talking to each other. So in ways that have not occurred, I don't think, before. From what I've learned, we have made policy recommendations. We, talk regularly with CFSA about the implementation of those policy recommendations. So we're able to assess needs through our complaints, and then we're able to make those recommendations. And in some instances, those recommendations have been implemented. So, helping to improve service delivery to children and families.
Got it. I want to talk about something I think a lot of people forget, which is OFC does much more than just oversight. It also, perhaps most importantly, provides free and reliable direct support to children and families involved in the child welfare system. Even if we assume the executive's incorrect assertion that OFC is not needed for CFSA oversight, I'm deeply worried about what would happen to the vulnerable district residents who turn to and rely on your office daily. Can you talk about how OFC approaches directly supporting children, parents, and grandparents, and a few examples of the ways OFC's involvement in cases has assisted people as they try to navigate the district's traumatic and complicated child welfare system?
And I actually have a perfect example in mind for that. So in probably a year and a half ago, we received a phone call from a grandmother who agreed to an informal arrangement, which basically meant that her grandchildren were being removed from the family home, and then they would be living with her. At that time, CFSA had agreed, and the grandparent had agreed. The children moved in with the grandmother, and the case was closed. After the case was closed, things started falling apart for the family. The housing was not as stable as maybe it was thought before the case was closed. That grandmother was still working, and so she was struggling with getting childcare. She ended up moving into a hotel. She lost her car because of, just not able to maintain the job, because she has these children now who are all, they were not quite elementary school age, so they were pretty young. So I set that example because through our efforts working with CFSA, working with human services to help with that housing aspects, to help connect that particular family to other resources. That grandmother is in housing now. Those children are still with her, and she is far more stable as we were making the connections, helping her make those connections with these various agencies forward.
Got it. I appreciate that. Lastly, we sort of have an impact of sort of data sharing, and there's also confidentiality things that occur that don't allow for data sharing. I just wanted to know, sort of, what is your experience? Is your experience the same as, I guess, what the legislative body, the council, deals with obtaining information your office is sort of entitled to? But I just want to get a sense of what your data sharing has had, if any impact data sharing has had on your ability to do your job.
Yeah, absolutely. So, engaging individual agencies in the district has been relatively easy for discussions about the data, but then actually moving the data sharing aspects of it has been a challenge. I'm going to use the crossover youth example for an example to explain. So, you have a team of people, small team, it's us, it's Superior Court, it's a CFSA. CFSA has been very helpful to us in terms of building the requirement pieces for the crossover youth data. We make a request from the courts for data, for the OAG's data. They approve, but then they later come and say, well, we can't actually give you this data, or we won't because of what your legislation, how your legislation reads. So essentially the court is not included in our legislation as an agency, but OAG is.
Right.
So we go to OAG, once again, very productive in conversation, but movement in terms of access to data is challenging. So we have put forth, an appointment, if you will, for next week to follow up with them. And then we're just trying to, keep this moving with them in order to get access to the data. But I do feel like, I do get this, I don't know if it's the sense, but I do feel that there's a lack of responsiveness that is inappropriate, quite frankly. I'll just use that word, because as an ombuds office, we have the legislation and the authority to request this data. It's clear, it's written. And the kinds of barriers that we come across it's pretty, using your word, astounding, quite frankly. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would just add to that, we do have subpoena power. And so, we are, preparing to move forward in that direction if needed.
Understood.
Mhm.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your testimony, thoughtful responses, and of course, your service to the District of Columbia and its most vulnerable residents. And I hope you and your staff are incredibly proud of the work you have done. Thank you again to Chairman Parker and the committee staff. I will be back.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Councilmember Lewis George. I was about to get on her for the clock, but she's usually so generous with me, so I turned the other way. I will end it there for now. How long do you think it would take for your office to turn around some of those data points, namely around the investigations? How many of those cases have been screened out, et cetera?
Not long at all. And I would say within a week or
Okay,
sooner. I mean,
if you
that
could
works.
share that with us, I think that's going to be important as we head to our markup. I will say unequivocally, I believe in this office. I will defend this office. I will fight for this office. I too reject this idea that it should be zeroed out every year. I also stand by what I said. Like, I just need a little bit more to go to bat for it. And I believe by working together, we can get there and hopefully scale this office up. I'm also thinking about how can we provide greater protections in the budget for this office so we don't have to keep going through this. But then we have the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice that we tucked away in the auditor's office, and it too was zeroed out. So that's for us to figure out. But I want to thank you all for your work and your commitment to improving the well-being of our young people.
That sounds great. I would like to just offer
Yes.
one last piece in regards to what you were saying about the funding aspect. And one thing that I have started exploring mentally, but I understand that there would have to be a level of approval. There probably would have to be some kind of legal, like a legislative piece in regards to funding for the office, is looking at ways to diversify the funding, because there are independent offices in the district that aren't solely dependent on local funds. So I just put that out there.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we are going to hear from CFSA and Acting Director Trice. Here's a complication. So there's a flag raising ceremony happening right now in celebration of World Pride that the mayor is hosting. I need to run out there just to at least wave and say hi. So we're going to recess again and then get started in about 15 minutes. So it's 3:35. We will resume at 3:50 roughly. And we will get started with the CFSA director. To the CFSA team, thank you for being patient with us. And we will resume shortly. Thank you. back into session. The time is now 4:25. And as we mentioned earlier, we are now joined by our friends at CFSA, led by Interim Director Tanya Torres-Trice, and members of her team. So Director, I will turn it over to you for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, committee staff, and those who took time to testify today. I am Tanya Torres-Trice, Interim Director for DC's Child and Family Services Agency, a social worker, and a proud Ward 5 district resident. I am honored to testify today before you on our budget plans for fiscal year 2026. Joining me this afternoon is Chief of Staff Dedrick Wilson and Agency Fiscal Officer Justin Kopka. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for her leadership and her unwavering commitment to the children and families of the District of Columbia. This year's proposed budget remains firmly centered on our core mission, directing our resources to children and families we serve with a clear focus on enhancing CFSA programs and improving services for children and families. The strategic direction forms the bedrock of this year's proposed budget. Our goal is to continue fulfilling our organizational mission of protecting abused and neglected children, supporting those at risk, helping families connect to the right resources, and advancing our vision of keeping DC families together. A critical component of this work is our commitment to integrating feedback from individuals with lived experience, many of whom you've heard from today, in our program development and service delivery, ensuring our approaches are truly effective and responsive. On May 27th, 2025, Mayor Bowser presented the FY 2026 budget and financial plan, the district's 29th consecutive balanced budget with a focus to grow DC. Her budget continues to make major investments to support the city's most vulnerable communities, including children and families CFSA directly serves and those who benefit from our prevention and early intervention work. The mayor's proposed budget for CFSA demonstrates her commitment to ensuring the agency is resourced to offer preventative, supportive, and community-based services that help families keep children out of foster care, provide a robust placement array for children who must come into our foster care, and create forever homes and positive lifelong connections for children who cannot be reunited with their birth families. This support is critical to CFSA's transition from functioning as a child welfare agency to leading the nation as a child and family well-being system. CFSA continues to follow a rigorous, mission-focused budgeting process. For fiscal year 2026, CFSA's budget will decrease by 3.5% and will have a built-in vacancy factor of 14.5%. Despite a challenging fiscal environment, we remain dedicated to providing the best possible services to district children and families. My testimony today will outline the proposed budget. The overall fiscal year 2026 budget request for CFSA is $260,406,350, representing a net decrease of approximately $7.9 million from our fiscal year 2025 approved budget. The fiscal year 2026 proposed budget includes a decrease of approximately $720,000 across multiple areas, primarily attributed to cost savings in contractual services to information technology. Additionally, the proposed budget reflects a reduction of approximately $758,000 in the agency's management division anticipated from savings in occupancy-related fixed costs like rent and utilities. Furthermore, a proposed local budget net reduction of $2.1 million across several divisions reflects cost savings in government subsidies and grants for placement services with the in and out-of-home care division. CFSA's proposed local fund budget includes a one-time increase of $529,000 in the well-being division to cover transportation costs for school-related travel. CFSA offers temporary transportation assistance for families who need to commute to and from school when their direct district or program cannot provide these services. Additionally, CFSA's local budget proposal reflects a one-time increase of approximately $97,000 in non-personnel services to support the agency's core operational costs across multiple divisions. CFSA's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget continues to reflect the district's long-standing commitment to child welfare prevention and early intervention, quality services for children in foster care, and support for program performance improvements. Our ongoing commitment to learning from the experience of families and youth shape these priorities, ensuring that our efforts are grounded in real-world needs. In FY '26, CFSA will work to keep DC families together by providing prevention options for children and families, continuing to focus on the retention of resource parents and social workers and our staff, strengthening our public and private partnerships, diversifying our placement array, and happily sunsetting FACES, our 30-year-old data tracking system, and launching STAN. In fiscal year 2026 budget, CFSA significantly reinforces its commitment to prevention and early intervention. We are sustaining and strengthening our vital investments in programs that keep families together and children safe in the home. These programs include the Collaboratives and Family Success Centers, the Grandparent Caregivers Program, the Close Relative Caregivers Program, and the Home Visiting Programs. These strategic investments underscore our proactive approach to child welfare, focusing on building strong, resilient families and reducing the need for children to enter foster care. We are continuously assessing and fine-tuning our range of placement options, striving to meet the unique and evolving needs of the children and youth in our care. Our focus extends beyond simply the number of beds available, and we prioritize placements that come with the necessary resources and support to ensure stability and well-being for the children we serve. Since 2023, CFSA has observed a 4% year-over-year increase in our foster care population, leading to a corresponding rise in the cost of appropriate placement options. As of March 31st, 2025, we have served 638 youth in foster care and supported an additional 1,595 children in our in-home services. CFSA remains committed to prioritizing kinship placements, keeping children and youth within the district when they are separated from their families, and ensuring siblings remain together when we are able to do so. We firmly believe that children and youth thrive in family settings and thus prioritize foster home placements. To achieve this, we continue to contract with National Center for Children and Families, PSI Services, and Lutheran Social Services for foster home placements and case management. Additionally, we partner with Maximum Quest, Sasha Bruce, Umbrella, and Gang to provide congregate beds for a limited number of teens. We anticipate having a vendor manage our bridge program available in Q4 of fiscal year 25. Providing this diverse array of placements comes with a significant cost consideration. The challenging economic environment, including inflation and the rising cost of living, is creating a significant strain on our providers' ability to staff and retain qualified personnel. This directly impacts the availability and cost of the appropriate placements our children and youth need. We are actively working with our partners to troubleshoot and mitigate these challenges. Our objective is to maintain a diverse range of placement options that meet the specific needs of children and youth who enter our care. I remain committed to continuously assessing our placement options to achieve this goal. In FY19, CFSA received federal approval to implement a comprehensive child welfare information system, a foundational initiative for our work. When we then initiated Stronger Together Against Abuse and Neglect in DC, referred to as STAND, in FY21 to drive this project forward. To truly protect and serve, we must have state-of-the-art system like STAND that tracks every detail, every interaction, and all the critical decisions for the families involved in our system. This level of precision is non-negotiable for accountability and for ensuring the best outcomes for children and families. We began integrating STAND in FY23 with the activation of 4 components. In FY24, we added 2 additional components, and I am very excited to share that after some time, we are preparing for our full launch in June 2025. And we will sunset our legacy system FACES, signaling a complete transition to a system built for the complexities of modern child welfare. This transition will not only replace functionality, but also significantly improve data quality, enhance accessibility, and create a superior user experience. Looking ahead, we plan to release 5 more sub-releases, and they are scheduled through mid-FY26, introducing advanced features like new family assessment support tools, expanded artificial intelligence capabilities, simplified navigation, and a more seamless connection to vital services. STAND is indispensable for maintaining oversight and delivering responsive care at every single step in every single case. The 2-on-1 Warm Line, initially established to support Keeping DC Families Together initiative, has rapidly grown into a comprehensive resource for all district residents, extending beyond CFSA's core mission of preventing child maltreatment. By enhancing interagency collaboration and data sharing within the human services sector, The Warm Line simplifies access to essential supports, helping DC residents find the help they need more easily. We continue to solicit feedback from Warm Line users and community partners and ensure that services are impactful and accessible. CFSA continues to leverage its network of community-based prevention providers and its extensive history with Healthy Family Thriving Community Collaboratives. These responders, many of whom you heard from today, are highly knowledgeable about a wide range of services, including mental health, housing, employment, and education. Now co-located at the Department of Behavioral Health Helpline, both agencies are working toward the common goal of cross-agency collaboration to effectively address the high-risk needs of district residents and families. Since its launch in 2023, the 211 Warm Line has received over 19,000 calls from individuals in DC and beyond. Monthly call volume continues to range between 900 and 1,200 calls. Callers' needs vary widely, with housing and shelter identified as the most prevalent need in almost half of the service requests. This initiative currently operates without a dedicated line item outside of personnel services and software related to relying on our strong partnership with district agencies and community organizations to meet the diverse needs of its callers. I'd like to thank you, Chairperson Parker, members of the committee, staff, for your time today. The fiscal year 2026 budget for CFSA is a testament to our profound commitment to keep DC families together. We are strategically investing in critical prevention services, closely monitoring our diverse placement options, and strengthening vital community lifelines like the 211 Warm Line. This budget ensures CFSA continues its transition into leading child and family well-being system our community deserves. Before closing, I would like to acknowledge and thank every single member of CFSA. I always say it takes a team, and we are much stronger together. Despite every obstacle, they show up every day with an unwavering dedication to our mission. Their relentless commitment is the true driving force behind our ability to protect children, support families, and hopefully build brighter futures for the district residents. This concludes my testimony. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder. We'll do 10-minute rounds. I will go to Councilmember Felder after my round. You can also give a statement and we won't count that against your 10-minute round. All right, I'm going to jump into numbers first, and then I'll go to other more general questions. And these questions focus on specific line items.
Okay.
We heard testimony today about the grandparent subsidy as well as other subsidies. So I wanted to start there. The adoption subsidy under the line item grants and subsidies, it appears they were reduced by 2%, roughly $201,000. Is eligibility being reduced? And how many youth or families are being impacted by this change?
Sure. Eligibility is not being reduced. The reduction comes from looking at projections year over year of individuals who fall into this category. So of children in our care, reunification continues to be the highest goal, and we are seeing a decrease in the number of youth coming into adoption and guardianship subsidies. So currently there are 117 youth who are on the adoption subsidy in care.
So in other words, that's money that from year to year you're realizing isn't being utilized.
That is correct. And so how we calculate it is the age of the child when they age out of that goal. Again, we look back 3 to 5 years to make these projections.
Okay. And then the guardianship subsidy, similarly, that was reduced by 11%, by roughly $613,000. Is eligibility being changed? How many families are being impacted?
Eligibility is not being changed at all. It is the same situation as our adoption subsidy. Again, we are looking at projections in the number of kids coming into this goal year over year.
And so if for those two line items, you go over the projection, how might you continue providing a subsidy to families?
I do not believe we would go over because we monitor this very closely.
Okay.
And again, we look at, today we have 544 kids in care. We have 289 with a goal of reunification. That's more than half of our kids. And so that's good news, right? Because that means they are able to reunify with their families. We have not gone over, not even come close in the last few fiscal years.
Okay. Kinship support.
Yes.
Contractual services were eliminated. So what is the programmatic effect here? I'm noticing the reduction seems to be only 15,000, maybe, if I'm reading that right. But what is the programmatic effect of eliminating contractual services for kinship support?
Councilmember, would you mind referencing that line in the budget book? So I'm
Yep,
sure
I'm gonna ask
speaking.
my team to get that. And similarly for grants and subsidies for kinship support, they were reduced by 41%, roughly $35,159.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin. That reduction, if you are referring to, I believe it's under grandparent subsidy kinship support 700253. That is a reduction in the cost. Last fiscal year, we implemented a new kinship platform that they spoke about today. And that platform is launched and well on its way. It's
So
good
you
to
don't
go.
need that
We do
contract
not need that
anymore.
contract.
Understood. So that's just for launching that platform.
The Kinship Navigator platform.
Understood. And then the subsidy there was also reduced by 41%, so 35,159. Similar questions to before. Is eligibility changing and how many families are impacted?
Eligibility is not changing for our kinship subsidy. We actually do keep our cases open when they are in kinship care. And we currently have 116 families who are receiving the daily rate of $38 per day.
$38 per day. Okay. I know I'm bouncing around. Out of home child placement.
Yes.
A similar subsidy reduction. So grants and subsidies here were reduced by 4%, 1.4 million. Can you elaborate on the programs and grantees that might be affected here?
Yes. Please give me a moment.
No worries.
Justin, if you don't mind. Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the subcommittee. My name is Justin Kopka. I'm the agency fiscal officer for the Child and Family Services Agency. Councilmember Parker, with regard to your question specifically on subsidies and transfers, that particular account line, the reduction is a couple-fold. First, there's $1 million reduction in our special purpose revenue line. In the past, what we have a special purpose, we had in the past a special purpose revenue account. It was to account for children who receive Social Security funds, and we serve as the agency representative pay for those funds. Excuse me. In the past, what we would do is we would reimburse for the costs of care while they were in our care. We'd take their Social Security money and we'd use to offset their care while they were in care. Under the Pocket Act, which was passed by council in 2023, the agency is forbidden to do that. And that's a success story that the director, if you chose to go down that road about implementing the Pocket Act. However, we no longer reimburse for the cost of care. Therefore, we don't need the budget authority anymore. So that's $1 million right there.
Okay.
Another aspect of
But
this.
just quick clarification, but
Yes.
that $1 million was a pass-through of Social Security funds.
Correct.
Got it.
So the other parts of the reductions in this area is every year we go through an exercise internally of looking at the placement array and what children may need in terms of where they're for their foster care placements. So what we've noticed over time is as the number of kids have reduced in foster care placements over time, the need for those dollars have decreased, and we've slowly been decreasing our budget. And so again, we are decreasing slowly, not a lot. And those costs are reflected in that decrease in the budget that we need. There are no changes in eligibility. If any child needs a placement, they're going to get a placement. The array is set up at the policy level So working with the director and the team, we set up the array and then we budget accordingly for that array.
So $1 million is because of the elimination of the social security pass through. That other roughly $500,000 or so is trimming back on some of the services
That's
that you
correct.
would have used to place young people.
That's correct.
But you're saying we should still expect the same quality and number of placements. Nothing's changing essentially. We're doing it cheaper.
Well, I will say this, I'll let the director speak. When we go through the exercise, the first question asked is what type of array of services do you need? It's not how much it's going to cost, it's what do you need? We then are able to cost it out based on prior year expending as well as what we're foreseeing in terms of future needs. And that's how we then come up with the budgeting that we do.
So, and director, if you want to jump in here, when you say array of services, give me like mental health or.
Sure. So we have several different placement types. So we have traditional foster care, we have group home care, we have youth in residential settings, we have youth who need very specific specialized care. So an array, when we say array, we just mean the different types of homes
the different
available.
type of placements.
Correct.
And you're telling me the types of placements aren't changing.
They're not changing. They haven't changed. They've shifted a bit over time. So for example, we stood up last year, the Bridge program, because we saw an increased need for our youth age 16 and 17 who are really struggling and weren't able to be in foster home placements. But we're also being put out of our group home placements for many different reasons. So we needed a placement type to assess their needs, give us time to assess their needs before we would find their longer term placement.
Understood. In my last 40 seconds, what type of contract evaluation are you regularly doing for these placement facilities?
Yes, we have a whole division called our Contract and Monitoring Division that stay in constant contact with all of our contracted providers.
And are they giving recommendations? For instance, like I think you can place a young person in a facility with comparable services for cheaper or?
No, they don't give those type of recommendations. They hold them to the contract that they signed.
I
So
see.
if they are a group home who has availability for
I
10
see.
and they provide 17 services, they're holding them accountable
To
to
make
those
sure they're
17
actually
services
doing
and the
those things.
utilization, yes.
Understood. Okay, I want to respect the clock. I'm going to turn it to Councilmember Felder and then followed by Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman Parker. Thank you, Director and members of your senior leadership team for being here. I'll waive my opening introduction and just hop right into questions. The agency's overall budget has decreased by nearly $8 million, including notable cuts to subsidies, grants, and contracts. These reductions can have real-world consequences for service delivery and program stability. Could you walk me through what criteria did CFSA use to determine which programs or services would absorb reductions in your FY 2026 budget?
Sure, thank you. And nice seeing Mr. Felder.
Absolutely.
Yes, so again, we take a very rigorous process when we are looking at our budget. We look at first what is mission critical to our work. We are here to protect and serve and investigate allegations of abuse and neglect. Now, we firmly also believe in prevention. And so when I say what is mission critical to our work, we must consider what we are seeing with our families. We use data to inform our decisions and we look at utilization. So if there is a contractor or if there is an area that is underperforming or being underutilized, we then work to right size the budget in those areas.
Thank you, Director. As you know, in times of physical constraints, it is critical to monitor the ripple effects of the budget decisions. Without tracking impacts, unintended harms can go unaddressed. Could you speak to what specific outcomes or performance metrics will CFSA use to assess whether these cuts are negatively affecting children and families?
Sure. CFSA has a robust data team. We have quality assurance measures baked into our agency. We have a unit dedicated to that through our, it's called our agent, a part of the agency is called Ops. And so we monitor both state and local benchmarks in these areas. They include everything from time of care in place or number of days in placement to our types of allegations of abuse and neglect that we're seeing that would inform then what types of services we need to put in place for said allegations.
Thank you, Director. I've noticed that the Office of Thrive Families is scheduled to receive a $612,000 cut or reduction rather in this budget. Could you share how these cuts will impact the program and services in the area?
Sure. So in the Office of Thriving Families, we saw a couple of reductions. We saw a shift in our flex funds from
Okay.
one area to another.
Okay.
We saw a shift in a position. So we looked across the agency and realized that certain positions were hitting the wrong line items. So we shifted those. And we saw a shift in our furniture contract and we moved it to another area.
Copy. Okay. Shifting from budget cuts to questions surrounding equity and access. So families in Ward 7 and 8 rely heavily on community-based support provided through organizations like East River, strengthening collaboratives. Budget reductions may deepen inequities unless carefully managed. Could you speak to how CFSA ensures that these cuts do not disproportionately harm the district's most vulnerable families, especially in high-need areas like Ward 7?
Sure. Again, CFSA is committed to preventative care, and many of these services are provided by our collaboratives and our family success centers. So in fiscal year 26, those budgets do remain flat.
I noticed that the Wellbeing Division has seen a budget cut and a significant drop in staffing, 18 positions lost. The division is responsible for trauma care, mental health, and education supports. What is the agency's plan to ensure that the children's holistic needs, particularly trauma and behavioral health, are still met under this learning structure? I'm sorry, leaner structure, pardon.
Thank you for the question. Again, it was a shift in positions, not an elimination of a position.
Okay. Community-based prevention is one of the most effective tools for reducing the need for foster care. The work done by our collaboratives and other organizations is essential to this work. Could you speak to the investments that are being made to strengthen these prevention programs, and how are you prioritizing them and budget constraints?
Yes. Again, I speak to many of the witnesses today who came forward to speak, came from the collaboratives from our home visiting programs and our family success centers. This budget continues to fund those programs at a flat level. We do believe that families do well and should be served in the communities in which they come, and we will continue to support those efforts through this budget.
Gotcha. And Chairperson Parker spoke briefly about this, but I just wanted to follow up on this subsidy. But grandparent and relative grandparent and relative caregiver subsidies allow children to remain with their extended families, often preventing entry into foster care.
Mhm.
Even modest reductions here can destabilize families. Could you speak to what insurances can the agency provide that these subsidies will remain intact and accessible throughout FY 2026?
Yes. So these subsidies both did see the removal of the one-time enhancement that was given last year.
Okay.
And so for our grandparent caregiver program, that was $75,000. And for our close relative, that was $25,000. Outside of those one-time enhancements being removed, the budget here does remain flat for both programs in this budget.
Thank you. The budget for out-of-home child placement increased slightly, which suggests either a growing foster care population or rising placement costs. What is driving the increase, and does CFSA anticipate a continued raise in foster care placements in the years ahead?
It is primarily related to PS, personnel services, in
Okay.
this area,
Okay.
salary and fringe-related benefits.
Supporting foster families require more than just placement. It includes wraparound services, training, and respite care. Cuts in these areas can undermine retention and success. Given the reduction in support services, how is CFSA planning to sustain and support foster families efficiently?
So we did not see a reduction in support services. The previous reductions were the shift of positions from the well-being area to other parts of the agency. So we do still have intact our supportive resources for our resource parents and believe strongly in continuing to support them and our staff through retention efforts.
There's a lot of shifting going on. It's like you playing musical chairs. At what point do you make the determination that, okay, we shifted this resources to this department, it's time to shift back? When do you make that determination as a director?
Yeah, so the shifts that I'm speaking of today were staff that were being billed to the wrong area.
Okay.
But we did see a realignment last fiscal year where we realigned to fit function and need and to have equity for our managers.
Gotcha.
So you as a director, shifts happen of people, places, and or resources when they are no longer making sense for the work that we are conducting.
While overall FTEs remain flat, the agency is losing critical positions in areas like well-being and training. This could affect service delivery timeline and case outcomes. Will any of these staffing reductions directly impact caseload management, time to permanency, or worker burnout?
I'll start with the latter. Worker burnout is a real thing.
Okay.
So we did not have a reduction in our staff.
Okay.
Again, it was shift from one area to the other. We continue to be budgeted for 809 positions. We are currently vacant 139, and 113 of those must be held for our vacancy savings factor. What I'll say about our staff burnout and caseloads, we monitor them so closely. And we are not at the time I'm always concerned about staffing. I will never not be concerned because this is some very hard work. But our caseloads are remaining on the lower end. However, that doesn't mean that the complexity of the cases aren't increasing or that it's not hard work, but it is an area that I watch and monitor very closely.
Gotcha. And just my final question on this round, trauma-informed care, diversity training, and policy compliance require ongoing professional development. Yet the training and development line remain nearly flat. I'm assuming you want to say it's shifted.
No, not.
Okay. But my question is, are there any training initiatives being deprioritized or paused in FY 2026 due to stagnant funding in this area? If so, what are the implications for workforce readiness?
Thank you for that question. So training and development that you are seeing as a reduction in our budget is related to outside training.
Gotcha.
So when we are having to make tough fiscal decisions around mission critical work, it is very nice to go to outside trainings and to be educated from the outside. However, we do have a robust training academy in-house. It's called the Child Welfare Training Academy, who continues to provide ongoing training to not only our social workers, every single team member, and our resource parents, community members, and that will continue. That area did not change. The changes in that area that were reduced were around software, were around, again, not mission critical, nice to have things, but no longer fiscally responsible things.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we will have Councilmember Louis George.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
Director Trice, it's great to see you.
You
The
as well.
committee and I greatly miss working with you and your team. And I just want to start by congratulating you and your team on the successful launch of the 311 Warm Line. I know this was a project years in the making and would not have been possible without the vision and dedication of you and your predecessor, Robert Matthews. And so I want you all to take that moment to really just congratulate yourself on a hard fought necessary change to this city that is worth noting. As you may have guessed, my questions are sort of the same as last year. I want to start with the big one. Safe Shores, the district's statutorily designated child advocacy center. Is Safe Shores funded? And if so, for how much? And if not, why not?
Safe Shores is not funded in this budget. It was a one-time enhancement last year that was removed in this budget.
Because Safe Shores is statutorily designated, meaning we have to have it. And I guess I want for the public to know that Safe Shores deals with our most vulnerable children, those children who are subject to abuse. I spent years as a youth prosecutor. And so unfortunately, I had to deal with those cases. Those cases are cases where young people are sexually abused, raped, often by close kin and loved ones. Everybody, it is not everybody's ministry to deal with those cases, nor does everybody have the skills necessary to help those young people. It is truly a calling, and Safe Shores, everybody who works in that area truly are just heroes in my mind, because to hear the stories of those young people every single day and not, you take it home with you and you have to cut it off at a certain point. I realized from the time I did it. I just think it's something that's not to you, Director Trice, but it just, every year that we have to like pretend, like every year somebody has to fund Safe Shores, to me, doesn't really give the reverence to what Safe Shores represents. I mean, this is what people, this is everyone's nightmare, is what Safe Shores deals with on a daily basis of vulnerable children. And I only did it for a year and a half, and it took me years to recover from hearing those stories. Imagine being the people who deal with it every single day. So I just want us to, in the future, really fight for Safe Shores to not have to fight for funding, and for the committee to not have to find funding for Safe Shores. I will get off that stoop, but I just want the public to know what Safe Shores truly represents. Now, home visiting.
Yes.
As you know, I put $400,000 in one-time funding for home visiting programs in CFSA's fiscal year 25 budget. And so I was a little confused when I learned CFSA did not expend this money for home visiting only, and instead applied it to all community-based child abuse prevention grantees. As a result, that misappropriation resulted in a reduction to the father-child attachment home visiting program, and that led to the elimination of one home visitor position and a cut to 25% service slots for fathers. This is the only home visiting program in the district that serves specifically fathers, and its loss of capacity is truly a loss for district families. This is, I guess, not the first time this sort of happened with home visiting. In fiscal year 2024, there was $300,000 in recurring funding for CFSA home visiting. And then that was made one-time funds and was taken out in the out years. I guess, given that this has happened twice, I'm wondering why CFSA does not prioritize home visiting, which is nationally proven, evidence-based, cost-effective model focused on preventing rather than addressing child abuse and neglect. Does CFSA not believe in the home visiting model?
CFSA does believe in the home visiting model, and it is in our budget this year again, at around $708,000.
Okay. And in light of, I guess, what was a loss in capacity to the father's child attachment program, I think they still need the additional amount now, because they lost a position and they had to cut 25% of his service slots. So even with that, what is put in there, if we put any additional, I guess my question is, if funds are added to it this year, will it be swept again for a third time?
I do not believe I can answer that question. The one-time enhancement of $400,000 was swept this year.
Got it. How much is each home visiting program going to get in fiscal year 26?
Sure. In 26, I have it as Far Southeast, 145,000, CFLS, 210,000, Collaborative Solutions, 175,000, Horton's Kids, 100,000, Centers for Advance, 100,000, FAPAC, 111,000, DC CTF, 66.6 thousand, and Mary Center, 200,000.
Given the previous year's enrollment in these home visiting programs, do you think that this year's funding will meet demand?
I do believe this year's funding will meet demand. To date, we have 275 families or participants across all program areas.
Got it. I think they will need additional funds to meet the demand, and I hope that's something the council will consider now that we have the budget. Collaboratives were flat funded, which is, and I want to say this, so I turn to our collaboratives who do amazing work. Last year, I added $200,000 in one-time funding for collaboratives to prepare them for the increased demand from being the primary responders to the warm line. Now that the warm line is sort of up and running and they are the primary responders, I guess I don't see how flat funding will allow the collaboratives to meet the moment and the increased demand. How many referrals did the collaboratives receive from the warm line?
I do have that if you give me just a moment to flip to it. Actually, Councilmember, if you would allow me to get that back to you, I do not want to misquote numbers.
Okay, got you. My main point here is that if we're increasing the demand on collaboratives, we have to increase the funding on collaboratives. If not, they will be ineffective and they won't be able to do the amazing work that they do in our communities. As you know, we have some of the most amazing collaboratives in the city from the most amazing directors and staff. So I think we really need to give them what they need to meet the moment, because they do want to meet the moment. They have the hearts to do it. And I think we need to meet them there. The last thing I want to ask about is the grandparent caregiver program. As you know, I've seen firsthand what it means and looks like for family to care for children who are not their own, and how vital additional resources are to supporting our caregivers. I talk about this all the time. My great grandmother, who raised 13 grandkids because both of her children, including my grandmother, passed away at very young ages. And so all 13 of my great grandmother's grandkids, including my mother, was raised by her. And so I understand how much it takes and the difference it makes for grandparents to do that work, and how much they need to additionally do that work. Last year, I added $75,000 in one-time funding for grandparent caregivers and $25,000 in one-time funding for the close relative caregivers to anticipate the increased demand from the passage of the Grandparent and Caregiver Subsidy Eligibility Amendment Act, authored by Councilmember Parker. And so I guess I wanted to understand how much is in CFSA's budget this year for the program, and is that more or less than last year's budget?
Sure. The grandparent caregiver and the close relative caregiver remained flat, less the one-time enhancement that was given. So in the grandparent caregiver subsidy, 6.5 million is budgeted, and in the close relative, 796,000 is budgeted. Expenditures as of March 31st for grandparent caregiver is around $3.3 million, and close relative is around $550,000. So we have no wait list. We have not seen a large increase in demand.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. So we again monitor this very closely and truly believe in these two programs.
Got it. Okay, I was going to ask, does the demand, the wait list account for a necessity to increase that amount, or that one-time funding that we gave last year, is that factored into did you do the same that you did last year without the numbers that you did without the one-time increase? Gotcha. Understood. Great. I think, actually, thank you. That was in my.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have like two. Okay. The committee actually recommended CFSA provide greater support to kinship caregivers, I think, and you know how I feel about this, and sort of the greater support to kinship caregivers, and sort of the comfortability with children being taken from the parents and being placed with relatives without CFSA doing, I think, what I think is the basic assessments of who is at the home and if they can take care of a child. I understand CFSA's position that these children are not in care, and so CFSA need not do so. But I still want to see in-home inspections, background checks, safety plans, something that will assure me we are not putting children in dangerous environments in order to keep our in-care numbers low. Director, has CFSA made any changes that tell the agency more about who is assuming responsibility for these kids?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Have you updated the model in any way that would add any of these extra precautions to
Yes, so we have not
families?
made any changes. Our kinship providers who are licensed and do go through the licensing process and do go through the home assessments and do go through the criminal background checks that you referenced. And that has not changed. We have a whole division who conducts these works, and then these assessments are conducted by social workers, licensed social workers.
I know, I'm talking about the informal caregivers. Are you all doing background checks on people living in homes and informal caregivers?
We are not doing background checks on people or children living in home with informal caregivers because at that juncture, the children are not in our care and custody, and the family has the right to make a determination on where their children live.
Okay, are you all doing in-home inspections, or have you added safety plans?
We do safety plans at
Okay.
times, yes, with families. Now, if a
Okay.
family chooses to, if there are allegations of abuse and neglect that they are not screened in through our hotline, the family can make the choice to put their children with people of their choice. Now, if we do have concerns, we will do safety plans at times, yes, of course.
Okay, great. And then my last thing was, there was a recommendation that you all actively collaborate with district agencies and the executive office mayor to ensure the district's social safety net outside of CFSA has the resources necessary to support families who call the 311 line for help. From the data that you all are now aggregating from the warm line now, what recommendations or steps have you all taken from that aggregate information to ensure the social safety net outside of the warm line?
Sure. So I meet very regularly with my counterparts at the government agencies to share this information. Housing and utilities continue to be the #1 requested item from our 211 warm line. And so when we are experiencing or hearing feedback from our constituents and our callers into the warm line that they are experiencing any barriers, that is elevated very, very quickly. And again, I meet very regularly with DHS, DBH, DHS, DYRS. Name the agency, I'm going to meet with them if we are experiencing any issues or if we are seeing gaps in our services.
Awesome. So much. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairman Parker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to some of those questions and we'll get to it. We heard earlier about flex funding. And that flex funding is not being maximized. So what is the proposed amount in this year's budget? Where were we last year, as well as how much was expended last year?
Sure. So I would have to get back to you on last year's expenditures and flex funding, but I do have the proposed amount for this year. This year for flex funding across our collaboratives is $478,000. To date, we've spent $280,000 of that. We also have an additional pot of.
280,000?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
And for our in-home flex funds to support our work with CPS, our kinship, families who come to our attention but are not in our care, we have an additional $500,000. And 150 to date have been spent of that.
So wait, I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So in the current fiscal year, we have 478,000.
Yes, that is correct.
And 280 has been expended. And what is the projected amount for fiscal year 26?
I do believe we intend to remain flat, but I will verify that and get
Okay.
back with you.
And part of the criticism, I think the numbers given earlier was that 600,000 was allotted, but only 300,000 was used. Is it, are you noticing that you're not expending all of the flex funds, and what are the reasons for that?
I am not sure where that data came from, but I'd be open to seeing it. We spend all of our flex funds. It is a vital resource. It is something that we prioritize and put in our budget each year. Again, these funds can be used for cribs, you name it. It could be any tangible need that the family has that would potentially reduce them coming into our care or having further involvement with us. So when we have it, it is important for us that we get it out.
And is there any criteria that families, like what is eligibility for you all to be able to expend these funds?
It depends. So if you're going to the collaboratives, they all have their own pot and they provide their resources based on the needs that they are seeing. If you are coming in, looking at our flex funds for our in-house under CFSA's purview, the criteria is there a need?
Understood.
Yeah.
A need that might prevent you from coming into the
Correct.
system formally. And that 478,000, that includes just CFSA's pot or also the collaborative's pot?
These are two separate pots. So 478 is at the collaboratives and 500 is within CFSA's
I
to
see.
support our in-home families, CPS families, and our kinship families.
And then how much of the 500 has been used? You gave me that number.
150,000 to date. And that's as of March 31st, excuse me.
So it does seem like there is likely going to be funds left over.
I don't anticipate there to be funds left over. Year over year, we do spend down in both of these areas.
Okay. I wanted to come back to the well-being and support, and I know Councilmember Fielder asked about this.
Yes.
You're reducing the full-time FTEs by roughly 50%, totaling nearly $1.5 million. 18 FTEs and out-of-home child placements, the full-time employment is increasing.
So back to.
No, let's go back.
Okay.
Well-being and support.
Yes.
So you're saying that there's not going to be any change.
That is correct.
So explain to me how we can make such a significant reduction and there be no change.
Sure. So the positions were in the wrong area and being billed to the wrong division. So we shifted them to the division that they should belong to. So for example, hypothetical, and we can give you a breakdown of all the shifts that we made in our positions, because as Councilmember Felder said, is doing a lot of shifting. We wanted to get them to the right place so they'd be billed to the right area. So in this area, the shifts, I'll give a hypothetical example. Maybe there was a social worker that was being billed to well-being, what they should be under out-of-home area. So we moved that position under the right area. So there is no reduction in force or changes in service at all.
So just shifting.
Yes,
Got it,
sir.
Got it. But yet you're going to follow up and give more information about where those line items have shifted to.
Yes.
Those FTE, you mean?
Those
Councilmember?
FTEs, but also it seems like there's funding connected to this line item as well, in addition to the FTEs. I'm seeing 1.5 million and 18 FTEs.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes. And then Councilmember Lewis George asked about Safe Shores and that's been zeroed out. How much of that line item was expended in the current fiscal year?
For Safe Shores?
Yes.
All of it.
All of it. Okay. All right, let's jump here. Now I'm going to ask more general questions. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chairman. Just to clarify, it's been all obligated and we expect it all to be billed out
by the end of the
by the end of the fiscal year.
Understood. Let's go to vacancy rates.
Yes.
So you identified the current vacancy rate at CFSA at 18.8% as of March 31st. And then I heard you share it's roughly 139 vacancies, 113 are the mandatory vacancy savings for the agency. Can you elaborate? Well, I know about the social worker challenges, but what are some of the other challenges you're seeing in terms of hiring and maintaining staff for the agency?
Sure. I think the challenges that we are experiencing now are not dissimilar to the nation's challenges and challenges working in child welfare in general. It is hard work. It is hard work. It is draining. Councilmember Lewis George spoke about the toll it took on her. We see that in this field, and while we do everything we can to build up our workforce and to have our wellness programs and to check in, and this is hard work. And so I think if you are choosing to come in child welfare, it is a choice you're making. And sometimes it is too much for people.
Understood.
Mhm.
On the social worker topic, what incentives exist for hiring social workers within CFSA?
Sure. So again, we have our Child Welfare Training Academy. So as a social worker, we must have our CEUs. So we do have free trainings and support through our Child Welfare Training Academy. We have wellness programs to support not only social workers, but every single CFSA staff. And I'd like to believe that we are the premier child welfare agency in the nation.
No, I believe that, but I would love for us to explore incentives like we've done for OUC or MPD or others to say you get these housing benefits or a signing bonus if you come work for us, so that we can be more competitive. Does anything like that currently exist within the agency?
Nothing like that currently exists.
Okay. Do you think that that might help attract social workers?
It may.
Yep. Okay. I would love to work with you on something like that and see what's possible. Speaking of which, do you, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Let's go to educational neglect.
Sure.
So in your pre-hearing responses, we asked a number of questions trying to get it ed neglect and truancy. And so I think I know what you're going to say here, but I'm going to ask it again. So what data do you have on the number of CFSA families with youth who are chronically absent from school?
CFSA only tracks educational neglect data for youth 5 to 13. We don't have chronically absent data.
So what data do you have about ed neglect cases for those youth between 5 and 13?
Sure. So between the ages of 5 through 13, neglect data we do have is that we received school year to date 5,808 calls. We screened out 5,422 of those calls. We screened in for educational neglect 156 of those calls.
Just to make sure I'm talking about for youth within the system.
Mhm.
How many of them are being flagged for ed neglect once they're in the system? So once they're with a family.
I don't have that data readily available. I could look.
Yes,
and get
if you
that to
could, one of the things that has been brought to our attention is that there are a number of youth who are either in the system and not going to school or in the system and running into trouble with law enforcement. And we want to get a better sense of where those challenges are.
Understood.
But since you're on the truancy numbers, let's go back to, so 5,008 calls.
Mhm.
And then how many were screened in?
Screened in, we had 156. An additional, separate and aside, were referred to our engaged unit of 200. And there are currently 30 pending some portion of the investigative process.
And how many screened out?
Screened out 5,422.
And how many total calls?
Total calls 5,808.
808. Got it. All right. All right. So on here, again, we've already gone through this, but how many FTEs are working on the truancy issue or screening it, or do you all not separate it like that?
We don't work on truancy, we work on ed neglect, and we have 9 FTEs specifically dedicated to our ed neglect triage unit. That includes 1 supervisor and 8 family support workers.
So you don't work on truancy yet, you're getting referrals for truancy.
Yes, and when we do get those, we do send them to the Office of Attorney General.
For
13
youth
and up.
13 and up.
Mhm.
But for 5 and 13, schools are referring truancy cases to you all because that's what our system says they're supposed to do. You all are saying, nope, that's not us. We're just ed neglect.
We don't say, nope, that's not us. If it's 5 to 13, that's us. That's us all day long. And those are the numbers I referenced just a minute ago.
But what I'm getting at is you all aren't targeting the truancy aspect. It's only about ed neglect. And by ed neglect, meaning I'm assuming that is more severe than you're just not showing up to school.
Yes, that's correct. I wouldn't say we're not targeting the truancy efforts. I believe that CFSA absolutely has a place at the table and in the conversation and
Yes.
with the city to target the truancy aspect.
So when they're screened out here, it's my understanding that schools are getting like an automatic or some type of kickback message that says, this case is not being followed up here. And that's currently a loophole. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't think this work should live with CFSA. But what's been made clear is you all aren't really doing the work anyway. And I don't mean that as a criticism, but you all aren't focused on truancy. You're focused on ed neglect. Now, ed neglect, I know you have a statute, and some of the advocates beat me up because they said I was trying to push more kids into the system. But what differentiates truancy from ed neglect in you all's opinion?
The age.
Merely the age.
Yeah. The
So-
age and ed neglect is the parent is intentionally doing something to keep their child from going to school.
So I have an 8-year-old
Mhm.
that's missed 20 days of school. That's ed neglect.
Potentially, meaning if we go into the home, do an assessment or a CPS investigation, and we find that they're missing 20 days because the mother is keeping them home because she or the father aren't waking up on time to get them to school, yes, they're intentionally keeping their child from school.
So if the criteria then for ed neglect is you're not going to school and there has to be a willful, intentional contributing factor from the parents that they're not going. So we heard from a parent today, oh, I'm not feeling well today. You all aren't going to school. So after a while, that would classify as ed neglect.
Yes, that is
I would
correct.
agree with that, by
Yes.
the way. What I'm trying to get at is, but if little Johnny is just not going to school, I'm assuming because you're screening out the vast majority, we don't even know if there is a contributing factor why they're not actually showing up.
Yes, and so a lot of times when we do get these calls in, again, we work very closely with DCPS, with OSSI, with our public-private schools to try to understand what's going on in the home. So the initial call, whether it be through our portal or mandated reporter portal or through the hotline, often comes with bits and pieces of information. So maybe it is that the ed neglect is coming through because they're missing school, but then we uncover additional issues and concerns in the home.
Understood.
These numbers that I am giving you are solely for ed neglect. It can be that it comes through for ed neglect, but we find additional concerns of abuse and neglect, and then they would go through our traditional investigative
I
process.
don't know why OSSI isn't investigating. Like, why isn't OSSI following up with the 5,000 referrals and then kicking them over to you all if it's something more serious? All right, I will get off that soapbox, but I'm going to explore doing something in the budget. Let me ask it this way. If that responsibility was moved, if somebody else had to be the receiver of the initial referral, who is determining the ed neglect? Those are your social workers who are actually going through whatever the rubric is and
That is correct.
determining. Got it. So there's 9 FTs in that unit that is working on this.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm just throwing this out. You don't have to respond. But in theory, if they worked at OSSI, and OSSI, they could do that work and more of our young people could actually be investigated to ensure we're not missing some serious cases, but also ensuring that kids are actually showing up for school. All right. I'm going to keep it moving. Let's go to crossover youth.
Yes.
I asked this about education, but does the agency track the number of youth within CFSA, within the system, that are arrested or have run-ins with law enforcement?
Yes, we do. We have daily calls with the MPD for youth who are coming in underage. And we don't have a formalized aggregate data set that we can provide you, but we do have daily calls with the MPD. They do share with us, this is who came in. Are they yours? If they're yours, then we tap in or
And
support.
you're doing
in
that
effort.
daily,
Yes, we do that daily.
yet you're not tracking the data.
Meaning we don't have an aggregate system to track this data. So if you ask me the number of crossover youth who are duly committed to CFSA and DRS, that's 6. I don't think that's what you're asking me. You're
No.
asking me much larger than that. Those aren't committed and are committing
Having run-ins
crimes
on
and
it.
run-ins. Yes.
So walk me through. So you're on this call. There's a young person that's now in the custody of MPD. Maybe they were out beyond the curfew, or maybe they were doing something else that's not necessarily meaning they're gonna do a lot of time at DRS, but what then happens on CFSA's part?
So what happens on CFSA's part is it triggers us to get in touch with our social worker who is over the case and say, hey, your young person had a run-in with the law last night. We need to, if we need to pick them up, we go pick them up. If we need to coordinate with their, at times probation officers or whoever is party to the case in their criminal matter, that is what we do.
Okay. Do you keep information about how many of the social workers have youth who have had run-ins with law enforcement?
We keep
Because to me, that would
Mhm.
be important. If I have 10 social workers and there's this one social worker and half of your caseload is having run-ins, something I want to look at what's happening here,
Mhm.
what's not happening.
Mhm.
Do you all keep that type of data or information?
We have that information, just not in an aggregate way again. So, meaning we have these daily calls and we know who they are. But if you ask me, right now, we're in the process of sunsetting one system and building up the stand.
Yeah.
Stand will allow us to track every single interaction movement.
Got it.
And that will be vital for us to be able to track
And
exactly what
that's
you're
gonna
talking
launch
about.
June
June 16th.
June 16th.
Mhm.
So then you would be able to run reports and say 18 of our young people have had encounters, 6 are at DRS currently.
And 17 have probation officers or collateral contacts here, yes.
Understood. Okay. And I bring that up because in conversations we're having at DRS, but also these conversations about what are we doing with the youth that are running around the city, I think there is a part that CFSA plays there. Maybe not a significant part, but there is a part. And I'm also curious what accountability mechanisms need to be in place for families within CFSA who have young people that are running amok. But
We agree. I definitely believe we have we have a place and a part in this.
okay. You identify Courtney's House as an agency managed program with low utilization.
That is correct.
Despite extensive technical support from CFSA. Can you provide further details related to the underutilization of the contract?
Yes, so unfortunately, this contract provides sexually exploited children support and resources. They have not yet been able to staff up to serve these children. And again, this contract is situated in our Office of Wellbeing, and we have tried relentlessly to continue to support
What's
this
the
contractor.
size of that contract?
It's $207,000. There's some dollar, that's right, $207,000.
And when does their contract expire?
I don't have that on me, but I will get that to you.
Okay. And they, to date, still have not staffed up.
That is correct.
Have they received any payment as
They have-
part of the contract?
Yes, they have received payment, not for the staffing that they don't have, but they have not, again, been able to fulfill the contract.
Okay. Is there any effort to recoup the money that we've given them?
We have not given them money for the staff that they don't have. So there will be money likely left over on this contract. But what we have done, because we could see this coming, unfortunately, is trained up our staff in-house, our therapists in-house to provide similar services. May not be exactly the same, but they are trained in providing services to children who experience sexual exploitation.
That goes back to the Safe Shores topic that Councilmember Louis George was bringing up, although that line item too has been zeroed out. Or has been zeroed out, right?
Mhm. That is correct.
All right. When we're looking at the organizational realignment, you're saying that it's not made for cost savings, but is there cost savings to the organizational realignment efforts that the agency undertook? That's in response to question 8.
Not that I can readily point to. Again, it was meant to streamline services so that our family wouldn't have to go through 3 different divisions if they were in our care and custody. We align, for example, all of our case carrying social workers are under now one division, under one deputy, and hopefully under one consistent practice.
Okay. Let's go to kinship.
Mhm.
So you all are saying we don't have, I think you had two families or two youth in kinship care. Is that right? Informal care, I'm sorry.
Informal care agreements last fiscal year?
Yes.
Yes.
There was two, and
Yes,
I
I-
think they may have been related. Maybe.
I don't know about that part, but yes, there were
Okay.
two.
Something that is flagged as a concern for the committee that I want to just get a better understanding is that you all would say, we don't do diversions. We're not diverting young people. Others would say the safety plans that you're establishing as a mechanism used to allow for diversion. With these safety plans, the young person is what, a family member? Is it always a family member, or can it be a family friend?
It can be a family friend. It can be a trusted individual that the parent identifies.
But that allows for diversion in effect would be what some would argue. And your response to that would be?
The parent has the right to choose for their children if they are not in our care and custody.
Are you advocating for these informal agreements with the family or family friends?
By advocating, do you mean suggesting?
Suggesting, pushing, urging, or is it that they are just coming up to this determination that I want my cousin to have the kids, or I want this family friend to have the kids?
Yeah, again, I would point back to research that shows that children coming into care is very traumatic. So if children don't have to come into care and there is a willing and able family member or responsible adult in that family's life, by all means, we do want to support that family in having that happen. Now, when safety is imminent, we don't go that route. That's
So
not the route.
how many young people are in these safety plans currently?
I don't have that data, but I can get that for you.
All right, if you could please follow up with that.
Sure.
As well as, do you all have projections around that? Or are you mapping out, like, we have X number on safety plans, we project that based on trends, we'll have these many next year?
No, we do not project that out.
Okay. So we don't know how many are on the safety plan, but walk me through the process. So walk me through how the safety plan is created and how it might end up that the youth is with a family member or family friend.
Sure. I'll give an example. A family member unfortunately experienced a murder in the home. The parent was murdered. The grandmother came to the home and said, please don't take these kids to care. I'm here. And the living relative, which was the person who killed the parent, was there and consented for the mother to take the children. That's the parent was there. The grandmother said, I am here. I'm willing. I am able.
Okay.
That's not abuse and neglect. An unfortunate circumstance happened and the parent,
And so then you formally are going to create a safety plan for that young person.
for that family with the grandmother.
Yes. And what protections or supports are they entitled to as part of that safety plan?
Sure. We would assess the needs. In this case, we assessed the needs of this grandmother. There were multiple children. She wasn't set up for multiple children. So we got her cribs, we got her food, we got her situated to be able to take on these children. It wasn't in the district that this grandmother lived. So we also connected her to resources in her community.
And what evaluation, if any, is there that grandma is the right person?
Again,
or is it merely just because the parent says, I want the kid to go there?
no. So in this case, given the circumstances, we do stay around. So the investigative process can take days. So while there wasn't a formal investigation, since she did step up and the situation was tense, we did stay to this day, continuing to just make sure that she does have what she needs in her jurisdiction.
Understood. And then, but there's no formal entitled support from CFSA for that family because as far as you all are concerned, they never entered the system.
Partially correct. Formal entitled, no, but this is where flex funds would come into play. Flex funds for these families were spent to purchase the items that she needed.
Got it. Okay, so yeah, if you follow up with the number of families on those safety plans,
Will do.
because I can see a world where, yes, we want to keep as many kids out of the system as possible, but we also want to make sure that they are receiving necessary support, whether that be around mental health or therapeutic supports that they otherwise would be entitled to if they formally were in the system. Versus what seems to be like you're on your own. And I know that that's not the intention, but if someone is deciding not to move forward. I wanted to come to the SOUL Act, and we heard a lot of testimony on this today. So the SOUL Act is this new form of permanency that will provide a pathway for youth that aging through the system where they could identify a family unit or support unit that they would legally be tied to. And it's my understanding that CFSA in the past expressed support for this. Is CFSA still supportive of this policy?
CFSA does see the value in SOUL, but due to budget constraints, we are unable to start new programming at this time.
Do you have an estimate of how much it might cost to implement this program?
I do know that if a child did have a SOUL goal, approximately annual cost would be 24,000 versus the annual cost of 44,000 of being in the foster care traditional sense or system.
So it would be savings actually.
Long term, yes,
So 24,000 versus 44,000,
that is correct.
but you don't know what cost, if any, there might be to implement or stand up this program.
I don't have that.
Or
information.
this pathway, let's go. Okay. What would be your recommendation for implementing the SOUL Act moving forward?
Again, I see the value, but due to budget constraints, we are unable to add new programming at this time.
Are there other jurisdictions that are doing similar things like this? Or
There
that
are.
are implementing like this type of more expansive unit of support?
There is one other jurisdiction I'd be happy to share all about that with you.
Okay.
Mhm.
What's that jurisdiction?
Kansas.
Kansas, our friends in Kansas. Do we know how long they've been doing this?
July 1st, 2024.
Is that good, bad, and like 15 exits? That's a contextualize that number for me.
It's
Okay. All right. I think I know the answer, but would you be willing to commit with working with my team on exploring if this is something that's feasible in the future?
It is not in our current budget due to budget constraints. We do see the value, though.
Understood. Understood. All right. I hear you. Well, I will just say it. I want to explore how do we make this happen. If we were to find a way to make it happen, I wouldn't want to come back next year and say, oh, you didn't move on this, or you didn't utilize this, or you didn't act on it. So that's why I would love the agency's buy-in, but I get it. I want to go a few other places. What policy and planning recommendations has the state policy and planning team provided most recently?
Most recently, they were responsible for our 5-year federal submission, our plan to the federal government, which we desperately need because it does then give us funding from the federal government. That's our most recent involvement in policy.
When was that 5-year plan created?
It was earlier this year, and we are currently in the process of having to take it back and resubmit it to scrub the DEIB language from the plan.
About how much money does CFSA receive from the federal government?
About 22% of our budget
Yeah.
is federally funded.
Bear with
Turn to
me.
Justin, who needs a moment.
And then my next question is going to be, what line items could we find those funds?
So Chairman Parker, The FY 26 proposed budget is, for federal grant funds is $47.7 million. So it's about, as the director said, roughly 22 to 25% of our total budget amount.
And what types of things are those funds used on?
So the largest part of it, of that $47.7 million, 44.1 is for our Title IV-E programs, our foster care, adoption, guardianship, and prevention programs. Those are what would be considered entitlement programs where we seek reimbursement for services rendered and we get reimbursed. We also have $1.1 million for the older youth in terms of Chafee independent living and educational training vouchers. So that's primarily with our Office of Youth Empowerment. We also have some smaller grants, anything ranging from family preservation, community-based child welfare. These are the much smaller grants that the federal government has.
Mhm.
And they range anywhere in awards from $200,000 to $800,000.
Understood. And part of those reimbursements, I'm assuming youth receiving Medicaid and other things?
Yes, we do have a small Medicaid program through the Healthy Horizons Clinic that we have a budget for of $320,000. But the child's coverage in Medicaid is covered by the Department of Healthcare Finance. This is just for those
So
services.
the Horizon Clinic is funded at $320,000?
Yes.
And that's through federal funds?
Yes. And some local funds as well.
And can you elaborate on what that clinic does and like
Correct.
how it, yeah.
Sure. So our Healthy Horizon clinics conduct medical screenings and placement screenings for our children who do come into care or are in between placements. So anytime that there is a transition to a new placement, we want to be sure that they are medically cleared to do so. Prior to having Healthy Horizons, we had to go to the community, like the ARC, for example. And unfortunately, we were spending hours and hours with our children there. Now picture this, you've been now separated from your home and now you're waiting hours to be screened to go to a placement. So they provide not only the screenings, but they also provide coverage through our CPS families, nurse coverage when needed, and also our in-home families and case management families when needed. So we have 19 nurses in that area.
And that's for all youth within CFSA?
CFSA and our in-home families, and they often, again, serve in our CPS cases when there are health issues indicated.
Okay. Just flag, as we're talking about some of these issues nationally, the tentacles of these federal programs and funds touch all parts of government and life.
Absolutely.
Including CFSA. And I think that's important for people to remember. I do want to be mindful of the clock. So if I zoomed out, some of the headlines, although there is what, a roughly $8 million or so reduction, I'm hearing you say the quality of services and support via CFSA is largely going to be the same.
That is correct. I believe this budget is sufficient to meet our core mission.
The core mission.
Yep.
And then, but some of the subsidies and enhancements that the council has fought for, in part because of what we've heard from others, those things have been rolled back, as well as infrastructure dollars no longer needed because Stand will come online in June. Are there areas that you think could help your core mission if they were supplemented?
Not at this time, no. Again, we watch all of our areas very closely. We monitor the spending in the areas and do believe that this is a sufficient budget.
Are you all subject to the current hiring freeze?
We are.
Have you applied for a waiver?
We have.
Have you received a waiver?
At this time, no.
Okay. And that hiring freeze, we don't know when that's going to be lifted.
That is correct.
So, I'm just thinking of social workers. That is a critical area of need. Do you have a projection of how many potential hires are in a pipeline or are being cultivated?
I do have that information not with me right now today, but it does go back to also watching the caseloads very closely and making shifts if needed. So for example, we do have other case carrying or licensed social workers in our agency that aren't currently carrying cases. And if I had to, I would have the ability.
Because those are the managers.
Not necessarily. So for example, in our policy division, we have social workers who are licensed. If we had to redirect resources, personnel resources to meet the needs of our case carrying work, I would be able to do that.
So the policy, how many FTEs are there?
In the policy division, there are 9 total.
So why don't we just direct them to take cases?
At this time, it's not needed. Our caseload averages are relatively stable.
But you would have the authority to do that if
Absolutely.
needed.
Absolutely.
So you have 9 FTEs in the
Excuse me,
policy.
correction, 6.
6
That's
in the
what I'm- 6.
6 social workers in the policy team, and then I know you said 9 FTEs in the ed neglect section,
So
but they're not all social workers.
correct. And so in the policy team of the 6, they are not all social workers. Just as an example, there are licensed social workers in our agency who could carry cases if needed.
Okay,
For example, I'm a licensed social worker. If I had to carry a case, I could carry a case all day long.
understood.
Mhm.
What is the average caseload of your social workers right now?
Yes, let me find that. Please give me a moment. The average caseload for our CPS division is 13. The average caseload for our in-home divisions is 8. The average caseload for our out-of-home division is currently 10.
How does that compare with national averages?
It is extremely low compared to national averages. However, again, I do have to say that the complexity of our cases and the children coming to care are coming with high needs.
Okay. So I take that to mean that maybe hiring more social work, it is a priority, but it's not an urgent crisis right now.
That's fair.
Okay. How many contracts, let's go to contracts. How many facility-based contracts are there currently? Or how many contracts are we paying for shelters, facilities, anything housing related?
Sure. So we currently have 8 contracted group home providers, facility-based. Please give me a moment. And we have, well, we don't pay for the facility, but we also have 1 licensed group home outside of the district. But within the district, we have 8 facilities that we are paying for.
So 8 group homes and then 8 separate shelters.
8 group home providers provide placement, same number. Mhm.
I have this, but what is the largest contract you have there?
Our contract with NCCF, National Children's, who spoke today.
They want more. And what is the size of that contract?
Oh,
That's that's approximately $20 million, between 20 and $22 million annually.
And they are coming up on contract renewal.
yes, it is time to negotiate.
Are you impacted by the mayor's, or didn't the mayor in the budget like punt contract negotiations? Oh, no, that's for labor. That's labor negotiations. So that's different than contract. So
That just to clarify, in the mayor's executive order, what's exempted from it are subsidies and transfers for the Child and Family Services Agency, meaning our placement contracts are exempted from the
So
executive.
you
board.
can explore renewing that contract.
Mhm.
Got it. And what evaluation tools do you have to evaluate contracts?
Sure. So again, our contract monitoring division, we have a whole division dedicated to solely monitoring our contracts. Again, our children are in these homes, in these places with these providers.
But how do
So,
we know 20 million, for instance, is a good value?
How do we know? It's a good question. NCCF, for example, they place and have half of the children in our care, and they are in Maryland. And so there are high costs associated with not only the case management, but operating their agency. So
I asked them earlier,
mhm.
who else is a competitor in this space? And, you know, what I gathered is not many people. I'm sure there are others. But what we found across government is that where these monopolies exist, kind of puts government at a disadvantage because we're kind of like, we need the service. At the same time, how do we maximize the value? $20 million is a lot of money. I'm not necessarily saying don't give them the $20 million, but I'm trying to get a better sense of how we're calibrating internally to say, actually, this contract should be 15 million.
Yeah.
Or maybe it should be 25.
Yeah, when I say we're about to enter negotiations, we don't always agree. I can say that over the last couple of years, we have decreased their contract in certain areas, for example, education. Why? Because we have an entire older youth empowerment division who provides educational supports to all children in foster care despite where they live. So we have tried to do a very good job of around not duplicating services. So if we offer in-house at CFSA, that means all children within CFSA.
What is
purview.
that? Let's come back to that. I want to know more about that division, the Education Empowerment Division.
Yeah, older youth empowerment serves our youth ages 14 to 21. They are in addition to the case carrying social worker and support around independent living skills, preparation for a transition, financial savings and literacy programs like that.
I see. And then you're saying for that contract, for instance, it has reduced, what was the high watermark for the contract in years past?
I'll turn that to
Yeah.
Justin.
And to clarify, Chairman Parker, I'm looking at the Common Council budget questions. And the contract for the current period that NCCF is in, the value of the contract is $19.8 million. It's been as high as $24 or $25 million. And it's gone down primarily because of fewer children. Remember, we're talking not over a period of years. They've been our primary contractor going back probably as far as 2017 or 2018, when we had a greater number of kids. So as the agency has been over that time period serve fewer kids, clearly they're serving fewer kids. So that contract has gone down over time. Again, that's part of the contract negotiation of what's the correct amount, shall we say? And that's the negotiation that occurs. And right now it's at $19.8 million.
19.8, and it at one point was roughly 24 million.
Yeah, yes. At its high water mark.
I wanted to come back to contracts. So this is an issue. This is something transparently we're grappling with, because we'll get these contracts and it's introduced by the mayor on behalf of CFSA. And the question I'm asking you is what I asked my team, like, how do we know this is a good contract? I see this dollar amount, yet we're not the ones negotiating this contract. In what ways can the committee better work with the agency as you are sending over contracts for us to better understand the criteria you use to say this is the right location or vendor or what have you?
Sure, I would welcome a meeting with our contracting officer. Her name is Ebony Terrell. I would love to meet and have her discuss with you the process. We do have independent contracting authority, and I understand your desire to learn more about it, and I would welcome you to come. Maybe we use one of our meetings
And
together.
it's, for the record, it's not to influence contracts. It is more so to vet, like, how do we know this is a good contract? Because what we receive at the council is just a piece of paper. I think that's something we could do council-wide a lot better, is just scrutinize the contracts that are coming through. Because I would argue some of the work that you're doing or the government is doing now, we could have been doing this years ago and probably cutting a lot of bloat that is embedded in some of these contracts. So we will take you up on that. I wanted to come here to this list, so give me 1 second.
Okay.
We heard about the guardianship subsidy and how it doesn't compare to the foster care payment or subsidy. We also heard that the foster care subsidy should be higher. And one of the things that we heard is that we advocates don't know what the formula is that determines what that subsidy is. What is the formula?
Sure. So, to determine the rate for subsidy, if we're speaking grandparent, caregiver, and close relative, which I believe is what they were speaking about, we look at, the rate is based on the child, if they're receiving SSI or TANF. We have to look at the number of children in the home and the age of the child. And I would like to clarify that we do have individual agreements with program participants or the individual receiving subsidy that they do sign and state these facts.
So you're looking at what benefits they're receiving, like Social Security, TANF, I'm assuming SNAP.
Yep.
The number of children in the home.
Yep.
What other factors?
The age of the child.
The age of the child.
Yes.
And is there a computer program or like?
There's no computer program, so it's Mr. Jackson, who you heard earlier reference, is the individual who.
He determines what that dollar
He's a
amount is.
supervisor over that unit, and based on these criteria, then issues a dollar amount.
So how do we ensure that what we heard isn't happening, that people with similar characteristics are receiving different dollar amounts?
I have not heard that one before. So again, we stick to these criteria when issuing a rate. And they haven't changed. It hasn't changed. So again, I encourage anyone to bring that forward to me with individual information so I can look into that.
Okay.
Again, I have not
I
heard
would
that
say
before.
let's follow up on that. And because I even think Ms. McClellan, if I remember correctly, she was saying that the subsidy even fell below what the statutorily allowed rate was. That's a great memory. I remember that testimony from hours ago. But this is helpful. So Mr. Jackson is a very powerful, influential guy within CFSA. He even brought someone to tears today.
Multiple people I saw.
Yes, he was. So number of children, age of children, the benefits that they receive determines what this subsidy is. Is that across the board or is it just for this grandparent caregiver subsidy?
That is for the grandparent giver and the close relative caregiver programs.
And then what about the foster family
Yep.
subsidy?
Those are set rates. And they are the same for adoption, guardianship, and foster care at a rate of $38 per day.
So why wouldn't we set it for grandparent and close caregivers?
That is something that we are considering to raise. Again, I do acknowledge that the criteria may be confusing and it does depend on age. And so, for example, if you're under 12, you have a different rate than over 12. I agree. It costs more to raise a child as they grow. So that is something that we are looking at
Yeah.
aligning closer to.
I would love to work with you on that. And what I'm thinking, I think what I hear about Mr. Jackson, he's great. I don't think there's bad intent, but I think if we are kind of eyeballing it from case to case, inevitably there is going to be subjectivity embedded within that approach versus just saying this is what the fixed rate is.
And it would be much simpler to have one rate. That is what we are striving towards, and it'd be increasing it from where the high end is currently.
One rate for the grandparent.
And close relative caregiver program. So right now, again, it's subject to age, all those criteria I just
yep.
listed, acknowledged.
So
can
let's
be
lock
confusing.
in at the high rate. Do you have a projection of what that estimate might be?
The high rate would be currently 27.92.
And if we lock that in for every child, regardless of age and all of those other characteristics,
Please give me a moment. We do have that. If we did lock in that rate, we would not be able to serve as many clients. So I want to put that out there. And we would, currently we are serving in our grandparent caregiver program 437 families and 695 children with fluctuating rates between 1579 and 2792. If we lock that in, we would be able to serve only 498 total families.
for the same dollar amount.
At the flat rate, yes, the flat amount we've currently budgeted, yes.
Have you done any estimate of what it would cost if we took the current families and provided that rate of 27.92?
Yes, but I do not have that with me and I can get
Could
that
you
to you.
share that with
Yes.
us? I would be interested in. Okay, we're moving. I wanted to come, and I asked this before, but I wanted to come to fatalities and other consequential incidents within the system. So let's start with fatalities. In the last fiscal year, how many young people within the system have unfortunately passed away?
Unfortunately, I don't have that data. I wasn't prepared to discuss that, but I can get that for you.
Okay. And then similarly, how many have encountered like health systems or had to go to for serious? And I'm going to let you use your judgment about what's serious. So if you can see the trend, we're trying to see how many are missing school, how many are having run-ins with police, how many are having to go to the hospital. I'm talking about youth in
Critical incidents.
Yes,
Yes.
youth in the system.
Got it.
Not this is the reason why you're entering the system. Like
Understood.
you're already with a family. That
Got
would be helpful.
Let me make sure I am clear on your ask. Number of children who have unfortunately passed away had a critical incident in the system.
Yes.
Got it.
Yes, yes. And I guess the subtext to that is, what is the agency's response, or how do you address that with a family for each of those categories? If they have a run-in with police, if they're not showing up for school.
Oh, school, thank you. Understood.
Okay. Just want to make sure. This does not end our conversation, so I don't need to exhaust everything here. I did want to come back to OFC, and I'll end here. And I'm not going to ask you to weigh in on their testimony, but I do want to get a better sense from your perspective what engagement looks like with the OFC team. And so last time we talked, I heard that you all were doing like monthly or bi-monthly check-ins. Is that still the case? And if so, how is that working?
That is still the case. And again, Mr. Thomas is actually situated in CFSA, so he has direct access to all staff at any time and meets with them as needed as their investigations come in.
Okay. And so walk me through like a OFC investigation that they are receiving a call that something happened. How is that alerted to you and your team, and what rights do they have, and how are you working alongside them in that process?
Sure. So they are charged to be an impartial investigative body. So how it comes to me is typically through rolled up findings. How it comes to the team that work directly on the cases that they are investigating. Mr. Thomas would reach out and call and say, hey, we have this investigate, or we had this call and this is what they're saying. Can you tell me about that? They also spoke earlier about their access to our system. So again, they have full access to all of our data, all of our system and the happenings. So they do that first. And then again, regular communication does occur between the teams.
And then is there a debrief of sorts to say, we didn't find anything, or we did find something? Like, what does that conversation look like as they are reaching their conclusion of their investigation?
So I'm not sure what it looks like with the team. How, again, it comes to me is the number of calls, complaints, investigations, and their findings and recommendations. Again, that is what we discuss at our monthly meetings.
With OFC?
Yes.
And do you have an accounting of how you've acted on those recommendations that they are sharing from time to time?
Yes, they are listed in their annual report. Much of it we do take under advisement. And again, the number of referrals and investigations they're completing, it takes a lot of data to create trends, but we do take their recommendations and if appropriate, we do create systemic change.
Okay. Knowing that the mayor has zeroed out the ombudsman, are there key functions that that team plays in terms of oversight or investigative work that you are or would need to compensate for within CFSA?
I do not believe so.
Okay. I think I'm gonna leave it there. It's been a long day and you've been very patient with us. Thank you for sticking around even when I had to run outside. I just would say as a headline, I am thinking about how do we support social workers and attracting more social workers? How do we actually bolster our subsidy programs, knowing that some of them had been rolled back, even though we tried to enhance them in years past? I still am focused on truancy. I think we need to get that right. I don't think it should live in CFSA. And I think there is a way that perhaps those FTEs that are working in that division, if they worked with another agency like OSSI, where it should live, that maybe we can actually make progress following up with families and investigating ed neglect. Because what I'm hearing right now is we're only investigating ed neglect and we're not really following up. And that's not an indictment on CFSA. I think you all don't have the capacity, frankly, to do that work, nor should it be your responsibility. And then there are other issues that I have that we will follow up on. Key areas that you're going to follow up on include, we have a list, and I just want to, this is our list. Just for the good of the order, and then we're going to get out of here. How many referrals were made to collaboratives from the warm line?
I actually have that information.
Oh, you have
now.
that.
75 referrals are made to the collaboratives directly from the warm line.
75 for the entire fiscal year?
Yes.
Or
Yes,
this year up currently? Which one?
Go ahead.
25 to date.
To
That's
date?
like
25 to date.
Got it. And that's 75. And do you have a breakdown of which collaboratives are triaging them more?
We
So I
do.
get a sense that they are not all operating at the same level.
We do, and we can get that for you.
Yes, if you could share that, that would be helpful. My team is, see, I say too much. I say what I'm not supposed to be saying out loud. Connect with the team. We'll skip that one. The ed neglect data track for children in the system, as well as encounters with law enforcement for children in the system, as well as encounters with health systems or the hospital or health needs for youth in the system. The Courtney House contract expiration date, how many young people are on safety plans, the cost, estimate cost of the SOUL Act implementation. If you can also include more information about SOUL and how it, or the relative program in Kansas and how that's playing out. How many hires are in the pipeline and being cultivated? You're going to follow up on the subsidy rate calculation, namely, if we were to use that top rate number by how many families and children are currently in our system, what would that estimate be? And I'm going to stop there.
You forgot one. You're going to meet with our contract team.
Yes, and we're
Yes.
going to meet with the contracts team through the lens of how do we know a contract is a good deal or not for the district, for CFSA, for the families and youth that you're serving. I want to thank you all for your engagement. My team will certainly be in touch as we lead through our markup. Our markup date is set for Monday, June 23rd. And so we are off to the races leading up to that period. So I just am sharing that for your team's awareness that there will probably be a frantic engagement leading up to that. But I'm gonna stop there. The time is now 6:15. I am going to call to close this oversight and budget oversight hearing for CFSA. Thank you.
Thank you.